It is Pro League time once again here for Rainbow Six, and tonight we are featuring ANZ here from the studio in Sydney, Australia. My name is Dev Marta, and joining me once again, the one and only Monkey Fist, ready for week number 2.
I am ready and waiting to go.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all the teams play just last week. We've had a lot of action at ANZ recently with the ANZ qualifiers for Raleigh, the Raleigh Major, and also with the Six Masters. So it's been a bit of a hectic week for these teams. They've all been playing just this past weekend.
Yeah, they've been playing quite a lot, and they've been trading games back and forth. Like, it's so tight, towards the top tier of Rainbow Six and ANZ.
That's exactly right. In the past, we've always had these teams, these outliers at the top, but kind of we're getting into a position where potentially this mid-tier is becoming even more competitive.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's been some pretty close ones.
So let's have a look at how these teams are shaping up so far in the league. We have the current standings. Anything a bit of a miss here?
Not really. I suppose, that Sinister Oddity game we saw last week was a bit of a stomp to Oddity on the first map at least. On the second map, it was a bit more back and forth. But, I'll be expecting that to be a lot more closer. But, that first map was not so.
Yeah, I guess we only do have, 2 matches per team to show these standings so far. So Mindfreak at the top, just due to round differences, you can see, half the teams have won both of their matches, half of them have lost both their matches. I think we'll see a little bit more of a split after today. Without getting in too deep, do you feel like this is where we'll see this shape up at the end of the season, or how do you think it'll change?
Well, I think we need to see Fnatic at the top. That's pretty much stock standard for ANZ Pro League now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's about right. Well, let's have a look at what matches we've got for tonight. We will have Fnatic, in fact. That's later this evening, facing off against Power Plays, recently promoted from the Challenge League, but we have another match before that.
Yeah, Mindfreak versus Oddity. I think this one, pretty favoured to Oddity, don't you reckon?
Yeah, well, we were talking about that in the past. Last season, Mindfreak came in 3rd place in the Pro League and Oddity in 4th. So statistically, you'd think Mindfreak would have the upper hand, but recently Oddity have been on the up.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I was taking a look at Mindfreak's latest results, and they haven't been, the most fantastic. But, let's talk about that later, because we got Oddity here.
That's right, Vast, Todd, Red, God Legion, and Vinny, a roster that's been around for quite some time with some recent changes, the most recent being Vinny going to a full position on the roster rather than sub as of previously. These guys recently had a boot camp in Melbourne where they all played together in a gaming cafe. They did a lot of practice and training, and their coach Raven, I think, really helped them to nurture this talent and get them to the point where they've been showing us the results that they've demonstrated in the past few weeks.
Yeah, and they've got some very experienced players on this roster. Like Todd has been in the ANZ competitive scene for so long. And another thing I want to point out about this roster is all 4 out of 5 clutched against Sinister in like 1v3s, 1v4s last week. God Legion, which is considered probably one of the main fraggers on that roster, was not one of those players, but the rest of the team was able to clutch rounds that they shouldn't really be winning.
Yeah, if you watch the highlights from last week at Pro League, Vinny's clutch 1v3, I believe it was, made it into those, and it was well deserved. Let's have a look at their opponents though for this week. A household name in ANZ, Mindfreak, but not the roster that I think a lot of people would be familiar with.
Yeah, well, of course, they've been Mindfreak for what, a season now? 2 seasons almost. So, these guys, they've always been towards the top tier of the ANZ region. Like, Jack Daddy's been a long mainstay up there, as well as Cutie and Kings. He'd be very familiar to a lot of people who might have followed previous Mindfreak rosters. But it really feels like these guys just aren't going much further than what they could.
I think that there's been a lot of potential from this roster. Once upon a time, this roster, or at least, the previous iterations of this roster were, the top of ANZ. They were first, maybe second at one point. But since, the rise of Fnatic and, the improvements to August we've seen recently, these guys seem to be drifting downwards. Is that a tendency that we think is going to continue?
I think maybe we're just reading too much into their previous results. Like, they lost 2-0 to Power Plays, which was one of the lower tier ANZ Pro League teams last season. I think that they're not going to be drifting too far because they've got that pedigree there, and they've all, I think they are putting in work behind the scenes that we don't see. But, I don't think they're going to be up there contending for first spot with Fnatic.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I guess we have Mindfreak, maybe potentially not as good as we've seen in the past, and Oddity on the rise, but where will they meet in the middle? Let's have a look at where we'll be playing tonight with the map. Veto, Coastline taken off the board straight out of the gate. Where do we reckon we'll end up, Monkey?
Well, I was thinking Coastline Clubhouse, but they're first off the board. Bank was my other guess between these two teams. I think it's going to be some pretty even ground, some pretty common ground there.
All right, so Villa taken off the board, and yeah, you're right. There you go. Good job.
See, look, I have it written right there.
Well done. You've already written it down. All right, so digging into Bank a little bit. Oddities last week match in the Pro League, they had an incredible performance on Bank with a 7-0 against Team Sinister. Yes. And then Mindfreak last week didn't play Bank in the Pro League. However, they did play it during the Raleigh qualifier, the online qualifiers, where they defeated Zealous. How are we feeling about this one?
So, as I said, I think it's pretty even ground between these two teams, and I think these teams would have been taking quite a look at some of these VODs, right? Like, I think the one VOD that I probably want to be watching was not even between these two teams, but how we saw Extricity play against Fnatic, because there are some good things that we saw from Extricity in the way that they played that. They managed to actually beat Fnatic, so I think these teams might be thinking, what can we take to use against other teams in Pro League?
I've seen some fantastic Bank play over the course of the last couple days in the ANZ region. I've seen some excellent use, in particular on that downstairs defense, using the smoke. It's very typical to have a smoke play all the way back in lockers to throw his gas grenades into the default CCTV plants. But we also saw him, after he'd used all those smokes, throwing out impact grenades. And the splash damage from those impact grenades actually downed the planter, which saved the round for the defending team. We've seen all these strategies brought out.
Yeah, it all adds up. And, we're also starting to see some Kaid tricking coming on in.
Yep.
Like, it's something I've seen on Clubhouse, but, I think Bank has a lot of potential for it to be unlocked.
Well, what do you guys reckon about these two teams? Let's run up the community vote. You can pay attention to this by tuning into all the ESL Rainbow Six socials. Wow, that's a bit one-sided.
Yeah, it looks like people don't agree with us there, Dev.
It's something that we had talked about before the match started. The Mindfreak name in ANZ has been household for a long time. Obviously they fostered the upcoming roster that then was acquired by Fnatic. Played it in two international events under the name Mindfreak.
Yep.
And so I think a lot of our international viewers would be most familiar with that brand.
Yeah, that too. Like, it's, I think it's also a lot of people, not as familiar with the ANZ Rainbow Six scene and just voting with the name that they know might be the case here.
Yeah, so I don't know. I personally feel that this community vote is a bit of an oddity, but I guess we'll just have to find out as we get into the game. 15% on the draw. I definitely think a draw could be on the cards here. When I put all my carrots in the oddity basket, I think this is going to be an oddity win for this map and later on today. But, it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And, Mindfreak has those players that can stand up and be countered when it's required of them. Like It Be Style and Jack Daddy, just to name a couple.
Yeah, that's right. I personally reckon that if we're going to see Mindfreak step up in this match and, get some points on the board after these games, it'll be because of individual plays. Big stepping up from, whether an anchor on site finds a kill that he shouldn't onto one of the players pushing, or we see some kind of, a good entry from It Be Style or something like that. I think that's what's going to break through, because Oddity, a lot more of an organized team. They have a lot of different strategies they might bring to the table, whereas Mindfreak kind of do the same kinds of things. I think it'll have to be, a bit of a puggy play from Mindfreak to make it work.
Well, that's the thing I was going to say to you as well. Like, we were talking about it, and you said Mindfreak don't really have too many strats, whereas, I saw Oddity, Raven's team, running different strats almost every single round. Like, they have a very deep playbook, whereas Mindfreak, like, we don't see, of course, the work they do behind the scenes, but, yeah, it does seem like they do sometimes lack in inspiration there.
Well, let's have a look on Bank. First map between these two teams. It's Mindfreak versus Oddity for the Australia and New Zealand portion of the Rainbow Six Pro League. Time to dig into map number 1.
Yes, indeed. The bans are going to be coming on out. Are we expecting a Capital ban, Dev?
It's on the cards. It's been the most banned operator in the ANZ Pro League so far, but it looks like Jackal's going to be the first one. So that is one of those operators that does carry the smokes already banned out. If you ban out the Jackal as well, you're going to have to look elsewhere for that smoke utility. Sorry, you ban out the Capital as well. You have to look elsewhere for the smoke utility, but that would leave, your Lion and those on the board, as well as both hard breaches. And all of those are going to be on the board because it's Thatcher, in fact, that Mindfreak decide to ban.
So what, that's going to make us lean towards the teams are going to be looking right into this KE trick then?
Yeah, that's a cool, certainly could be an element in it. There you go. All right.
Throw it out the window.
So here, this tells us that Mindfreak wants to ban the Thatcher for a specific, defensive utility they want to keep, but it's not the Kaid. So maybe it's, a Pulse in Vault or some kind of, Maestro cameras or some utility like that.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. We've got Echo and Maestro both up on the board. Of course, an IQ would still be a decent counter to any Echoes hiding sneakily, but without a Thatcher, that is going to make some pushes considerably hard. But I think for the most part, a lot of it can be countered by just having a Maverick.
Yeah, it's a fair point. We do have all those hard breaches unlocked, so Maverick's a potential, but so is the Hibana and Thermite, and in fact it'll be those two that we see in this round from Mindfreak. A fairly versatile roster, two facets of hard breach, two facets of soft breach with the Sledge and Zephyr, as well as some grenades to boot, and that gadgetry and entry possibility out of Ippy style, so it's a good well-rounded lineup for Mindfreak.
Yeah, the thing is, right, we see on Bank so often that back and forth of having to Maverick open the hatches because Hibana's not up on the board. But yeah, no ban for her this time, so... And then, of course, I was thinking, with the Thatcher ban, teams are going to be Kaiding it, but then Kaid's off the board, so... this has been a very interesting ban phase, might I say, Dev.
Well, I guess let's talk about what the Thatcher ban will affect. And, in terms of Oddity's current lineup of operators that will be a little bit safer with that, EMP operator off the board. Namely, we've got the Mozzie, a great information denial operator with those pests. Denying entry from drones, or if the drone does go through, then, well, that's now an asset that the defense can utilize. But to me, I think a big key is the way that the Thatcher grenades can be used on this downstairs defense to mask the sound of the plant and also disrupt the cardiac sensor of the Pulse, who will likely be playing in the Gold Vault. So I feel like that's going to be a heavy element that Mindfreak are expecting will harm Oddity when they do switch over to the attack.
Well, look where God Legion's playing on that Mozzie. He's definitely done a lot of setup on the ground floor here. Plenty of pests around to also cut off any drones heading in to gather information around tellers and archives.
Yeah, Oddity did play this match just last night, I believe. It's Wednesday today, right? Yeah, so just last night in the Raleigh qualifier against Power Plays, and it was a close match, and they tried a variety of strategies on this particular bomb site, some with this kind of heavy roam, and it was a bit of a mixed success that we saw demonstrated, but in the end, they managed to execute it perfectly.
Well, that is what we saw them do against Sinister as well, wasn't it? I believe the first round was a very heavy roam, and then the second time they were downstairs was a straight-up anchor. So this is that, playbook depth we were talking about, the tactical depth that Oddity display.
What? Are there 4 people at the bottom of these main stairs?
Yeah, it looks like they're... trying to time something right. 2 of them are pieced out there.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder, you've got so much information gathering on this Oddity roster, Pulse, Valkyrie, and the Mozzie, drones, the stolen drones. You could have some serious potential for a big flank, and I think Oddity are dreaming big with that.
Yeah, make the hunter become the hunted, as Todd's gonna pop his head up above the stairs, but nothing happening. Oh, look at that Valkyrie camera. That's a lot of information.
I guess you could telegraph a potential for Oddity playing more freely and going for this roam with the fact that they did ban the Jackal as well, something that a lot of players from Ranked would be familiar with, as it gets banned a lot in that game mode, but here in competitive we see it banned a lot less as a comfort ban. But nonetheless, Mindfreak very early on executing this plant.
Denial?
Where is the denial here? What?
A bit late, but Plant's going to go down.
There are so many C4s and so many options for denial. Was Vinny asleep at the wheel in here? I don't understand. There are kills going everywhere for Mindfreak. Oddity look completely lost. It'll be potentially a flawless first round here.
Yes,
indeed it is. What an attack strategy that I guess Oddity just were asleep for?
Yeah, well, as you said, there was all those players gathered up around the stairs, and Mindfreak were like, all right, well, site's open, let's go for the plant straight away. We're going to try and start wasting that utility, and none came.
So I guess that plant went down with about 1:10 on the clock. Was that really the issue for Oddity? They just weren't prepared for the plant to be attempted that early on.
Well, you were talking about that roam strategy, when really we saw them set up as if they went for roam, but everyone had gone back to site. Like, that Mozzie that I thought was going to be roaming up and around, no, he's at the bottom of those main stairs, as you said. So just completely caught off guard there from Oddity, not really expecting the, blitzkrieg.
I assume it would have been for a retake strategy, which is what we saw potentially prepared on the main stairs. But the real thing that's got me scratching my head is Vinny was sitting in Vault with his pulse scanner out, looking directly at the planter Why did he not call out that to the team? And like, it just looked like the team didn't know that that was happening. Did Vinny not have his scanner out?
I think Vast may not have been in position to start throwing out his smokes, and then there was no one else to start tossing out C4 nearby.
That's really not great.
Yeah, surely Vinny could have been able to run down there with his own C4.
Maybe there must have been a communication error there where Vinny either didn't call it or he did call it and no one else called it. They weren't able to do it, so Vinny didn't feel like he had to go and do it himself. It's just really puzzling because that's a huge oversight. That's not a minor oversight. That is a huge oversight. There's so much information gathering. There's the Thatcher is banned, so they couldn't have disrupted Vinny's pulse scanner. It's
when you plan for every eventuality and the one you didn't plan for, which is the most obvious, comes to be about.
Yeah, well, you know, this bank basement often becomes a bit of a tug of war on the timer of, you know, the attack have to attempt this plant as early as possible so that they can waste all of the utility, which just takes time. You know, 3 gas babes, all these C4s, potential impact grenades, you have to waste that time. And, well, Mindfreak didn't have to waste any at all. Their first plant attempt was successful.
Yeah, well, we saw Jack Daddy gathering all that information. You know, I think that Mindfreak were able to go so quickly because they were able to tell that there was no roamers. Even with that Jackal off the board, which, you know, is obviously used to find any roamers, if any at all. Like, we saw Jack Daddy's placement at the top of the stairs. He was able to see how many people were going down and going up. Like, that's a very easy way to make sure that there's no roamers, if you can account for everyone to be down on site.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Excellent drone work from Mindfreak. Very time efficient. You can see it's just 1 minute done, and they've cleared the whole map. Start moving downstairs. Excellent time management overall from Mindfreak on that previous round, and they seem to be doing the same thing this time around. Very thorough, and Oddity haven't made a move to punish them for any kind of oversight just yet.
Yeah, Oddity are just allowing them to, you know, dictate the pace. No real pushback. It's like, all right, when you're going for the plant is when we're going to try and deny you. But if they can get there early enough, you've got nowhere near enough utility. Here we go.
Nice.
This time, we're going to see Shaq downed. Was that the impacts?
Indeed, it was. Vast with his impact grenades. Vinny throws out his C4 but doesn't detonate it just yet. Not sure whether King still has his grenades left, but he was above that red hatch. And okay, that C4 has been spotted by Ippy Style. He has to peek around and shoot it. He does get that off, but Kings is still above that red hatch and can throw grenades at this default position. No, he's not actually. He's used all his grenades. That's a second set of impact grenades. This is a new meta coming out for plant denial.
Yeah, I really like this because there's none of that delay with like a C4 getting tossed on out. God Legion will find Kings elsewhere. Shaq very low. This is, you know, Mindfreak falling apart in this one, I think, Dev.
Excellent, excellent work so far for Oddity, redeeming themselves for that issue on the previous round, but Mindfreak still have 2 players at full HP and Shaq lying in wait. Jack Daddy drops down the red hatch, but to his own demise. Looks like it's just Cutie left remaining, and Mindfreak won't have the same success 2 times in a row. A perfect round from them in the first round is returned by a perfect of Oddities. And there you have it, we're 1-1 apiece.
It's that 2 good right hooks from either team to start us off here, Dev. Oof, nice shot.
It really just goes to show that both of these teams can deliver a very high standard of the game. And both of these teams can make mistakes. You know, Oddity, we saw how good that defense was, but we also saw some serious issues in that first round. And, you know, the mark of a great team is one that can really immediately make good on their mistakes. And Oddity did just that. We'll have to see whether they can continue to pivot onto the alternative bomb sites.
So going back to those impact grenades to deny the plant, right? It's like an instant throwable, isn't it? You don't have to wait for the smoke grenade to go off. You can instantly punish them when they start going for the plant.
And there's no audio cue for it.
Yeah.
Like a C4, you hear the C4 being ripped. You hear the C4 in the air.
Yeah.
But no impact grenades. It's much faster than a C4. You can't shoot it out of the air like a C4.
And it does chunk damage immediately, unlike a smoke grenade.
That's right. Great job, and you notice that Oddity brought 2 operators with impact grenades last round. You know, adopting a smoke with impacts, when he's in a great position, you know, that trajectory of the impact grenades is the exact same as it is for the smoke babes, so it's not difficult to learn that throw if you've already learnt it for the smokes. And then I guess the, who was the other operator with
They took it on Mozzie instead of a C4.
Really?
So they're choosing to bring impacts instead of the C4.
That's crazy. You know, when you have a choice between impacts and C4, and you're specifically wanting it for plant denial in that specific position, and you pick impact grenades, it's really telling. Oddity have certainly practiced that.
Yeah, I must say I'm very impressed with that. But new round, new day. What are they going to bring on this one, Dev?
Impact grenades again. We saw some good work in terms of the plant denial, but what much more standard is this. Okay, so Red's bringing a C4 in a site where you typically impact trick.
Yes, well, it was
over the top.
Vinny on the Mozzie last round, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And he's actually used both of his impact grenades. So it looks like we won't have any impact grenades to trick over the top. It'll be C4s instead, which can do the trick in theory.
Look at Todd's position as well. He's trying to hide all the way down in offices here. With God Legion, of course.
I love that. The two, you know, we've got Goddity and Toddity down there hiding together, hoping they don't get droned.
Well, my guess is that those guys are down there for the plant denial. I guess C4 up through the floor.
Yep, Todd to potentially protect God Legion or go for a late flank. Will there be any C4 to deny this thermite charge? There will not. There may well be for the second thermite charge, but doesn't look like it thus far. And there you go, 2 thermite charges open the 2 key CEO walls.
Yeah, so we see the thermite go. So maybe this position is to deny up through the hatch. It's something we've seen before.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And Todd's got himself very snug on top of that that filing cabinet, which may net him a better angle up through the hatch and into janitor's closet.
Yeah, it's right to the door,
wow,
isn't it?
That's a very nice angle, and you'd very rarely see people coming around the corner to peek that.
So maybe God Legion's there to protect Todd in that position.
I guess it's just a bit versatile, isn't it? You know, God Legion is currently just to protect Todd, and when it comes down to the thick of their round, God Legion and Todd together could go for a double flank up one of the staircases, or they could simply use that C4 that God Legion has in his pocket to deny the plant.
Thing is, they do have to make themselves a path into Archives where Kings is right now. Looks like Shaq's going to push in to get ready for the plant. Are they going to be caught off guard here once again? No, here comes the C4.
Oh, no, it misses!
Nowhere near. Oh, Red, he's going to down the Zofia, finished off. Can he find Shaq? No, but Vinny is going to find Kings downstairs. So it is a 2-on-3 man advantage in Oddity's favour. There's Jack Daddy with the Claymore onto Todd, bringing us to a 2-on-2, but Shaq here is so lit right now. Is he going to be able to survive this one?
It's a dangerous position, though, for the player on site. Shaq goes down, and now there's just the one player rappelling on the window. He could salvage this round, but it's difficult. Very stressful situation for him to cover, and 2 Oddity players will get the better of him, and they don't even have to jump out the windows. Vinny will clean that one up and allow God Legion to disable the diffuser. A great round from Oddity.
Great round, yes, but then again, they did let the plant go off with no denial once again.
Yes, and that was definitely too much of a risk for me, especially once again for the amount of information gathering that's being brought by Oddity. You know, we had, what, Valkyrie, Mozzie, Maestro. Was there even a pulse that round? I'm not sure.
No pulse.
No pulse. It was the castle instead. But, you know, that still is a, you know, trifecta of operators that really should be giving you that call much earlier that there is indeed a plant going down.
It's almost like Oddity are trying to be too clever here with some of their strats, isn't it, Dev? Like, it's
just a risk that I don't think is needed going for that retake. You know, they are very good at their retakes.
Yeah.
But you don't want to rely on that.
Well,
you want it to be a backup.
The fact that they let them be able to get into, like, open up the walls so easily, you'd think that they'd have a much better denial strategy.
As these rounds progress, we may well see Mindfreak adopt some slightly different tweaks to their attacks. They could prepare a little bit more for that retake scenario as they go for the plant, which could catch Oddity off guard. You know, it's Mindfreak are playing how they used to having to play. You know, you really invest a lot into just getting that plant down, because a lot of the time, getting that plant down means winning the round. But when it comes to Oddity and allowing this plant to get down on the ground and going for that retake, perhaps if Mindfreak makes some adaptations, they could completely catch Oddity off guard in that respect.
It's much more beneficial, though, Dev, to stop the plant while it's in progress and have, you know, the other attackers have to scramble to try and get into that position, exposing themselves once again to you and your teammates, and you know exactly where the plant's going to be trying to come from.
Yeah, that's right.
Then going for a retake, like it's...
Yeah, I agree. You know, Oddity need to fix that up. You know, they need to be a little bit more prompt. Anyhow, We're heading down to Archives and Tellers for this defense for Oddity. Good angles being utilized on the top floor from Mindfreak.
Felt like that was very close there.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a scary moment running around bank as a defender. Start of the action phase when people are likely repelling on these west and northern windows. If you're on the top floor, you may well be a sitting duck. It's a lot of lobby presence so far. Mindfreak doing their due diligence on the top floor as well, but they'll be confronted with some Oddity players as they attempt to push in. We can see a minimum of 2.
Isn't this what we saw last week, where it was a very heavy presence upstairs, and I think it was Oddity just went straight for the plant and got it down against Sinister?
Yeah, it can be a dangerous position, though. We know Oddity are happy to go for these retakes. Mindfreak, I think, needs to dedicate evenly, and they started off well by taking down the captain of Oddity. Vast goes down. That's only a castle, though, not a huge amount of utility lost, really, just the gun. Not a great one at that, but the pressure is being felt upstairs, and a great job from Shaq pinching with his teammates to finish off Vinny. That's the Maestro, and everything's going the way of Mindfreak. Just 2 players left for Oddity.
Yeah, great scan from the drone to allow him to get that kill there. So 5 on 2. Jack Daddy has taken some damage, and same as Ippy style. But you got to say, you know, Oddity are going to have to dig deep once again and try and get another clutch here to add to their clutch record.
A whole minute to go for Mindfreak. Good positions, and God Legion goes down. Just poor Todd left in a bit of a pinch. Does get one on the ground, but not finished off. And he has a lot of information to work with, but these shoulder peaks will bait him perfectly into Jack Daddy. A flawless round for Mindfreak.
What's that? 3 out of 4 rounds have been flawless now, Dev?
Exactly, and one of them was a very close 1 versus 2 retake. So tooth and nail between these 2 teams. You know, what was the expectation in that community vote?
60% what was it, 65, 15,
65
10?
or so to Mindfreak. I believe it was 15 on the draw, which is looking to be a serious possibility at this stage.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, I was saying Mindfreak lost the other day to power plays, which, you know, is definitely not as good as Oddity here. So, you know, I was kind of thinking that Oddity would have a very clear advantage here. But, you know, as we said, it comes down to the day and whether the players are feeling it or not sometimes.
I do feel like Oddity, you know, they have themselves to blame for some of these, you know, mishaps. You know, that first round, namely.
Yes.
I don't know what was going on there, but that's 1 round on the board, and you only lose 6, and then you forfeit the win, and the best you can do is a draw. And if you lose that 7th round, then you're going home with 0 points. And
interesting, different strategy here this time, Dev.
yeah, this is the same thing that Oddity were doing last night in their match against power players, rotating between multiple, defense strategies here on this downstairs bomb site. Something that Oddity have shown that they do enjoy doing. It's a little bit difficult to tell sometimes, you know, where is the reason behind switching. Is there, you know, a specific team play style that you want to counter by switching to one? Or is it just, hey, that one didn't work, let's try this one? Or, hey, we think they know that that strategy is what we do now, so let's change it.
Yeah, it's more of, I think you want to keep your opponents guessing and not being able to adapt quite to your strategy properly. But then, you know, there's the thought of, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, and then, of course, keep them guessing. They'll never know what we're exactly planning here.
That's right. We know Mindfreak pretty decent off the cuff. You know, in that previous round on the Archives defense, Mindfreak just played fairly simply. Oddity fell into their hands.
Well, looks like they're taking this presence through lobby a lot slower.
I like this. Good drone setup. On account of that default camera being taken out, the defenders won't otherwise have any information in the lobby, but you can see God Legion does find a second drone with his protecting himself inside of the Archives. He has some castle barricades to assist with that.
So yeah, I don't think Mindfreak were really expecting this much resistance up and around lobby now.
We've seen Mindfreak successfully clear the map 2 times in under a minute, and now that minute has passed, and still Oddity are clinging onto this roam. Think
so much info.
This could be the round to break this Mindfreak roam clear. If it gets too hot, Oddity can go downstairs as well.
Have they got the hatches open? Well, they've got God Legion patrolling these stairs at least.
Wow, the
Oof.
opening first 2 frags go the way of Oddity. Todd going big. Eventually, Vast is refragged, but 3 kills for Todd now. Just 2 left on the Mindfreak side, the 2 hard breaches, and this roam still very well established.
How has Shaq got himself into this position? This feels like it's in and behind the defensive lines. It is just the 2 hard breaches, so, you know, still a chance to execute here, but, you know, I think this might be a pretty unlikely round for Mindfreak to pick up. They'll have to dig deep themselves.
And Oddity are just playing patient on the back of this. You can see there's a temptation to push forward when you're in such a man advantage, but it's the worst thing they could do right now. They're just tagging up the players and then hiding. You know, every second they waste is a second that Mindfreak will have to claim back from them, and Shaq starts a little bit of work, but he eventually falls, or his teammate falls, leaving him all alone in a 1 versus 3.
Yes, that's definitely confirmed no ace for Todd now, as that was Redolent's kill, so Shaq in the 1 of 3. Todd's very lit up. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw all of Oddity just go back to site now. Like, I'm actually surprised we still have 1 on the roam up here.
Well, Shaq's the one who has to take some initiative and make a move. He has to drop down one of these hatches, and the remaining Oddity player upstairs will be in a perfect position for this flank, and, you know, Shaq's just playing for the kills. Stuck in a Legion mine. Red wins the fight, and there we have it. Oddity get another defensive win downstairs.
Well, you know, that strat was very nice, although of course it was backed up by a Todd 3K to kick things off.
If only we'd seen that, we would have been able to understand, you know, was that just a little trick from Todd where he caught players off guard? Or, you know, how tactical and reliable was that 3K?
One thing we did see was all that information in towards lobby. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what backed that. But, you know, kill feed up.
Yeah, we last saw it was God Legion roaming inside of the tellers, and Todd was upstairs, and you could see how much information, of course, we had on the lobby side. As soon as the attackers started to pinch towards God downstairs, Todd had a field day on the flank. The top floor now.
Last round of the half.
Yeah, and this was really the one that you were concerned, Monkey, about this plan denial, or lack thereof, from Oddity. Mindfreak were allowed to, once again, just go into the site and succeed on their first plant denial.
Sorry, what was that, Mindfreak?
Mindfreak, sorry, they were allowed to succeed on their first plant.
Yeah, I was like...
Not denial, pardon me. Same difference, right?
See, I thought that's what you meant, but then I was like, wait a minute, did I hear that wrong? But, yeah, you know, I was thinking, why aren't Oddity bringing in Echo? Like, you think that'd be a much better for denial, and I'm like, they've been running an IQ every round, and they've also been using it to great effect.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, I would say Echo would be exactly what Oddity needs right now to give themselves that extra second or two to confirm that plan denial, because, you know, Echo obviously it's not, doesn't kill the planter, it just makes him take longer to plant by forcing him to start over. But that could be exactly what Oddity needed to succeed on, you know, getting that perfectly timed peak or C4 or impact grenade or what have you. But great point regarding the IQ. I think that would counter any attempt at bringing in Echo.
See those long-range Hibana charges to take down some of these castle barricades?
Well, if you don't need them elsewhere, why not?
Yeah, and also it's to do with that buff against the Jaeger, of course. So, you know, an Ash charge potential to get caught. Sophia, same deal. But Hibana, also great guns.
Yeah, I love a bit of the Type 89. We're getting some successful breaches onto the CEO walls now. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're just keeping it very simple, aren't they? All right, take square stairs. No one square stairs. Nice. Let's go for the plant. Easy.
I think if Oddity do succeed a bit more on that plant denial, you know, downstairs maybe, and with the C4, God Legion has one in his pocket. That could make the difference. And even opening up the floor or just getting that C4 detonated, even if the explosion doesn't kill the planter, you'll have a perfect line of sight onto that default plant spot that Mindfreak seems so fond of.
Yeah, well, one thing they did last time is as soon as the thermite holes were opened up, we saw Shaq jump downstairs to start holding an angle into the archives. So I know we've got Cutie by the on the rappel, actually. Looks like Style's going to be the one to go downstairs instead.
Yeah, you can see the attackers are doing their best to prevent this downstairs presence from Oddity.
And look how much slower Mindfreak are going this time. They don't, you know, they know that shock and awe tactic might not work. And Cutie, he's in Banana, and he's also found Vast. Can he find a second?
No.
Yes, he's cleaned that up as Ippy Styles found Todd downstairs. God Legion will trade back onto Shaq, however, but this site is completely clear except for God Legion.
What an entry as well from Cutie. Doing a lot of work for Mindfreak. They have a significant player advantage and time in their favor, but that's ticking away by the second. They need to take the initiative. As we can see them slowly creep into the bomb site, into various areas. The two Oddity players to hold.
Ooh,
Perfect peek.
Nice trade though, however, by Red. He's going to down him. We heard the plant started, but Jack Daddy's thought better of it. Oh, that's a shot. Kings is going to go down. So this has gone from a 1-on-4 to a 1-on-2. Red also might be able to deny the plant. Yes, he will. Are we going to see another Oddity clutch here, Dev? 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The peak's going to come on out. No! Cutie, big round from the man. He's going to find that final kill and save his team after opening it up so convincingly.
What a round from Cutie. Those first opening frags and then the work in the middle of the round just to come down to saving what would have been a terribly embarrassing clutch. Mindfreak looks pretty good there. Oddity slipping up again and again, and Mindfreak, you know, it comes down to these individual players stepping up as needed, and that round Cutie did put the team on his back.
You know, I feel like we might not be giving Mindfreak enough credit here.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. You know, from the get-go, we've been saying that our expectations for Mindfreak are less than what they've proved in the past. And now they're stepping up again.
Do you think it's, you know, Mindfreak might be one of those teams where they play to their opponent's level?
I think that's such a hard thing to say. I don't even know how do you judge that, right?
Well, it seems like all their games are either games they can lose or can win, no matter who they're playing, right? Like, and it seems like it's like they're never heavily favoured, but you know, the games they win, this is what they win, and you know, like they lost to power plays.
Yeah.
During Raleigh qualifiers.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like it comes down a little bit to play style. Mindfreak play really simple. They play the same kind of stuff, but there are opportunities when an individual player will step up and take some initiative. You know, last round, Mindfreak wouldn't have had as much success if Cutie hadn't made an entry into the bomb site, snuck on inside, and found those 2 essential picks.
Yeah, it's actually a bit crazy that he was able to repel into Banana there.
It makes a huge amount of noise.
Yeah.
And usually the only way you can mask that noise is to spray with your weapon, and the gunfire, you know, masks the sound of the repel, but you know, doing that, you're going to leave the bullet trails everywhere, and the opponents are probably going to predict that you're either on the window, so they're going to pre-fire you, or that you're repelling in, so they're going to pre-fire you.
So yeah, once again, there's like that hole in Oddity's defensive setup that Mindfreak have been able to find and exploit, but you know, that's another half to worry about right now as we are onto Oddity's turn to attack. Now, Mindfreak are bringing in Echo Dev.
Yeah, but on the other side, you know, Oddity's make really good time. That's 40 seconds into the round and the first hatch is open. That is very, very surprising. You know, I very rarely see that level of time efficiency, but time efficiency to that degree typically results in mistakes. And you know, as we saw, you mentioned the Echo. We see Mindfreak have that information on the square stairs with that Echo drone still up there. A lot of information from the Pulse as well. In fact, 4 information operators for Mindfreak. They'll be able to execute some very well thought out decisions based on that information when it comes to the late and the mid round.
These are some very strange Echo drone placements, aren't they?
Are they expecting a rear push from the vault hatch maybe? Is that why there's an Echo drone over there?
Both of them are upstairs, aren't they?
No, one's in vault.
Okay, one's in vault, but the other one is, you know,
in the square stairs. I guess it could drop down very quickly into the server with the server hatch open.
Yeah, but that hasn't been opened.
Hasn't it? I think you might be right. That's a good point. Wow, look at how much barbed wire there is.
Spiky floor, that's what it is.
Vast wants to deny this key position in the garage.
I love this.
He's going to smoke it when he thinks the time is right and not want to go for the plant. That's because the Maestro playing in garage will typically utilize that angle to shoot through onto the planter, through those bars, but time is delayed by Jack Daddy's gas onto the default plant spot.
Another one, here comes another denial. You know, they're going to play this game, but we know how it's going to end up. Jack Daddy's going to run out before the time has expired, so the C4s are going to be pre-ripped and ready to go. And then, of course, we've got some Echo drones to come on down. So,
Plus 2 C4.
Yeah, what Oddity really need is someone to hit these flanks hard when they're not expecting it.
This is looking really good for Mindfreak. I know that they've lost a lot of utility, but still in a good position, in my opinion. That's a C4 shot out of the air, and the Capitao utility also being wasted away. That's all of it gone now. Oddity will have to rely on an entry, and God Legion's happy to take that. He takes down Shaq. The Echo player, that's a huge pick. They won't be able to deny using the Yokai any longer. Mindfreak needs to deny this plant. Oddity trying to force it down. It's Todd trying to make it play. Cutie wants to find the angle. He does eventually take out the plant, and that'll make the round for Mindfreak.
What a round from Mindfreak. And Oddity, you know, we spoke about how, you know, their tactical depth, that really looked uninspired there, Dev.
There was just not much going on to counter all of the different elements that Mindfreak were bringing to the table. You know, 2 C4, Maestro cameras, the 2 Yokais, the smokes, and the smokes were the thing that really challenged them the most, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I was going to say the only thing that they did differently, or, you know, that seemed new, was that smoke from the Capitao above. But even then, that was...
It didn't make the difference.
Yeah, it didn't make the difference at all. Like, it's...
The biggest problem there for Oddity was they lost their plant because the Maestro shot him from that angle that they were trying to counter with the smoke.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Then they had to go deep into the site, and Cutie was able to deny it from a pretty safe and snug position.
Yeah, Oddity not really crossing all the T's and dotting the I's. Mindfreak, they just... I don't know what it is. It's really difficult to put your finger on. They always seem to be able to find that tiny little... tag at the end that they can just grab onto and take hold of the round.
Yeah, like as I said, on their attack, they were poking and prodding, trying to find the weak spot. And, you know, on the defense, it's more of... That was a very turtle strat, wasn't it? It's like, you know, 45 seconds, open the hatch, no worries, we've got enough denial to last this whole time.
It's funny, really, because I was saying how Oddity, they were opening up the first hatch with 2 minutes and 20 on the clock. That's only 40 seconds down. They have so much time, and yet the smokes were still up until about 30 or 20 seconds left on the clock, at which point we still had C4s and Echo drones and the Maestro sitting in garage. I think that the biggest weakness for Oddity seems to be that they don't take enough initiative when, well, you know, Mindfreak are happy to just send a player in there and get him to get a kill or two. And Oddity struggle with that a lot more.
Yeah, so do you think it's more because they have this regimented style where no one wants to be the one to go and make the mistake, so to speak?
I think you might be right. That's definitely a part of it. Mindfreak have taken the lead now, and things are starting to look up. They are on the defense side as well, which in the current meta seems to be favored, and I think that, you know, I think the defense is pretty solid on this map.
Oh, Fast opening up the angle from Stock, but
Oh,
Cutie!
no!
He's going to land that instead.
Excellent shot from Cutie, and
They
that's
had the info there as
the
well.
Capitao down. Once again, information doing so much work for Mindfreak. Kings does find one pick, but he's traded, which is the Maestro, so that's a lot of utility lost. But still, Mindfreak have the man advantage as a result.
You know, I think they're perfectly fine with that because they took down all the hard breach with that peak there, and looks like Cutie might be able to capitalize on this one as well. At the same time, God Legion has found Jack Daddy, but you know, this information gathering and, you know, aggression from Mindfreak back at it has been great.
You can see the 2 remaining. Oh, what? No way! Cutie stepping up huge this game, and Vinny is the last man standing. 2 more to find. Using the SMG-11 in this close range engagement, but Shaq's not going to let him get past. Mindfreak steal ahead with 2 rounds on their defense.
Cutie is stepping up this game, isn't he? He's had so many impactful rounds and frags.
And that's not something we'd typically see. You know, Cutie is quite a supportive player on their roster.
Yeah, but yeah, as I was saying, that peak from the Maestro, that should not have happened, and that took down their hard breacher trying to breach into the site. This was just an all-out aggression Mindfreak we saw.
And it's working perfectly against Oddity, falling back into their own shell at the moment.
Well, that's what I was thinking when we saw Oddity play Acme on the weekend, right? Just the mindless aggression we were seeing from Acme was just destroying them time and time again. Like, you know, as you said, they play regimented, you know, they're very strat heavy, but it seems like, you know, they're too focused on that. They can't worry about the randomness that comes from Siege sometimes.
Which is funny because, you know, some of those players on Oddity are those that you would expect to go for those, you know, crazy, aggressive,
Like
mindless
jump outs,
plays.
yeah.
You know, God Legion and Todd, you know, they're crazy, aggressive players who just go and, you know, they go frag and just go and do what you want.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of player. But I think maybe that environment is actually, as you mentioned, working against Oddity at the moment. That level of regimentation can prove to have strategic dominance, but in the end, if you're in a 3v5, there's only so far that you can get with strategy.
Yeah, that's true. So, 2 on the trot for Mindfreak on their defense. They're looking very strong. This is something we've seen Mindfreak on this roster do for ages, isn't it?
Yeah, rotation from inside of the bomb site and archives into that admin office. So this bomb site was not successfully defended by Oddity.
It was a flawless, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mindfreak did very well on this attack. Not sure whether that's reflective of the bomb site itself or Oddity's skill on the bomb site, which may well translate into their attack. Difficult to say at this point, but for me, the most essential thing that we can look at here is just how on fire some of these Mindfreak players are. I think that's going to continue. Look at Cutie, 11.
You know, I was talking to him before this game. We're in a Discord chat with some other people. You know, I was talking to him how I had said that I think Oddity have got this one. He's like, the haters only make me play stronger. And, you know, I think I might have inspired you here, Dev. I might need to send an apology to the Oddity guys.
Still just to clear the top floor at the moment for Oddity. What they need to be most concerned about is Cutie playing this position with a little punch hole.
I think all they have to be concerned about is Cutie.
Well, apparently they'll have to worry about Kings as well because he'll take down one of the star fraggers of God Legion. King's getting a second. That's both of the key fraggers for Oddity off the table, and Cutie and King's still both allowed upstairs. Mindfreak looking to at least lock out the draw this round. King's in such a good position. He finds 3 kills. You should never have this to happen. It looks like we may well see another flawless round. Red wants to say something about it, but it's just a Thermite left. He has a mountain to climb, and, well, I hope he brought his pick.
Nice. Well, no flawless round as he is going to find Cutie. So technically this is a 1-on-3 run now because Kings is down. Looks like Kings is going for a bit of information. Clean up there for Red. So 1-on-3. Are we going to see another clutch here, Dev, from the Oddity boys?
I don't know. We saw a lot last week against Sinister, but, you know, Mindfreak are no Sinister. And we've seen Oddity not be themselves in this game. Mindfreak seem to be on fire. Itby Style already found a kill in this round. However, this could be the drop. Red finds another kill. 3 kills on the round. But eventually taken down by the shotgun. Mindfreak on 6 points now. They've guaranteed themselves the draw and are looking very, very good moving forward in this match.
I was sitting there with bated breath. I was like, he's going to do it, the mad lad. But not to be in the end. That smoke shotgun right in your face. You're dead. But as, you know, 100% defensive record so far for Mindfreak, so, you know, this might be all over Red Rover right now, Dev.
Is it just me, or does this feel like a really quick game? I know that we've seen 9 rounds. That's quite a lot of Rainbow, but this feels like a quick game.
There was a few rounds that ended really quickly, like, you know, particularly that last one. Like, what was it, still a minute on the clock at least?
What is it about Mindfreak that is really, you know, put them on the pedestal this round?
They do look really prepared for Oddity. Well,
do you think it's a playstyle preparation? Because it's not like, it's really easy to see when you're watching teams that play with, you know, I'm using quotation marks, strats, air quotes strats. You know, you have a lot of different strats. So you bring out the Monty strat or the or whatever. You know, you can see it. You bring out the castle strat on defense. It's really easy to see when a team is specifically bringing something out to counter another team. But the way that Mindfreak are playing, you know, this just looks like Mindfreak are playing their game that they scrim and that they play.
Yeah.
But individually, they are stepping up and they are getting themselves into positions and using that information from their teammates to make significant plays.
I want to say they're playing a very simple style, aren't they? They are, you know, just leveraging these information ops and just working off that. Gather information. All right, you got the information, go for that kill. Nice.
Yeah, and I think Cutie and Kings have both done their T-Hunt warm-ups tonight.
Yeah, they've both been on fire, haven't they?
This downstairs defense for Mindfreak looked indomitable as well. Oddity really were, you know, they had some cool ideas for how to counter the different aspects of the Mindfreak defense, but just look at that. Like, every single operator Mindfreak's bringing to the table has some form of plant denial.
Cover me. Reloading.
Oddity have made good time once again. 30 seconds in and they've taken control of open area. Really good, you know, time management, but I just don't have faith that that will translate into baiting out that utility in the plant.
I think they need to do something else while they're going for the plant as well. Send someone down main stairs or something. Like, they need to leverage more control. Just the one-dimensional push is not quite working out with all that denial on the board.
I reckon just like drop God and Todd down a hatch and see what they can do. Something like that. You know, we need to see that X factor from Oddity that Mindfreak are bringing us round after round.
Here we go, 2 minutes on the clock and they are almost ready to go for the plant. Will be any moment now at least. All this flank watch drone set on up as well.
Thatcher banned out means Kings will continually be able to gather information for his team. Cutie, we've seen how confident he is on these peaks. He'll continue to do so from this long angle. A lot of utility Oddity have to counter some of these anchor positions, grenades and those incendiaries, but
Oddity just haven't started baiting out any of it either.
Minute 20, this is really where you need to start baiting this out, you know? Smokes, C4s, echo drones, maestro cameras, starting to do the work, and there's a smoke gone down to deny that line of sight that Ippy Style wants to use. Flashbangs as well, but that's the first smoke gone out. You know, all that effort and utility from Oddity, and there's one gas babe.
Yeah, not quite enough just yet, is it? I really think they need to leverage some more control here. Looks like God might be the player to try and do that, as the plant is going to be started but stopped once again. No utility this time either. Here comes the C4 and the smoke. Todd will find it be Style. We're going to see the plant attempted once again. Very worried about the garage here.
Todd in garage could make a serious play, but Kings wants to get this denial going. The echo drones are still up. There is just so much that Mindfreak have going for them. That said, Todd's taking matters into his own hands. That's a missed C4, and Todd finds his second on the round. Plant going down, and looks like we might have a redemption for Oddity.
Yeah, is the fight back on, the comeback on? They've got to win 3 rounds. This one's looking like a shoe-in, but I don't want to speak too soon, as there still is 3 members up for Mindfreak.
It's a difficult position on the retake, but anything's possible. Shaq has the ACOG to take this long-range fight against Todd in the garage. He'll make the peek. He should have some information in lieu of that Maestro camera as well. Don't know if a teammate is on it. Peeking around the next corner, but Todd finds his 3rd on the round. 4th for Todd, just Kings remaining. Surely he wants to find this ace, and Todd with the ace to save the round for his team. Monkey, you mentioned that it's Oddity need to have some kind of push from another direction. I think Todd was listening.
Yeah, right through the garage, and he's going to line them all up and take them on down. 5 for Todd. And a flawless round as well, so, you know, you can't be more dominant than that.
Still, with the form that we saw of Oddity in the previous rounds, I'm not convinced we're going to see the draw. Mindfreak still looking very, very strong.
Yeah, they've got 2 more attempts at defense, and, you know, they're going to try this lockers once again, so...
I guess that you could say that the one thing that's made the round slip away for Mindfreak was the fact that Ippy Style died in garage. And if he hadn't, and he had killed Todd, or at least scared off Todd, then the round just wouldn't have gone the same way.
Yeah, that's pretty well just a heads-up gunfight, isn't it? 50-50.
No, what? Let's say if Mindfreak are now more prepared for that, what if Oddity spent, send 2 people into garage to refrag? You know, what can Oddity do? You know, they can't guarantee that they're going to be able to win that fight again. There is a lot wrong with this take that just isn't going to be fixed by that one thing. Look at Fast, still struggling, 0 and 7.
At least he's got his 2 assists in there, otherwise he might be our new favourite secret agent.
I don't, yeah. But really, you know, Vast is the IGL and the captain, or actually, he's at least the captain, you know, he doesn't fully IGL anymore, but, you know, is there any redemption for that donut? Or, I don't know, is that what's letting Oddity down? Because, you know, looking at the rounds, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It really feels like when Oddity lose a round, it's because they're losing 3-4 people, like, in a row.
Yeah, it feels like Oddity, you know, winning as a team or losing as a team, except for that round we saw with Todd. Otherwise, you know, Mindfreak, we can very comfortably say, you know, what is the player who's making the big impact on each round?
Cutie?
Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah. So we have Style in garage once again, as you said. Shaq is nearby, so I don't know. There's no real easy way to clear out this, is it? Like you kind of got to hope that you know the Maestro falls off the angle just as you sneak someone in behind.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible a lot of the time against the Maestro, who's very aware of that push. I still reckon we could see some kind of hatch drop from Oddity, and it may well work. Looks like Todd's going to head down onto the garage, see if he can accomplish the same thing he did the previous time. It's going to be a challenge, especially with it be Style more wary for it.
We've just seen so much anchorage on this bomb site, haven't we, Dev?
And it seems to work as well. Was that some... Wait.
Is that shot, maybe? Maestro camera?
I think... I'm not sure, but there was a thermite charge that definitely did not go off. Was that the one inside of the bomb site, inside of the A bomb site? Because if that hatch is still solid, that's a huge impact on the rest of the round.
Well, I think it was the default plant wall has not been blown up.
Maybe there was a Maestro in the servers. That would make a lot of sense.
That's what I'm thinking. Like we heard it start burning and then it stopped. So is this going to throw a spanner in the works for Oddity? I'm guessing yes, Dev.
Yeah, it should be hugely. That said, Todd has some good information on this Maestro. And let a teammate really to be on this drone to coordinate it, and because his drone won't be able to move after that occurs. Looks like they're
gonna go drop plant. Here we go.
It's a good strategy, difficult one to pull off, but Red starting this plant down. Cutie's going to go on inside, and he can't see the player anyway. He has to assume he's in the smoke, and he makes a perfect read. Finishes it off with the knife. Vinny caught off guard as well. Just God Legion left to save the game, but he goes down, and Mindfreak pick up the map #1 against Oddity Esports here on Bank.
Beautiful stuff there from Mindfreak, Dev. You know, they've proved the community vote right, and, you know, they've proved us as the naysayers wrong.
Yeah, now we're just going to look silly because, you know, the community vote was right and we were oh so wrong.
Oh,
well, I think that was an excellent game from Mindfreak. You know, fun fact, they started the night in the top of the standings and they're cementing their position up there.
You know, it seems like Cutie did take what I said to heart. You know, he was very upset about the way I voted and, whoops.
I think maybe that's what he really cared about, was just proving you wrong. I mean, you know, we all like to do it every now and then. Wow, what a game. That was an excellent showing from Mindfreak, and they've really redeemed themselves in a lot of people's eyes, I think. You know, we're talking about coming off of, you know, they had to forfeit actually in the Raleigh qualifiers when they played against Oddity last, which they didn't actually play. Like, this would be a rematch if that match had actually been played, but, you know, Mindfreak had to forfeit, unfortunately. But then, you know, moving on after that in the bracket, after they went down to the loser bracket, they lost to Power Plays. As you mentioned, Challenge League promoted team. You know, Oddity defeated them last night, so we don't... It's a bit of a comparative result, right?
Yeah, and I really do think that this might be coming down to the fact that Oddity were just not ready for that kind of aggression. Like we saw it on defense, you know, the defenders getting very aggressive up in the face of Oddity, and, you know, they had no answer for it. They were getting shot in the back, in the side, you know, from angles they weren't expecting at all.
So most of you thought that Mindfreak were going to win last time, and you were right. What about this next time? We have one more best of 3 between these, one more best of 1 rather, between these two teams. Go and vote on our socials about who you think's going to win. Is Oddity going to come back? Are we going to see a tie? Or is Mindfreak just going to keep on keeping on? You tell us. Go and vote, and we'll get back to you on the results of that one after we come back. I don't know. I'm starting to feel the Mindfreak hype now.
Yeah, well, Dev, you know, you were all on the Oddity train at the start of the season, weren't you?
I really thought that Oddity were looking much better this season. You know, they're the only team in the region who's had a boot camp specifically for this Pro League. And that's going to give you something, right?
Yeah, for sure. But as I said, I think it just comes down to aggression. And if Oddity can tame it in this next map, I think they might be coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we have seen on the Oddity side of things, we have seen them fall recently. They lost in the Six Masters on the weekend to Acme, which is you know, an up-and-coming team that didn't make it into the Pro League. Mind you, they had to play with their coach instead of Todd on the weekend, and we saw how impactful Todd was when he got that ace. So I don't know, like I hadn't really expected Oddity to drop the ball like this.
But as I previously mentioned, Acme are another very aggressive team, and so I think that might be their Achilles heel, and teams might be looking on, going, all right, this is how we can take them to it.
I think Mindful will be feeling pretty well after that game. We've got another one coming up very shortly, so stick around. We'll be back after this really quick break. Welcome back. It is Pro League time once again. We've had one map so far and it's time for another. This is the ANZ Pro League for those just joining us, one of the sub-regions of the Asia Pacific. My name's Dev and this is Monkey, and we've got another match. Pretty good one so far as well.
Yeah, definitely. We saw some great individual plays in the Mindfreak versus Oddity just then, and you know what? We've got a double dose for you. We get to see him again.
Yeah, bit of a special thing about the APAC Pro League, right? A little bit different to NA, EU, Latin America, because you get to see 2 matches from each pair of teams per night. A little bit more like a best of 3 in that way. You can have a little bit of that adaptation between the maps.
Yeah, that's true. And then, you're not also playing on the exact same map later in the season. And, yeah, definitely, I like this one a bit better, I must say.
Yeah, no, we're not biased at all or anything, but look, it's shaping up to be a good match, this one in particular as well. We saw the community vote from the last time around. It was, it wasn't what we had predicted, and we thought that the community were maybe dreaming a little bit, but turns out they proved us wrong.
The thing is, Dev, when we're wrong, that's just as exciting as when we're right,
Yeah, that's a fair point. If we're wrong, it's really about, why are we wrong? Why did we think that was the case in the first place? And, what does it mean that, there is a potential upset?
Well, not only that, it shakes up the scene and, is everything we knew previously a lie.
I like that. It's kind of hard when I take all these notes and you just disprove everything. But, hey, that's just what Mindfreak are doing tonight. It's been a good match so far. I don't know, is there any kind of redeeming thing that we can say for Oddity going into map number 2?
Well, they had some good ideas, and, we also saw Todd step up pretty good. I think Vast had a very difficult map, so if they can get him more into the game, maybe we can see things go a bit differently.
Well, I guess it'll come down to the maps as well. So let's take a look at the veto. We just saw Bank, so that's taken off the table. Border will join it. Any predictions on this one, Monkey?
Club or Consulate was my guesses.
All right, Cafe taken off, no Consulate. So Clubhouse still alive. I don't know.
The suspense.
Coastline. Yeah, there you go. Well done. He knows his stuff, he does.
2 in a row.
Yeah, 2 out of 2.
Except I can't predict who wins.
No, well, what are you feeling on this one? Tell me about Clubhouse. Why were you thinking that beforehand, and what are we going to expect moving into this?
Well, it's just a map that both these teams are very comfortable with. Going as for the scoreline, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Mindfreak win or a draw. That's what I'm thinking now after what we saw last map.
Yeah, and diving into some of these results as well for Clubhouse last week with Oddity, they did win, but it was only very narrowly, and it was on the back of a 1v3 clutch against Team Sinister. And that didn't look very convincing.
They had a ton of clutches that match, didn't they?
Yeah, and a clutch doesn't really tell you a lot about the whole game, right? It shows up individual players, but really, if there's something systematically going wrong with the team, then that's not necessarily highlighted.
Yeah, well, one of the things the players were talking about on Twitter and such is that, yes, we finally won a map of Clubhouse with Vinny on the roster, because they seem to either always draw or just lose. So, I don't think they have a ton of confidence in that regard heading into this one.
Maybe it was a bit poetic that Vinny was the player to get the 1v3 to win them the game then. Well, what do you guys reckon? It was already pretty Mindfreak swung the first time. Let's see what the community vote says this time. I reckon it's going to be even more so.
Yeah.
There you go.
75% to Mindfreak. We still have some Oddity diehards out there, though, 15%.
Yeah, well, they've got a pretty substantial fan base, I reckon, locally. They've really been cultivating recently across multiple titles and streamers and such. Still, I feel like the draw is more likely than it was on the previous map, and we're actually seeing a reduction in the percentage votes for draw.
Yeah, I think anyone that was on the fence and going draw has gone over to Mindfreak.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I still feel like personally, maybe 60 or 70 to Mindfreak, and draw is the next biggest possibility.
You got no faith in Oddity now?
No, I do. It's just it's tough options, right? Hey, I'm not about predicting. I'm about explaining. That's where I'm at. So what do you reckon, Monkey?
In terms of what predicting?
Look, if you would venture so far as to
money
dare,
on the table.
Do it.
Well, obviously, I'm just going to go for mine for it because I like to bet safe.
Yeah, like to bet safe and bet with the fans as well.
Yeah, well, it's more of like, betting off previous history. Like in the recent history shows that Mindfreak are better than Oddity. Like it's.
I mean, how recent? Recent as in this match
This
right
day,
now,
yeah.
as in not the matches they've played previously. Well,
Yeah.
we'll have to see. It is, of course, Clubhouse. This is last season's 3rd seed team in Mindfreak versus last season's 4th seed in Oddity. A real dogfight for what could potentially be the 3rd place in the ANZ Pro League.
Yeah, as for operator bans, Dev, do you reckon we might see a Kaid ban once again?
I think it's on the table, you know.
Looking forward towards defense bans, of course.
I mean, that said, Mindfreak were the ones to ban it last time, and they didn't ban the Thatcher this time, which was, paired with that Kaid ban. So I wouldn't be too surprising. As for these 2 attack bans, Capitao and Maverick are both very much staple operator bans for Clubhouse, both of which are very, very powerful. The Capitao can counter a lot of positions with those firebolts, behind blue, bandit tricking in different positions, and the Maverick as well is incredibly versatile across all of the bomb sites, whether it's getting hatches or countering bandit trick.
Looking back to the previous map, I really felt like the utility the Oddity were bringing, they really weren't using to its fullest potential. That Capitao really not impactful. They also brought a Lion, and I don't think I saw the E1D popped once.
Yeah, that particular round where they picked the Lion, and that was just a horrendous round on all fronts. We saw a lot of flawless rounds in the previous match. Some went the way of Oddity, but most of them were for Mindfreak.
Do you think these teams are just snowballing rounds? Is that what we think's happening? Like, it was a fairly large amount of flawless rounds.
Look, the rounds where they were flawless to me were Mindfreak. Well, when it was a Mindfreak flawless round, it was they exploited just a significant weakness of Oddity, and then Oddity fell apart around it. With Oddity, it was either that they were very, very organized and Mindfreak, perfectly countered the Mindfreak setup, or it was just that one time when Todd went crazy and had a single player who just asserted himself inside a garage, which counted all the positions of the defenders. So, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Mindfreak starting on the defense on this map, which is a flip from what we saw on Bank. Previously, it was a 3-3 split at the end of the half, which proved to be not nearly enough defense wins for Oddity to persevere.
Yeah, well, Bank is one of those more defender-sided maps, isn't it?
And I think Clubhouse would be even more so.
Oh, yeah.
Depends on the operator bans, of course. That Capitao off the table certainly, and the Maverick, gives the defensive side a lot more safety. You're not worried about getting flushed out of some of those key positions by those incendiary bolts, or silently opened some of these reinforced walls with that Maverick.
Well, it's definitely going to make opening the reinforced wall with the Maverick here so much harder. We're going to see it bandit tricked, and no Maverick to just be able to blow it open in his face. So they're going to have to take below and nade it out, or time their Thatchers just right. Maybe even the Zofia charges can also deny the bandit trick.
Yeah, to me the best way to counter this bandit trick is to use the Thatcher to clear out the original bandit batteries, and then put one of the concussions from Zofia through the drone hole. And assuming that you've wasted all the ADSs near that, it should disrupt the animation of the bandit placing that bandit charge.
They might get it off if he's not paying attention.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Perfect.
Oh, he's going to try it. No, Kings, get out of there. Oh, sorry, Jack.
It works perfectly. Great strategy. First time I ever saw that was from Team Empire, who did it to perfection at the Milan Pro League Finals, and since then it's really been far more widespread. And Mindfreak didn't have any answer for that, so Oddity take that first objective of opening that key wall. Still, that's not the whole story.
Yeah, they've got to play off of it now. You can't just do the non-gunfighting stuff. You need to start getting some picks, and it looks like they're trying to hunt Shaq over here on the Valkyrie. He's in a pretty exposed position, and they are losing a lot of drones to him.
He may well get baited into peeking this position. No, he does,
How
but
does he survive?
No way you should have survived that, but Vast comes out from the main stairs and does finish him off. Still, shouldn't have stayed alive for as long as he did.
Alright, so maybe God Legion played that perfectly, like making sure he stayed safe and letting his opponent shoot him in the back. Sorry, his other teammate shoot him in the back.
It worked out at the end of the day, and I guess that's what matters.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, all they lost was that one drone that Shaq was allowed to take out. Now that Jack Daddy has rotated his bandit batteries over onto the construction-facing wall, it'll be up to Vast to take those out with a frag grenade. Should be a freebie, there you go. And Jack Daddy should be aware of this. Now he's pinged out the wall. He's aware that Oddity are going to attempt to open it. Not sure if there's any potential for... Oh!
That's a Kaid.
Nice. Perfect. Good job from Cutie. He has another one in his pocket as well. So Vast may well have to use his second frag to destroy that.
Which he will. And then we'll surely see another one followed up, but oh, is Cutie going to be quick enough? No, this is going off.
That key wall, second key wall, I guess, on the objective now opened up, but still has a potential for Mind Freak, because of course, Oddity still have to file into this bomb site and flush out the key positions. Jack Daddy throws out a C4 to no success. He's trapped at the moment in this key position, but Cutie could do some damage from below. Jack Daddy winning this gunfight. This is really what it comes down to for Mind Freak on the objective. And King's jumping in the fray as well. Finally, there's a reply from Oddity, but it doesn't seem to be enough as they're in the numbers disadvantage. Plant forcing down. Just Vinny here. He finds the 1 kill. He has to lock this plant down. Cutie's the last man standing as C4 doesn't find its target. He has to retake against 2 players.
Yes, Plant successfully down. This round really went lopsided quickly here for Mind Freak and Vast to clean it up in the end. Beautiful stuff from Oddity. I thought they were all done and gone.
When push came to shove, Oddity stepped it up, but it was far too close for comfort. And the fact that those Mind Freak players were allowed to deal so much damage in those positions on site after being droned out is a serious concern. Jack Daddy and Kings both found frags after Oddity had opened up all of the key entry points.
Yeah, well, I think that comes down to the Mind Freak aggression once again. Like, it's not a position you'd expect someone to just peek you from. Like, surely you'd think they'd be losing it every day of the week, but Jack Daddy's got that confidence. He's got that mojo.
And we also saw once again a bit of a flashback from what Vinny showed us last week on this very map. You know, when times are dire, he's happy to just step it up even when it comes down to, you know, pistol frags in the dire seconds of the round.
Yeah, he got that headshot through the wall, didn't he, onto the Maestro of Kings. Interesting that Oddity just didn't really care about what was going on in Garage. They just ignored it.
I think it can be so difficult to take Garage sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even now that the developers have removed those small pixel peaks between the bars at the Garage scaffolding or the catwalk, it's still really, really a defensive favored position. Whoever's playing up there has such an advantage, and sometimes it's better to just, as Oddity did, avoid that position.
So we saw Jack Daddy put one bandit battery down here in Garage, right, on that wall that you'd see opened up by a Habana to deny the rotate or even use the Capitao bolt. Okay, no Capitao, but you know, use the Capitao bolt should deny that bandit trick position as well.
Yeah, well, it's really just going to waste an EMP if Oddity decide to do it. And I think that, you know, one bandit battery for one EMP, that's a trade that I would take as the bandit any day of the week.
It sounds like they've already gotten it open, actually. Oh, but here's some aggression,
no!
Shaq! Oh, I can't quite find it.
That timing was so close for Shaq. Vast has the sledge. He could open this jacuzzi wall, but if he hasn't droned it out, okay, he'll drone it out. That'll be a bit safe for him. No, okay. He's going to pre-fire through the wall.
I think the call came out that, oh, he was there.
Yeah, and I think that he's been droned out and decided to leave off, head elsewhere.
Go a fair way away all the way to strip, so he's probably getting ready to go for a run out.
Yeah, in fact, there are quite a few good run out positions from strip. Is making his way towards at the moment. You can flank anyone who's repelling or playing outside of the garage. He has this very good camera which he can use for information on that run out. He'll just wait for the opportune moment. Can't see anyone at the moment.
Gonna take a peek anyway, but yeah, nothing coming from it. Where's the rest of the Oddity push going down, however? It's a presence on the roof. Alright, they haven't even got the wall open just yet. In fact, Jack Daddy... Okay, the Electric Claw is going to take him down.
So it was so easy last time for Oddity to open this wall. My question is, what did Mind Freak do to prevent the same strategy from working again?
I think ADS placement, that's the only thing I can think of the top of my head.
You can counter those ADSs with...
flashbangs, whatever.
Yeah, and the Thatcher, you know?
Well, what is Red doing here? Oh, he's got no more exothermic charges. I was going to say, why is he peeking so aggressively? But he's the Thermite with no exothermic charges.
My God,
he's all the way inside! But Kings is there to clean him up. God Legion and Vast to find their own before Itby Style can respond. This is just a straight up run into sight YOLO rush. Beautiful shot there from Vast to turn this into a 2-on-2. And wow, Dev, how has this turned out like this?
Just God Legion now in a 1 versus 2. He has some information, but not everything. And he's all out of utility. A beautiful headshot. Cutie goes down. He doesn't know where the final player is, and he is, in fact, on the flank. Oh, but pre-fired through the wall, and Shaq cleans him up. Perfectly on the back of that information from the Maestro camera. Shaq steps up, comes back from his flank in perfect timing, and salvages that round for Mindfreak.
Yeah, God Legion in that 1v1 there. It really looked like he was caught up in indecision. He was like... He didn't exactly know where the opponent was coming from, so he decides to run around, not sure where to pre-aim, and just goes down as Shaq arrives at the perfect time. But what a round, Dev. It was very explosive there, and I think Oddity, you know, almost salvaged something there.
I mean, it was a good idea. One of the biggest critiques we had of Oddity on map number 1 was the fact that, you know, when things didn't go to plan, they didn't have any kind of, you know, you could call it a YOLO strat. You know, it's what you said. You know, it's like just a contingency where you can be like, all right, let's jump in and try and find some frags, because that's what Mindfreak were doing great. And Oddity gave it a shot that round. And
but do you need a strat for, all right, let's just jump in and go for it?
Yeah, okay, it's not a strat. It's more just like, you know, the players need to be confident and able to do that. And practice in doing that, you need to have your communications down pat, so you're prepared to do that.
Like, for example, the very first thing they did was they knew exactly where the Kaid was, so that's where they went straight for, and they traded him immediately.
Yeah, that was a good trade setup. Still, the problem was that Oddity only fought for trades. Well, they only were able to fight for trades, and
yeah,
so the numbers dwindled on their side just as they did on the side of Mindfreak. But see a defense now elsewhere, but still a setup inside of Cash. It's the bedroom extended into Cash hold. Something we see fairly commonly. Control over Cash often dictates whether players can play on that south balcony and address those windows, which look directly into the 2 bomb sites. That Cash hold will allow Mindfreak to still have some kind of presence and prevent Oddity from playing so freely on that balcony.
This is one of those bomb sites where we do see an alibi come out fairly often. And in fact, Ibistar was spotted all the way down an oil pit. He's going to piece on out of there. He doesn't want any of that. Looks like they've only got 1 wall reinforced into CCTV.
Drywall work coming up.
Is that mute jammer? No? Okay. Oh well. So, the key wall open, and yeah, you're right. There's just the 1 wall into CCTV, or into Cash rather, between Cash and CCTV. That is reinforced. Not sure whether that was a lack of reinforcements, miscommunication, or intentional.
Well, I think they also reinforced one of the walls into Garage as well, so...
Well, reinforcing that wall into Garage prevents the long angle into Cash, but not reinforcing this wall allows this long angle into construction, and potentially exposing more positions inside of Cash itself.
Ibistar took a lot of punishment from God Legion's peak there, but looks like Oddity are having a lot of trouble clearing this position out. They're waiting for the information to be called. In fact, there it is. Oh. Jack Daddy stuck right in the corner, and there's the peak from God Legion. Catches him at the perfect time, and Cutie, he's going to go on out of there. He's given up connector control fully.
And that was, in fact, a pre-planned strategy, I'm fairly certain. Judging by the reinforcement right next to God Legion right now, that was surely planned to prevent some long angles.
Sto was in here, and they're not even aware. What? There we go. He's popped up from behind some of the plywood there, and he's going to get out scot-free.
Kill onto the thermite as well. I don't think they opened the jacuzzi wall, so that's a bit of a question mark. Still, Todd does have some hard breach available.
I think. Oh, run out.
Oh! Finally does find that head. Bit worried there for a moment for Todd. Cutie's been on fire this game, but he's put to rest in this round.
It's once again Oddity being very one-dimensional, isn't it? They've just been pushing from the east side of the map and taking these heads-up gunfights. They are at the man advantage, of course, but, you know, I feel doing this over and over again, it's not going to last for long. Yeah, there's only 20 seconds on the clock. They have to go fast. They're fully locked out here, Dev.
Oh, on the C4, sorry, the grenade pushes out the position of Kings. And Shaq's still below as well. He can have some impact, but Styles doing the brunt of the work on the bomb site. Where is this plant going down? It's just in the door from Logi. This will have to be a retake for Mind Freak. They still have even numbers, 3-on-3. Good weapon in the hands of Kings, but Oddity now can establish these post-plant positions. Good shot from Todd, cleaning up Ippy style. Oddity further in the advantage. Kings needs to find some serious work with this Older. He does pop the head of Vinny. 2-on-2. Potentially salvageable.
Vinny getting a bit of ants in his pants, feeling like he has to peek there. Look at Vast experience. He's holding back, however. He's waiting for the sound. Oh, but I think they've lost this one.
What?
Dev, the Mind Freak retake is going to come off successfully. Plenty of time to stick that counter defuse. And yeah, Mind Freak put another one up on the board. That was Oddities to lose, and they did.
And I was genuinely surprised, especially because Oddity found the first frag in that attempted retake from Mind Freak, which was eventually successful. But you know, that plant went down where Mind Freak had only lost a single player, and the 4 remaining all put some work towards that retake and finding those 3 remaining Oddity players. For me, the MVP of that round really was Ippy Style.
Yeah.
You know, he was allowed to find 1 free kill in construction due to a little bit of sloppy drone work from Oddity.
A little bit of sloppy droning. That's just putting it lightly. Some horrendous droning.
But then the key also was that he killed the first player that peeked into the master bedroom from construction, and then eventually, you know, did a bit of good work elsewhere. Didn't find that kill on the jump out outside, but he did confirm that information for the rest of his team in that retake.
I do like how Oddity got the plant down, however. They took logistics and opened up from that little closet from logistic into bedroom.
Yeah, it's a much safer position than a lot of the other default plant spots, because one of the only places, or some of the only places you can deny that from are inside of either logistic or inside of master or gym, and you have to be in such a position where to deny that plant spot, you're exposed to so many different angles that are fairly accessible to the defense, to the attackers, like those exterior windows.
Well, taking a look at this operator selection, we've got Vigil coming out once again, Dev. Now we saw Style running it I think once on Bank.
Yeah, it's a good weapon as well. He got a few frags with it previously. And great thing about Clubhouse for Vigil is just the fact that, you know, the way that radius of the disruption effect when that Vigil, that you see on the drones, when you've got that cloaking device enabled, it really does transmit through the floors. So it can be difficult to tell, you know, if you see the Vigil signals, is he on the 3rd floor, is he on the 2nd floor, is he down in the basement?
Yeah. Also like that Valkyrie camera we saw Shaq throw out. Once again, that Mind Freak, you know, intelligence gathering and acting upon that intelligence. It's been so impressive to see. And, oh, come on, default camera Style. Gonna ping him out on it. It's almost like he's saying, oh, you forgot me.
Maybe it wasn't very necessary to ping in that scenario, but oh well.
Looks like he wants to go up this ladder as well, so he's got an impact grenade in his pocket so he can destroy this Claymore.
It's going to make a lot of noise. If anyone from Oddities nearby, they should be aware.
You know, if only he hadn't pinged on that camera.
He would be able to check. This is possible, I reckon. Get the impact. He's just really cautious.
Yeah, he's in a great position for it.
Is he going to land it though? That's the question. Meanwhile, Oddity are preparing their take. Just doing some good work upstairs.
Oh.
They're comfortable that they've cleared the roamers and they're just moving now to establish some positions above these hatches.
God Legion, they're back to back, Dev. Here he goes.
Perfect flanked opportunity. If he can get control of the stock hatch, this could be a huge blow to the Oddity push.
Oh, he's also seen his first target here, Vast. Oh, quick knife, and now he's got control of that hatch above. God Legion's going to be thinking, wait a minute, how did he get up there?
Only risk there of doing the knife instead of shooting is it means that... Oh, what? Surely not. Oh my god, 2 knives for Ippy Style. An absolute ninja. He finds 3 kills, a 4K for Ippy Style. Just 1 player left. It's Todd. 1 versus 1 now.
How did this get to a 1v1?
Oddity made an execute onto the bomb site, and Ippy Style was the only one to have any impact on that. Forcing this plant down. He has tons of time if he wants to fake it, but he's not going to do so. He has a lot of information on Shaq as well. Ooh. And he finds the shot. I can't believe it. After what a successful flank and Rome from It Be Style. Todd finds 3 kills and clutches the round.
Yeah, 4 kills for Ippy style. That's
And
a
that's
tilter.
not enough.
Yeah, that's a tilter, isn't it?
Can
You
you
got to ace
imagine?
if you want to win.
Can you imagine, like, that would have been so clip-worthy if he had... Yeah, he got this knife. Nice. And then he jumps down, ninjas around it, God Legion here, finds a second knife. He gets 2 kills as he enters church. Like, what? That's unheard of. And then his team still loses the round.
If only he'd seen Todd at the back of the bomb site there, I think that would have been an ace and, you know, a round 1 just off of the effort from Ippy style. But that's not the storyline here. It was Todd winning the clutch in the end and putting Oddity up another one. But once again, it's Oddity winning rounds that they shouldn't. Like, this feels like our analysis at the start of the night was Mindfreak would be winning rounds off of individual plays, but now it's Oddity, isn't it?
Well, Oddity are familiar with winning rounds that they shouldn't on this map, at least last week. You know, every time they play Sinister, that seems to be the case.
Either way, back to church here for Mindfreak.
Yeah, reattempting that same bomb site. And look, the thing about that flank from Ippy style is, you know, you might make it work once, but it's just never going to work a second time. So he's not going to bring the impact grenades this time. He won't be able to remove that Claymore as he did previously.
Is that another massive hole in Oddity's plans there?
What, just a single Claymore?
Yeah, well, just the fact that, you know, that their droning was kind of sloppy, that they didn't actually check oil pit. They just assumed it was clear.
It's true, but also, you know, you can't drone out a vigil all the time. You know, that's his ability is to counter those drones. So even if you do drone him out, you'll see him disappear as he clicks that vigil thing, and then it could be anywhere.
Well, round number 5. We are even across the board. You know, Dev, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another 3-3 half. In fact, oh, Shaq, he was very close to Vast there. They're aware he's gone all the way to the top. I think they might, as their drones are going to start hunting him up here.
No, roams on Clubhouse don't typically last very long.
I think he might have got away scot-free here, Shaq.
Making his way towards Garage now. He's in such a good position. And if he has information relayed to his by his teammates from the Valk cams, he could do some damage.
This is, you know, classic Oddity. They get caught up in, you know, focusing on doing this strat in a well-oiled manner that they forget something like this. Like, yeah, he's in such a great position, Shaq.
Guess we'll have to wait until the later points of the round. Oh,
Never
or
mind.
not. Never mind. Shaq will just find 2 kills. There you go. He doesn't even need to wait to the later points of the round. He gets back to site. That is such a success. He finds 2 key players for Oddity. And what does it cost? Absolutely nothing. He's back on site. 5-man anchor defense.
Well, Todd, Red, and Vinny fighting from behind here, 3-on-5. You know, this doesn't look like a great position, Dev.
Minute to work with. We've seen more unbelievable things happen, but flushing out some of these key positions will be difficult. Shaq now, as he's gone back to site, he's in a great spot, and he has his C4 as well for this vertical play. A lot of information for the rest of Mindfreak as well.
It really seems like Mindfreak have been 2 steps ahead this whole game, Dev.
EMP incoming.
40 seconds left, and Oddity's still just trying to work away slowly. Todd, who clutched the previous round, has made an entrance into Dirt, and he finds that first kill onto the Legion player. Cleared all of Dirt now. It's difficult to progress from this position, though, because he has these crossfires to deal with. Still has his 3 stuns, and this will be what's necessary for Oddity. There you go, they're taking out that key player in the armory as well. Oh, and another one! A 3 versus 5 now turned into a 3 versus 2. The Oddity player's forcing this diffuser down. Todd's in a great position. He finds another one. That's 2 kills on the round. He finds the last player, but he gets taken out. Just the one left, and Ippy Styles finished off by Vinny. I can't believe that went the way of Oddity. Again.
So, I think here's the recipe for success for Oddity. Be at a disadvantage.
A significant disadvantage.
And just win the round. It's a bit crazy to see, isn't it?
I mean, that's the second time we've seen a really notable individual play from Mindfreak. Everything works perfectly for them, but except for the, the thing after that.
The closing the round.
Yeah,
you know?
you get this significant advantage, and then it just doesn't function as it should.
So, we've only the last round of the half, but from what you've seen from this half, defender sided, are we thinking already you've got a shoe in the door here, Dev?
Yeah, definitely. Look, Mindfreak seemed to only show up one at a time. Cutie that round, it was all him. He made a great flank. He got back to start. Hippie style. You take away that 4K he made that amounted to nothing on the round, and he's still quite a fair way ahead of the rest of his team.
Yeah, and Cutie, he had such a massive game. He's only going 1, 4, and 5, so he's putting up a lot of assists, but he's not finding as many kills as what he was on Bank, that's for sure.
That's right. I think I said Cutie before when I was talking about the Valkyrie player. It was actually Shaq in that previous round. I think I said Cutie, did I?
I don't think he did.
Okay, good. Well, I was right.
Well, it's not like I'll listen to you on the...
Yeah, exactly.
No,
that's
kidding.
All right, so it looks like another attempt at this cash defense. It's been pretty good so far. It's the last round on the defensive half for Mindfreak. And they won it once, they lost it once.
Yeah, both times convincing to either team, wasn't it? Actually.
Yeah, the Oddity one, it was a bit of a desperate attempt that's...
Yeah, both times it was a bit of a rush into the bomb sites. I was thinking of the first map. So
yeah. Okay, let's have a look at this. All right, a frag grenade, hey?
Oops.
Uh-oh, that ain't good. That's not great for Vast. I really want to see this work. Okay,
yep.
So he's just trying to take out the ADS. Surely you've got flashbangs. Does anyone have flashbangs? Hibana? Come on, Hibana.
Sure, you can just use your lifeline stun and sorry, the impact.
Explosive, yeah. That said, now that we've wasted both our frags, we need something to get rid of the Maestro cameras. Just tell it, it'll take 2 seconds. Rotate over, throw your flashbangs in, or use an EMP grenade to get rid of that ADS. Like, surely this can't stall out Oddity. It's such an easy solution for that problem.
It's like they're struggling with the 1+1 question.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't do that, you can't do question number 2.
Well, looks like Red's gonna completely rotate anyway.
Wow.
So, all right, let's take connector as the plan.
I'm just a bit disappointed. There's a lot of potential wasted by not opening that main wall, at least with one hole from a Hibana pellet or something.
All right, let's see what the plan is. Shaq's taken some damage. In fact, he is going to go down to God Legion. That's a bit of a fluffed Thatcher grenade, but it does make the distance. We're going to hear the thermite charge go off. Was that Electro Claw we heard go to the wall? Yes.
Yep. Wow. Thermite charge down, I assume.
Yeah, well, they can just, if Jack Daddy's not going to trick it, this should be able to go off on time. Yep. Before the Electro Claw has been activated. So Oddity now have an avenue on into the bomb site, Dev, but it's very close quarters.
Yeah, and these players playing inside a CCTV don't really have any mobility restricted because that main wall is intact. 45 seconds left, and Oddity previously made a bit of a blitz into the bomb site. Not sure it'll work the same way as it did in the past. Jack Daddy has a C4. He can easily throw into cash to prevent these positions, but Kings goes down for the first one. Todd as well, opening up onto Ippy style. Jack Daddy eventually does fight back, at least somewhat, but he's just the last one standing against 4 players. Oof. And as he stands up, Vinny slaps him right on back down. Bit of a questionable start to the round from Oddity, but they close it out and get their name in the half.
It's like they decided, no, it's too difficult, guys. We're going to do something more difficult.
But hey, I guess you never question the results, right?
Yeah.
4-2, that's a...
on attack, yeah.
Yeah. I reckon we could be looking at these two teams trading a map each.
Well, there's still plenty of Siege to play here, Dev, as we are going to be defending Church here first for Oddity. Once again, Style on that IQ. He was such a great IQ. No, okay, never mind. He's changed over to the Ash.
Yeah, well, he's copped over 10 frags. That's how you earn your Ash license, right?
Yeah.
That's what they taught me. I don't know.
I do like that.
10 frags equals your Ash license.
Gets pulled over, sir. I'm gonna need to see your Ash license.
Shows presses tab, I like that. All right, so
What's the thought process in bringing Ash? Is it just for the frag capability here, do you reckon?
sometimes, in my opinion, you know, you got a player like Ippy Style. I think I actually asked him this one time. I had him on the Talking Siege, and I think I asked him why do you pick Ash? And he just, I might be mixing things up. It might have been Specco, it might have been someone else. Can't remember. He said that, you know, Ash is the mobility and the versatility of the operator, plus a good gun and stuns. You know, there's so much that you can do, and you know he's bringing the ACOG, the G36, so it's just the versatility. You know, Ash will find frags that operators will not, other operators will not. It happens.
Ooh. So saw that Jaeger of Todd going to the top catwalk of Garage there, but you know his drone was spotted on out. So they know that there's a roamer up above that they're going to have to contend with.
And it looks like Todd may well just be heading back to site.
Just laying a bit of a false trail.
Yep. And look, Jackal's not banned, but also not picked here. No smokes from Mindfreak. But as you mentioned, that Ash in tandem with the Zafia, and I guess the Thatcher to some extent, will be some great utility to counter the, you know, some of these key utilities like the Maestro counters.
I really think bringing an operator like a Jackal so he has the pocket shotgun or the Buck would have been great for this bomber site.
Yeah, but you know, we do have an excess of soft breach elsewhere, so you could utilize that for that vertical play.
No frags though either.
I love this. Ippy Style is specifically peeking that one position that we saw God Legion get a 2K from last week, underneath the stairs. Not gonna let that one slip by him.
I know we've droned it, guys, but we just need to be sure.
You never know with God Legion.
Teleports behind you.
All right, having a look into blue now. There's a lot of information gathered by Mindfreak, and they also salvaged the drone. No Capitao picked in lieu of Mindfreak banning that out, which means the position behind that unit inside of blue will be a lot safer, especially with an ADS to protect from grenades.
So what's the plan from Mindfreak? It looks like they're going to try and pinch from blue and from Moto.
Yeah, maybe the church wall opened up by Shaq if he can get down there. Kings has removed the bandit batteries. I'm not sure whether Vinny has one in his pocket and is prepared to trick it.
Yeah, just completely ignoring armory. So there does go that last, look at those last two. C4 already. Is there still Thatcher grenades? Surely there is.
I'd expect so. And he doesn't have
two
any more in
left.
his pocket. So yeah, Thatcher's going to win this utility famine.
Yeah, there they go.
There you go.
Oh, but this might, you know, tonight here, Dev. C4 over.
Oh.
See you later.
Yes!
No.
No? No! There you go.
That's SMG11, but I think he got the thermite charge.
No, in fact, the wall was completely open. A little bit too late or a little bit too far, I think, but he did get the down onto King. So, all right, Todd going for an aggressive play, gets taken out, but Vinny does do some more work for his team. And now trying to default back further away from Church. Still, Jack Daddy has a great angle, and he'll capitalize on that to take out Vast. His team numbers equality at the moment, and Cutie decides to get aggressive to protect this planter. Red getting into the bomb side. No, a potato from Cutie. He goes down. There's two players left for Mindfreak, but Jack Daddy's doing even more work. Plant down and stepping up here. He's the last man standing, and Vinny, a perfect round for the Bandit. Excellent job.
He's going to revive first.
Why not, you know? Got to take care of your brothers in arms. There you go.
This is once again another very strange round that it feels like Oddity should not have won, but managed to bring it back to win anyway.
The thing with Oddity is they seem to just, you know, in that scenario, they were much tighter than Mindfreak. All of the engagements, the timing on these engagements between the different players, you know, the chemistry was there so that it was so hard to fight back from Mindfreak.
I don't know. I think this is a game where Mindfreak are playing better, but Oddity are winning.
You reckon? I definitely think that it feels not like a 5-2. This looks like a, you know, 3-3-4-4. I know that we've got an odd number of rounds, but you know, this is neck and neck. To me at least, and that score does not reflect that. You know, one more round on the board, and Oddity are finally going to get themselves a point on the board for this week, but you know, Mindfreak have proved in map number 1 that they are certainly a force to be reckoned with, and I guess Oddity are just trying to redeem themselves for that performance.
This time we're going to see Style do the switch back from Ash to IQ. So it looks like he's happy taking either operator. but we are going to defend Jim this time. Interesting to see that Cash CCTV is not their second choice here, Dev.
No, you typically would see Cash even as a first, and then Church as a second, Bed as the final. But you know, we've seen a bit of all around the world here. We've seen a lot of successful bedroom, especially here in ANZ, more so than other regions. So, hey, look, I wouldn't doubt Oddity yet, and I guess a lot of teams put a lot of effort into practicing that Cash attack.
Well, the thing is, Dev, it was Mindfreak went CCTV Jim themselves, so both teams have favoured Jim as their second choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's consistent among, you know, other teams in the region all the time. I don't think we've seen enough play days in this current season to really make a judgment on that. But in my experience, ANZ does seem to prefer this this bedroom bomb site, at least in over a lot of other teams.
Yeah, well, you know, they do place a lot of stock in holding down this cash room, don't they?
Yeah, and looks like they've also opened up some holes in the floor to prevent that on-the-floor thermite charge that will open up the bottom half of that reinforced wall.
Yeah,
they also
like
have
that.
some information. It's a good Valkyrie camera.
So they've got the Kaid in here. Do they have Bandit? No Bandit on the board. That's a C4. That's going to find style. There goes the IQ. And in fact, Jack Daddy's also been downed as a result.
Also the key fragger from Mindfreak. Jack Dad can pick himself up, withstand from that damage, but no, okay, he's not. Oh no! He should have picked himself up because that timing worked against him, and Vast capitalized with that C4 of his own. No impact grenades on Kaid is very rare, but oh my god, we just saw it. The Electrical tricked that wall as well.
Yeah, beautiful timing there from Vast, and Mindfreak have got no answers here. Here comes another Thatcher grenade, so this is not going to be able to trick. So Vast is going to have to peek on out. He's going to go down the Kings, and this wall's going to be opened on up.
It's a fair trade, though, for Oddity. They've taken a lot of damage on God. Still, I think they're going to be sitting pretty inside of Bedroom and Logistic. Mindfreak don't really have the numbers to execute how you would typically want to. You know, now they have cash control. It might be difficult to hold on to it.
Yeah, well, the drones are going to come on out, see what they can see. Pass that information over, see if they can find another a weakness in the defense here from Oddity, which, you know, they seem to be able to exploit so much on Bank. It is only a one-man deficit if you think of it like that, Dev.
Yeah, they're not too far off, but the problem is just this bomb site becomes so unwieldy. If you have to have one guy planting, one guy watching for the flanks, and one guy watching planter, gets a bit too much. Now though, Oddity still holding steady, and I think that this is the right move. They've just wasted 30 seconds by not peeking, not giving Mindfreak anything to latch onto. So they attempt to push in through Logistic. Kings takes a lot of damage, God Legion as well, but he still gets in the advantage as Mindfreak haven't taken that control just yet. Jack wants to find this entry, but Oddity are giving Mindfreak nothing. 10 seconds to go, and push is coming to shove. This C4 could make the difference. It's a faked plant, but the C4 gets shot. And there you go, the final flurry of kills, and Oddity get themselves onto match point.
That was, you know, I have no idea how that even ended. Who killed the planter? Was it someone from Jim?
Yeah, let's say that. Sure, probably. Bit hard to tell, isn't it, when the way we were looking at it?
Yeah, that's just, you know, everything just happened too quickly there. But in the end, Oddity have come out, and, you know, I have to agree with you. It doesn't feel like Mindfreak have only won 2 rounds.
Yeah, and they haven't won a single attack just yet as well. Mind you, Oddity left their attacking half with a 4-2 lead, which means that they've only had to defend 2 bomb sites. So now we'll finally get to see Cash CCTV for the first time. And it looks like Mindfreak will bring the Montaigne, maybe a garage take. This could upset what, you know, the Oddity momentum that we've had moving forward for the last, you know, 6 rounds? 5 rounds.
4 rounds?
Round 8, round 7, round 6, round 5, round 4. 5 rounds.
Well, maybe I was tracking wrong, Dev.
One of us was.
I'll trust you on that. But as I was saying, the Mindfreak pick of the Monty really makes me think that yes, it is going to be a garage tech. They're going to try and get the Monty up on the catwalk here.
Still that Legion in play. Will be a literal thorn in the Montaigne side, but
In his foot.
in his foot at least. Well, no smoke though, and we've seen smoke also be a really great counter to that Montaigne, especially on this specific bomb site. We've seen some great strategies from Airwolf from Southeast Asia Pro League. Really do some good work, and another key thing here is that that garage has been fully reinforced, that wall between garage and CCTV, because if it was soft, then you could potentially see Mindfreak use some soft breach on that wall when the Montaigne gets up, and you know, I guess we'll have to see how it pans out. Don't want to predict too much before the action phase commences.
Yeah, let's let the pieces lay where they lie. Oof. Looks like that's a lot of damage down. Vinny and God Legion, both rather low.
Looks like that Montaigne, is that the west side maybe? No, okay, bit of a rotate for the Monty now out in the east. It's cutie as well. Shaped up well on map number 1 as you mentioned earlier, but hasn't had the fragging impact this time. Put him on a supportive role, the Montaigne, see what he can do. But at the moment, for Mindfreak, the focus is just getting this key wall open. Is the Bandit ready for it? He has the correct wall, and there you go. It's a nice, cheeky, easy Bandit trick.
Is there no follow-up from the Zofia, perhaps? Like,
is that just something that Mindfreak don't do? Oh, no, I think we just saw that the Zophia's out. Anyhow, there's the Hibana Pellets trick. Yeah, okay, so there's both of the concussions have already been used by Jack Dad. I'm not quite sure where, but not really anything left for Mindfreak to do to counter this Bandit trick then.
yeah, well, it looks like that Monty has made his way into Garage. No one really trying to deny that. In fact, he's practically at the top of stairwell. In fact, oh, Vinny can't quite land his shots.
And that was exactly what it took to distract the Bandit to, I believe, detonate some of those X-Cars. No, that must have been elsewhere because still we have this main wall intact. And the Thermite charge being saved for this key wall into Garage, into CCTV. That's such a big impact. And here we have also an entry. Jack Daddy in the bomb site prone. 4 versus 4. Things are looking up for Mindfreak.
Yeah, that's classic Mindfreak there. We see Jack Daddy gain an entrance to the bomb site, and he's just going to react right off of it. He's going to jump right in behind it. Kings will find Todd elsewhere as well. In fact, Jack's got himself out of there. I think he was getting a bit too risky in there.
You can see Oddity just trying to peek for information at the moment. They don't have everything that they feel that they want in terms of knowledge on this bomb site. Still a player below, and he takes out one of the flank watch. God Legion potentially with a C4 in pocket as well. Could deal some serious damage in this late round, but Jack Daddy is ready to pinch him with Kings as well in lounge. Where is the Valkyrie? They don't know.
They've completely stalled out here thanks to God Legion's flank, but they have to go for the execute, and execute they will. Kings will find God Legions. That's that flank watch save. Plant going down, almost confirmed. Oh, Red's going to get caught sprinting, leaving it all up to Vast in the 1-on-3. He sees the first one through the window into Garage. He knows the other one's a Monty, but where is Kings? Last information was downstairs. In fact, he is still there. He's going to hear the rappel on up, and Kings to take him on out. Mindfreak win their first attacking round.
Get the name on the board, but they'll have to attack one of Oddity's stronger bomb sites if they want to stay in this round for much longer, this game for much longer. I was going to say, you know, that Oddity, you know, in that 1 versus 2 position, 1 versus 3 position, when it comes down to it, in a post-plant situation on the attacking side, the Montaigne is, in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinion, the best operator you could possibly have.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they just have to sit in a corner, and it's, you know, pretty much GG from there.
Except when the last operator on the defense is a Legion. Because he just throws a goo mine down, the Monty has no choice but to pull it out of his foot or take a fight. Just an interesting tad bit. I was hoping we would get to that position because I wanted to see that from Fast, but hey, we're heading downstairs now.
Looks like they're still going to stick with the Monty here, Mindfreak.
Yeah, and I think it's a great operator to fall back on if everything else is failing. You know, you can always just do some simple strategies that revolve around this Montaigne. You know, you take that extra time, just get that extra information. It's a really safe way to get information. Push your Montaigne in forward. You know, revolve a strategy around that. The main issue is it does telegraph your strategy to the enemy team, so if they're prepared, they can lock you out. And now that we have the smoke on the defensive side, I think that, you know, there's just another thing that can really impact that Montaigne. But, you know, Mindfreak salvaged that previous round, even after things weren't looking so great for them. So I wouldn't count them out here on the downstairs bomb site either.
Yeah, well, Ippy style on the Habana this time, so he's taken over Cutie's role then, and Cutie's moved over to that, that blunt force of Monty. Gonna make his way into a bomb site with very little opponents to contest him.
Drones activated.
What, just the Smoke is probably the #1 counter, and the Legion,
Yeah,
of course.
Smoke and Legion. I guess it depends on where they're pushing from as to be what's the most effective counter. Still, speaking of counters, we didn't see a very effective counter from Vinny on the previous round, trying to destroy the thermite charge on the church wall using a C4. And potentially if we saw smokes, impact grenades from Oddity, they could do that same role much more effectively.
Yeah, Todd playing on the stairs. I think he was droned out, and Kings was pre-firing him, but he's just going to hold this very soft angle here.
Needle set.
Yeah, Todd's being kept at bay on the stairs, but elsewhere we still have this all-around presence from Oddity. Red does have those impact grenades I mentioned earlier, and Todd somehow finds that kill. Takes a lot of damage for it, but it's well worth it for the frag onto Jack Dad. A lot of utility down, and also a key fragger, as we've seen the previous attack onto this bomb site. Jack Daddy was the key player for the attacking side.
Yeah, well, where do Mind Freak go from here? Surely they've, yeah, we heard the Habana charges go off, so they're going to be opening up these hatches any moment now. When they just place it just right.
Oh no,
that's
not enough Habana pellets to destroy the hatch. You need 4. There you go, that's a real shame, isn't it? Look at that. Ippy style has some angles, but it's not enough, and he's completely out of X-Kairos now, and that wasn't even due to the impact trick or anything, that was just due to the way he placed them.
He was just trying to be a bit too clever there. We see Vinny C4 prepped in that exact same position this time, Dev. Here we go. Ooh.
Oh my god, 2 big kills for Vinny. And that's so much utility down, that they're just leaving the 2 hard breaches, the Thermite and the Habana remaining. The Monty's down as well, so none of that brute force, the immovable object. Just these 2 players left to clutch against 5.
Yeah, 2v5, 40 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to dry peek into the site. Here comes the Habana.
Oh no, asleep at the wheel?
Todd's going to find that frag. So Just Yak with 50 HP to his name. 30 seconds on the clock, Dev. I think this might be over. I think it might be indeed. He's going to find 1. This would be the clutch of the century if he pulls this one off. Jumps on into Armory. I think he might time out at this rate. He doesn't even have the diffuser. Down even lower. Surely he's dead now. Todd from the church will find him and win the map for Oddity. 1-1 then, Dev.
There you go. That's not a result that I had expected, but at the end of the rounds and at the end of this series, both of these teams come out with 3 points on account of winning 1 map apiece. A 7-4 on Bank.
I like their coordinator skins. I feel like I might just put that in before it moves
nice.
off of it.
That's nice. That's the beta skin, right?
Yeah, the beta skin. So, if you play
I'm not
beta,
OG enough to have that skin.
So yeah, they're all showing their their street cred.
Yeah, I like that.
On display for everyone.
So there you go. Oddity Esports, not a team that's been in the Pro League for every season, not a team that's been in the competitive scene for as long, but all of these players have some serious pedigree.
Yeah, they definitely do. So 7-3. Yep.
7-3. Yeah. So 7-4 on Bank, and that was towards Mind Freak. And I thought, well, 7-4, that's almost as close as you can get with a win. You can get a draw, you can get 7-5, and then 7-4.
Yeah.
So, it's still 7-4 to me just doesn't sound close, but it is kind of close. It's almost as close as you can get without it being a draw. So
sure, Dev.
Whereas 7-3, like that to me does sound a bit more convincing.
Yeah, would have to agree with you. We spoke about it like through the map several times. Oddity just winning rounds that they shouldn't. Mind Freak, losing from some very winnable positions, just not able to close out rounds, and that's how you end up with a 7-3 scoreline at the end.
So what are the key takeaways here? You mentioned that Oddity were winning rounds they shouldn't have. Was that on Oddity or was it on Mind Freak?
I think it's more of the Oddity. A lot of the times would throw caution to the wind, which is what they weren't doing on Bank,
and so that's what they need to do, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and so they were at a position where they're at a disadvantage, and they're like, all right, as I said, YOLO rush it. And like it's what they did, and it's it worked quite a bit. Like maybe that's Mind Freak's strategy, biting right back at what was happening to them.
And there were a couple of moments on Mindfreak's attacks where I thought that their kind of keep it simple attitude in terms of the strategy, bit them in the bud. For example, when it came to Oddity trying to take care of that bandit trick on the church wall, they had a really simple strategy with the Sophia charges.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Mindfreak, I guess, tried the same thing, but on their attacks, they didn't have as much success.
Yeah, well, just needed to take out the ADSs, we'd assume. Like, I'm guessing what happened is when they first went for the first Thermite, Jack Daddy launched both of his through, and they both were caught by an ADS, so...
Just understand, like, you can account for that. Both of the teams are bringing flashbangs on a player that you could have easily tossed on through there.
Yeah, well, heat of the moment, like, maybe it's a mid-round adaptation they're making, or a mid-game adaptation, like... That being said, like, we kind of expect them to be 100% ready for that kind of thing.
Yeah. So, I'm just going to clarify this, Monkey. At the end, before that round, before that game, you had put your money on Mindfreak for map 2?
Look, I'm good at predicting maps. I'm just not good at predicting scores, okay?
All right. So, yeah, I mean, I was surprised. We were both a bit surprised going into the first one that the community vote was so skewed towards Mindfreak. More of a household name because they've had a lot of rosters in ANZ, but, maybe less true to form recently compared to Oddity, who've been on the rise. Yeah. But, trading 1-1, that's, if you told me that before tonight, that, Mindfreak and Oddity will win a map apiece, I'd say, okay, yes, I can see that happening.
Yeah, and I'd have to 100% agree with you. Like, 3rd and 4th last season, like, you think Oddity's on the rise and Mindfreak, cruising steady, so it could have gone either way, and, it did.
That's right. Well, we get to have a chat to some of these teams now, so let's toss it over to Raven from Oddity, who is their coach. Hello, Raven. Nice to see you again.
Hey, thanks for having me on again.
I just want to say, good job on the win, but it wasn't without a lot of difficulties, especially coming from map number 1. So on Bank, a lot of people would have expected that maybe Oddity had performed a bit better, especially because you'd done some good performances on Bank recently. What was it that really threw you off with the Mindfreak attacks?
It wasn't even so much that we were thrown off. I think we just started really rough, like failed to take off, basically. We really expected that we would nail most of our defenses. There was definitely evidence that they'd tried to counter us, and we felt we could adapt to that fine. That's what we expected, but things just felt like a struggle, and it kind of continued for the rest of the map.
Yeah, well, on Bank, I really felt like it was your attacks where you struggled the most, and I think it was a lot of the aggression we were seeing from Mindfreak. Like, do you guys feel like you're unprepared for a lot of aggression that they were bringing?
I wouldn't necessarily say unprepared, but I think just because of the struggles we'd had with the first half and the way that carried through with the mentality into the second half, that aggression really just exposed that. And we were misdroning a lot of things, and it just really nailed our attacks, and we couldn't do anything different.
So since we have you, you are the coach for the roster. I thought it'd be interesting to hear about how you operate within the team, especially, after, you're playing your Pro League match, or you're watching your team play your Pro League match, communicating with them in terms of live updates, in terms of trying to help them do the best that they can, and you lose the first map. What is the pep talk between map number 1 and map number 2 that really can turn around, a 7-4 loss on one map to a 7-3 victory on the next?
I think a really common thing is that players will overanalyze how they lost a map, and when it's this kind of format, I feel that it's best to just completely forget about the first map. Really acknowledge the stuff that you messed up. So obviously drones and a bit of the mentality were our issues. We acknowledged that, and we were just like, you know what, we have to step it up. We've got a whole map to still win. Let's just make sure we get the points on that. And then tonight or tomorrow, we can worry about the lost map.
All right, so I've got kind of a question in 2 parts, right? Like, obviously on Bank, downstairs, your plant denial strat heavily revolved around those impact grenades. Was this something you guys thought up, or you've seen from somewhere else, or where'd it come from, Raven?
It just kind of came up. We're just kind of messing around, and we're thinking about different ways to deny plant on that basement defense. And obviously, it's common to bring all the C4s and the smokes, but we really like to play around with our operators a lot. Our lineups change, and it depends on the kind of defense we want. And so to enable us to play a more flex operator, bringing the impacts of smoke allows us to have that extra denial, but without bringing the extra operator.
All right, and also that first round, that was obviously the plan, but what happened? They got the plant down with no attempted denial from you guys.
Yeah, we didn't realize that the impacts didn't really hit the mark. And so the call was that they were still planting or potentially down. It was a bit vague. Like I said, a lot of our comms were a bit messy with that first map. So we weren't too sure, and then all of a sudden the plant was down, and obviously the retake at that stage is quite difficult.
So I guess to wrap things up here, we talked to you previously, and I know for a fact that you were feeling pretty confident going into this season. A lot of matches coming up at the moment, and you guys have been on the rise. But recently on the weekend, in the Six Masters, you lost out to Acme, and now you've just dropped a map here. But still looking good overall. How are you feeling your trajectory in this season now that you've played a few more matches?
Still positive. I mean, like, obviously, we didn't have a whole lot of wins last season. We had heaps of draws, and we now already have more wins than we do draws. More wins than we did last season as well. So, look, everything's still going well for us. We just need to get over some of these, I wouldn't even call them teething issues. It's just one slight hurdle about these slow starts or just not playing warm straight away. And with Six Masters, obviously, I was playing. I don't think I did so bad, but obviously Todd's a big role to fill, and one big thing was his shot calling is massive, so that really affected us.
All right, thank you very much for your time, Raven. Congratulations on the win, bittersweet, but good nonetheless, and good luck to the team for your matches on the weekend.
Thanks very much, appreciate it.
That was good. Yeah, I actually think that we've got some serious insight into how the mechanics of the team actually works.
I really felt like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I really just focused on that first map where they lost a lot. Yeah. So I felt I was kind of...
Well, I mean, what are you going to ask about a map where a team wins?
Yeah, especially so dominantly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you learn a lot. And, that's the thing that teams and players say is you're not scrimming to win, you're scrimming to lose so that you can learn. And that's why it's so interesting to talk about these maps that they lost. On that bank downstairs defense, for example, your questions really prompted some interesting answers.
Yeah, well, winner's mentality, isn't it? When you lose, you think, what did I do wrong and how can I do it better, rather than, have a little bit of a hissy fit over it.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like there was... the thing that really stuck out to me about what Raven said was that players can overanalyze why they lose a map. And that wasn't necessarily something that I thought of necessarily. He said that going in between map number 1 and map number 2, it's not about saying, oh, this is why you lost, and that's why you lost, and that's why you lost. It's just, guys, get your comms clear. You know what you're doing. Like, you know how good you are as a team. You know you can beat these guys if you, step it up and play up to your standard. So just, work on your communication and, clear up the comms and move from there.
Yeah, well, I think it comes down to how much adaptation can they make between a map. I think, they got to say, all right, we've got our strategy. We don't really want to change it up too much just yet or whatever. Like, it's, all right, forget about map 1. Let's go to map 2 with the, complete fresh slate.
So I guess I kind of am interested to hear your thoughts now that I want to ask the same kind of question I asked Raven. It's like, we've seen now a little bit more from Oddity. Where are we feeling that they're going to shape up across the rest of the season, keeping in mind that we have... Okay, I'll let you answer that first because I've got some other stuff on there.
All right. So yeah, you can follow that one up, but I really feel like, it's very clear that, it's something I was saying before. Like, I feel like all the teams in the region have gotten better, but no one's really overtaken each other. And, that was the 3rd and 4th teams from last season battling it out, and it went 1 apiece. So I think they're going to be in that maybe 3rd, 4th, potentially 2nd if Auglis, don't really show up this season, especially having to bring in Neofighter.
Well, let's have a look at how Mindfreak play. Let's have a chat to one of their guys in this interview. Hey, It Be Style. Nice to chat to you again, and congratulations on your victory. I know it is a bit bittersweet, though. How'd you feel after those set of matches?
Map 1, awesome. Map 2, not so great.
Very nice and concise. Now, I was interested in your bans on map 1. The Kaid and Thatcher. What's the thought process there? Like, we theory crafted a bit, but, I want to hear it from you.
Kaid and Thatcher, well, it's a pain if they Kaid trick, and it's a pain to Kaid when they have a Thatcher.
Fair enough. So there was there's a bit of an interplay between those two. Moving on, this is something that we talked a little bit about on the Clubhouse game. Monkey was asking me why I thought you were bringing Ash.
That was my question.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm going to steal it anyway. So the Ash pick, switching away from the IQ, can you give us a bit of insight there?
I kind of just asked, do we want more frag power? And my team said, go for it. And I tried, and it didn't really work for my, team, I suppose.
Right. You had a pretty massive round on Clubhouse where you got 4K on the flank but weren't able to clutch it out. Your Shaq wasn't able to clutch it out. Yeah, was that a bit tilting, was it?
Yeah, that one hit me mentally a little. But it's one of those things. It's like one of those maps where we lost because say 3/5 of the team just lost gunfights here and there, and that adds up over the duration of the game.
Yeah, it really felt like they won a lot of rounds from unwinnable positions, like clutches, like 3v5s and such, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was more like when they just pushed in rush side, it just caught people off guard a few times, and yeah, it's not much you can do about it.
So I guess my question is, your expectations going into this matchup. Oddity, you've seen them play a lot recently. There are a lot of VODs to go off. You've seen them lose to Acme on the weekend, be it with Raven playing instead of Todd. What was your expectation going into this match, and how did you feel that, was it accurate to the realization in the games?
No, map 1 we were pretty confident we were going to win, but then after we started losing a couple of rounds of map 2, the mental state kind of slid off a little bit, but that happens every now and again.
So is it to do with the maps themselves? Like you knew that you were going to be good on Bank because Bank is strong for you? Or was it more that you were feeling good on Bank and then when the mental state started to deteriorate, that had more of an impact than, say, your just proficiency on the map itself?
Yeah, I'd say the mental had more of an effect than our confidence on the actual map.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, Mind Freak has had a few rosters in ANZ, and you guys have really been doing justice to the name, I think, so far, especially with that win on map number 1. So anything you guys want to say to your fans? I know you guys had a lot of support in the community vote, very vastly in your favor. So anything you want to say to all the Mind Freak fans, especially international viewers?
Boys, pretend game 1 was the only game that got played tonight. You'll see more of it.
Perfect. Thank you very much, mate.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, that was good. I thought it was the funny thing for me is I stole your question, but
that's right. I'm going to steal yours next game.
Good.
Just watch.
The Ash situation went like, hey, do we need some more fragging player? Hey, can I play Ash? Yeah, sure. That was it.
Well, yeah, like very kind of puggish style there. Then, or like I know like they can see what they want to do and how they want to work it, but yeah, I like how they play with not flying their kite on a stick; they're flying on a string.
Yeah, well, thank you very much to Raven and Ippy Style and the respective teams. Make sure you go and follow all those guys on Twitter and make sure that you go to our Twitter as well and check out the community vote because we have another match coming up. It's Fnatic versus Power Plays, a big match, obviously with a very big team in Fnatic. Power Plays also been doing really well, so get your word in on who you think is going to win. I can already kind of predict what that community vote's going to look like. Yeah. But hey, if you're in for underdog stories, make sure you get your vote in there as well.
Yeah, if you can predict power plays and it's right, I think, you can get some pretty good bragging rights there.
Yeah, well, this is what I was saying earlier today to someone else. If you predict the underdogs and you're wrong, no one really cares. But if you predict them and you're right, then everybody cares. So that's the match coming up very shortly. Don't go anywhere because Fnatic versus Power Plays is coming right after this break. G'day guys, welcome back to Rainbow Six Pro League. We're here for another playday of ANZ. We've already had 2 games so far, seen 2 teams go at it on 2 different maps, and we're about to see a fresh set of 2 more. I'm Dev, this is Monkey, and we got a big game coming up.
Yeah, one of the fan favourites, not just in ANZ, but around the world.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Of course, everyone knows Fnatic, the most famous team out of APAC, and
It's not Power Plays?
oh, really? Power Plays is pretty famous as well,
Yeah,
like,
it
in their
does.
own right.
Fnatic, yes.
Yeah, Fnatic and Power Play is going to be a good match. You know, a really world-class team versus a team that's really trying to prove themselves. Just won the Challenger League this season locally, so yeah, it should be a good match, and hopefully we'll get to see some Power Plays.
Yeah, well, these guys, you know, they can pull up with an upset. Like just yesterday, they did beat Mindfreak 2-0 in the Raleigh qualifiers.
Yeah, we just saw Mindfreak are pretty good, right?
Yeah, we did. And the thing is about Fnatic domestically, like we always like to say, they don't fire on full cylinders, or maybe it's just, you know, their ANZ is a lot more competitive than we realise.
Difficult to know.
Yes.
Mix of both probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. You know, certainly a match I want to tune into, and I think a lot of our international viewers especially will be keen to see a bit more of Fnatic, because, you know, now that we're on this Rainbow Six channel, we don't get to have as much of a, sorry, we get to have more of a spotlight on some of these teams that typically viewers who only watch the, you know, the APAC finals and the Pro League finals, they only get to see Fnatic every few months, but now we get to see them every week.
Yeah, and you know, there's going to be a lot more accessible VODs for all those international teams to get on the Fnatic boys. So, you know, it's I really think there is a potential for an upset here. That being said, I've put my eggs all in the Fnatic basket when I was doing my predictions this week.
Yeah, I mean, me too. And I think that's the case for a lot of people. As you can see, this is the schedule so far. For those less familiar with the APAC region, we do play the same double round robin format as all of the other regions. However, instead of having one game at the start of the season where the 2 teams play each other, and then one at the end of the season where the same 2 teams play each other, we play them both at once. So it's kind of like a best of 2. So, you know, Oddity, Mindfreak, Oddity, same difference, and then Fnatic and Power Players play 2 maps as well.
Yeah, and that's, of course, because we have to fit in an extra LAN at the end of the season. We need to decide who's the best teams in APAC, not just in ANZ, Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia.
That's right. So let's talk about these ANZ teams we're seeing tonight. Power Plays. Tell me about these guys, Monk.
Well, you know, they've been around for quite a while. You know, the latest addition to their roster of Ocean Man, he's slotted in nicely. But Bundy, he's been in, what, all seasons of Pro League, I believe. You know, each time they've been relegated and each time they've brought themselves back up. So it's, you know, it's like, yeah, the lower tier of the top tier in the ANZ competitive scene.
Yeah, that's right. You know, they might not, they consistently don't perform that great in the Pro League, but they consistently make it back to Pro League. And they've had some roster changes recently. You know, Ocean Man and Mango's 2 recent pickups that I think have made, you know, huge strides for the team. So we'll see how they fare against the region's best Fnatic. No strangers to our viewers, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, everyone, you know, that's watching right now, unless you're a brand new viewer, knows these guys, knows these names. Lots of players there to watch for, probably particularly Virtue. He had an excellent clutch last week, and, you know, he's becoming one of the best fraggers in the world, hands down.
Yeah, and that, we can say that without batting an eyelid now. You know, APAC, as many people who watch the global finals know, bears some of the greatest fraggers. We've got Waka from Japan, Ameriu from Japan, Virtue here from ANZ. So it's an absolute pleasure to see them go at it. Last week, as you mentioned, there was a 1 versus 4 clutch that Virtue managed to nail out. And look, there's a potential for more of that kind of action tonight as well.
Yeah, there definitely is. But as we said, Fnatic domestically could go any way sometimes.
Well, that's right. I mean, talking about their recent performances, you know, 2 seasons ago, Fnatic, you know, that was season 8. You know, that was the same season where they defeated Evil Geniuses at the Pro League finals. They actually didn't come first in ANZ in that season. No, they came second after August. Season 9, last season, they only just came first place out of ANZ.
And, you know, it came down to head-to-head rather than, you know, round difference.
Yeah, that's right. And look, I think that Fnatic certainly, you know, is a big question mark for a lot of people when they compete in the ANZ region. Last season they had a lot of draws.
Yeah.
And so anything's on the cards here. But one thing I know for certain is Fnatic last season, they loved being able to say that they were undefeated.
Yes.
And I think they definitely want to be able to continue that. So a draw, maybe they can deal with, but definitely no loss here against Power Plays.
Well, they had like 5 draws last season, I think it was. Like, that's a hefty chunk of draws.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about where we're going to be seeing these guys play with the map ban veto system Any theory crafting here, Monkey?
I'd be very surprised if we saw a bank. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, well, we can churn through some of these bans. Both of these teams recently have, played in the Six Masters on the weekend, so a lot of VODs out there. Not going to be Villa, not going to be Border, so Border's a great map for Fnatic that power players don't want to touch, and eventually, Bank is banned out last minute by Fnatic. I'm really cut that we don't get to see Cafe, personally.
Me too, but I was starting to sweat at the end there, thinking we are going to end up on Bank.
Well, fortunately, Fnatic have got you, and Consulate's one of their favorite maps, so they'll definitely pick that one. Consulate's been a very popular map in the Pro League for a very, very long time. Teams seem to love it, and Fnatic indeed certainly do enjoy that map.
Yeah, it's definitely a Fnatic staple, isn't it?
Yeah, they haven't played it so far in this Pro League season, which of course is just the 1 week. But they also haven't played it this last weekend in the Six Masters, where they played 2 best-of-3s. So, it's been a bit of a while since, Fnatic has played this on a VOD that power players could watch. And on the flip side of things, power players have played a lot of streamed matches recently, because they've also been, of course, trying to qualify for the Raleigh Major, which they have unfortunately now been kicked out of. They didn't make it through the double elimination bracket here in ANZ, but they've played a lot of games. To give you an idea, I finished my piece of paper trying to write down all of PP's most recent games.
Yeah, well, they have played quite a lot, but Fnatic VODs on Consulate, there's quite a lot of information how they like to play it. We see them quite often taking, the very least favorite bomb site quite often as a bomb site they like to go to. I don't know, is there anything new that they're going to be bringing out is the question?
My guess is no. And
Yes.
that's because if there is anything new, they're going to want to hide that for as long
Yes.
as possible. I think we've both got our eggs in the Fnatic basket. What do you guys reckon? Community vote. Let's whip it up. Oof. And there you go. That's a pretty savage outcome for Power Players fans. And we know you exist because 4% of you voted. Hey, I think this is the obvious choice.
Yeah, would have to agree with you, Dev. It is very Fnatically sided here.
Yeah, look, that said, like you mentioned, a lot of draws last season for Fnatic, and I think that if anything, if I had to, distribute my percentage chances among those 3, I'd say Fnatic 80, Power Plays 5, draw 15. Something like that, I reckon.
So you don't think power players have a chance at all?
I said 5%. That's a 1 in 20. That doesn't sound so bad, does it?
Well, that's 20 maps they'd have to play to statistically get there.
Well, anyhow, let's dive right out of the statistics and into this map. It's Fnatic versus Power Plays. Good luck, have fun, comes out from the lads in the chat. Head on to the ban phase.
So what are we banning, Dev? Are we going to see that Capitao ban once again, which has been plaguing the ANZ region?
Maybe. Nomad as well is a very good operator on this map. There you go, Capitao. So Capitao is the most banned operator in the ANZ Pro League currently, and that stat is only going to be buffed as power players keep banning them. As for Fnatic, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see something a little bit crazy out there. Thatcher or Thermite or something like that.
Oh, Thermite would be annoying on this map, especially with attacking that garage, but they've taken a while to lock it in. In fact, it's going to be a Lion, so...
So that, to me, makes a lot of sense in the respect that Fnatic will want to play as little strategy as possible and play as much loosely as possible. And the most clear-cut counter to a loose playstyle or heavy roam playstyle is that Lion. So Fnatic want to get rid of that so that they can play into that as much as possible. And as for the defensive bans, it's fairly staple of Consulate, Echo, and Valkyrie, 2 essential intel gathering operators.
On the flip side of that Lion ban, he can be leveraged on attack to play very loose as well. So, I don't know, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I guess we'll have to see. It is Fnatic starting on the attack, and it looks like Nomad locked in. We may well see a 6-pick. Gridlock was teased for a moment. We have seen quite a few teams, especially in the ANZ region, show that Nomad. Augulus last week played quite a bit of it. Looks like that's a no-go for this round.
Yeah, we are going to see the 6th pick to a castle, however. Bundy on the dock. They've got a couple of ACOGs here. Power plays. Going to try and utilise those long angles up above.
Yeah, of course. Those long angles being essential. We see a meta has developed really for this top floor bomb side of playing an ACOG operator inside of the top floor bathroom, opening up some of that wall of the A bomb site. That's the meeting room. Helps you get some angles from that bathroom all the way onto that main door. Really does a lot of damage.
Yeah, towards Visa stairs when they're trying to sneak their way in for a plant. If you got an ACOG, you can take that fight rather handily.
We also often see a lot of contests around those yellow stairs, and that's internationally these days. Everywhere in the world, yellow stairs is such a pivotal component of this bomb site. Wow, Ocean Man. He dares to go for a spawn peek against Fnatic in the Pro League.
Well, one thing we need to highlight is that Ocean Man is actually fairly good friends with Rizraz.
Yeah, we see that occasionally, don't we? We see, you know, friends or you know, people who are close to each other, you know, playing against each other. I like it. Bit of fun. I wonder how much that plays into the, you know, the mental state going into these rounds, or whether it's even something that's concerned at all.
Yeah, now talking about those yellow stairs, that's sort of got a lot to do with meaningful map control, of course. You know, Consulat's one of those maps where it's so hard to gain a footing on this top floor to start working the bomb site. But of course, you got to either make your way up yellow stairs or do what we've seen Fnatic do so far, which is rappel into admin, which is a bit surprising that it was given up for free there.
Well, seems to be there is some cost for Fnatic, and that is Rizraz, who's taken out just by peeking long desk. We wouldn't typically expect a castle to peek that, nor would you expect the UMP to win that gunfight against the Zofia, but I guess that happened anyhow.
Drone spinning up.
Got to pop that head, Dev.
You can see the flank watch being determined from that vertical hole in that. I'm not even sure what you call this room that Virtue was in earlier, with that hole in the floor.
Copy room.
Copy? No, not paper. Not the one with all the paper on the ground. The one with the hole in the floor, you know, near the top of Visa stairs. I always get that call out wrong. Don't know what it is. That little, I don't know, something. that room. There's a hole in the floor, looks down to the lower Visa stairs, and that's where their rotation's being cut from.
Wait, when you, like, as in, they've put the hole in the floor, is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay. I was like,
Yes.
what room's got a hole in the floor?
The run where Ace's drone just left it. They put a hole in the floor, they can look down to the lower Visa stairs that goes up from the garage, prevent any kind of flank.
Front office. There we go, Dev.
There you go. I learned something new today.
Well, either way, Fnatic have spent a whole lot of time doing not too much, but they have managed to find a man count lead, as we have seen 2-for-1 go in their favour. There's going to be another as Magnet's going to find the flank. We're going to see the push on into the bomb site and the plant started. Sabundi and Casper going to have to try and recover from here. Casper's found Virtue, but that plant is going to be confirmed. Can't be denied by the impacts. So here comes the 2-on-3 retake.
It's a pretty good position for Fnatic to hold. Ace is though in a very precarious spot directly on the bomb, and Magnet wants to go for a flank. This is risky, but it may well work. Aces does find that one frag sitting snug on the bomb. Bundy inside of the connector. He has a great gun, and he'll find the first kill.
Oof.
He is eventually taken down by Magnet, but he managed to get back up again. Still on the reload, MP5 in hand. 2 players to find, but there's really just no time left, and 2 Fnatic players are just toying with him at this point. Magnet just pre-firing, but it's Lusty who closes it out. There we have a first. Nice, neat round for Fnatic.
Yep, Fnatic just win that round off of, you know, pure patience and frag power. Like, it wasn't a very special strategy, really, was it? It wasn't some of that mind-numbing team play we see from Fnatic. It was just, this is what we'll take, and we'll slowly make our way forward.
And that's exactly the goal of Fnatic right here. You know, there's a special challenge for Fnatic in the ANZ Pro League where you know, they want to hide as much as possible going into the Rally Major, which will be coming up shortly, and of course eventually the Pro League finals at the end of this season, not to mention the APAC finals that they'll have to win in order to get there. So if they can reveal as little as possible of their, you know, specific strategies, play as loose as possible during the league, then it'll help them a lot when eventually they start facing some more teams that then could have used these VODs as study.
You know, we really need to ask the question during the interview. Sorry. Are you guys actually saving strats? Like, it looks like it, Yes, but like, you know, we've never got the actual confirmation and that's what's going on, you know, Dev?
If any team is ever winning and you ask them if they're saving strats, they will always say yes. I think. Like,
We need to get them to tell the truth then.
I don't know. Like, you know, what team wouldn't say they're saving strats? It's a bit of an ego stroke, isn't it? To say, oh yes, we won, and you haven't even seen everything.
This isn't even my final form.
Exactly. Like, you know, what team is going to say? I mean, we actually, mind you, we talked to Oddity Raven last week, and he said that they weren't saving strats because it matters. But you know, Fnatic and G2, these are the teams that are always going to say they're saving strats.
But from what we can observe, just for people that might be tuning in and, you know, not quite aware, but the Fnatic we are seeing play in the ANZ Pro League play a lot different to how they do internationally. So it does give the appearance that they are saving strats, of course.
Yeah. They tend to play far more loosely, play around each other. They don't try. They try to not telegraph any specific strategies or learnings that they have. But of course, you can still learn about the play style of the team by watching how they play.
Oh yeah.
The tendencies of individual players.
You also, yeah, like for example, what we just saw there, it's Fnatic love to spray that camera from above.
Who wouldn't? It's so satisfying.
Well, I'm surprised we haven't seen like a preset C4 underneath or something similar.
Maybe one day. When you're playing against them in Pro League, I'm sure that...
Well, when
We'll
my
see.
casting career's over.
Well, you'll probably get picked up by G2, so you won't have anything to complain about, will you?
I thought pro players went to caster when their pro player career's over.
All right. So it's a good setup from Fnatic. Pretty slow, but you know, slow and steady wins the race. I like this Jackal pick too. It's nothing particularly profound. It's, if anything, kind of like a substitute for the Capitao. You know, you still have those smoke grenades, so that's similar to the Capitao. And you don't have anything to replace the incendiary bolts, but what you do have is the ability to scan any player who walks around. Last round we saw the scanning occur on the Jaeger, who was playing on the yellow stairs. We also have this long, you know, really high magazine weapon, which just helps out when you're holding angles for a long period of time, such as from these windows.
Mangoes, he really wants to take this fight into Lusty. In fact, the drone has spotted his exact position, can't land the shots. Where's the support from the door? In fact, Magnet's going to find Casper elsewhere. And Mangoes, surely he's dead.
Wow.
In fact, Bundy's going to find Rizraz all the way from the other bomb site.
Ace has realized he has to take a bit more initiative now. He'll place the Claymore down, and
Is that a down?
goodness,
No.
Lusty's doing so much work, but Mangoes is still alive. He's holding as fast as he can behind this penetrable Ocean Man, though, does some good work, and Aces finds that first key entry frag. Only 15 seconds to go. The smokes will deploy, but it may well be too late, and how on earth does Lusty get hit from that position? Magnet will have to go big. He can spot one player, but can't land the crucial shots. Aces knows he needs to step up, but no players anywhere to be seen. And eventually, all of Fnatic do fall. Power players win their first top floor defense.
See, that's what we're talking about there, Fnatic. They're just going for the plays rather than digging deep into their strat book there.
I mean, their idea there, really, the vague idea, was to flush out that one player and then throw the smokes down and jump in and plant. But
Yeah, just force your way into the bomb site.
Yep.
Real bully it.
yeah, but they lost the initial frags, so they went a couple men down. And Magnet was really just meant to be that prong on the other side of the map that gets in their way. And in the previous round, he got 2 kills doing that. But this round, he struggled a bit more. And, well, Fnatic, of course, didn't manage to smoke off successfully the angles that they were required to make an entrance. And they didn't really have the numbers to make it work anyway. Power players win that top floor, and they'll head downstairs for their second bomb site.
Yeah, it makes Fnatic, of course, such a hard team to read. But yeah, you can really tell that they're not trying to go deep into their strat book. They are playing off of their their teamwork and their chemistry, and maybe that's what they're focusing on working on during ANZ Pro League Playdays.
Well, that's actually a really good point, you know. Chemistry, individual skill, you know, these are things that if you watch a VOD of a team who's got, you know, doing well at that, that doesn't really reveal much. So Fnatic, you know, it's a really tried and true test. You know, if they practice, you know, not using strats, you know, air quotes, then it could actually really help out with when it comes down to, you know, if they're playing a game where they are relying heavily on specific strats, those strats start to fail, or those setups start to fail, or their vague attack, you know, plans start to fail, then they can always fall back onto their team chemistry and their more loose play style that they demonstrate.
I don't like the idea that you're not, I don't know, that you're not bringing out your best stuff every time. Like, I feel like when you're playing a win 100 with like 100%. Like, I'm not saying they're not playing a win, but like it's, I don't know how to explain.
They are playing to win, and you know, they're not, you know, deliberately missing shots or deliberately playing bad or anything like that. It's just that they might have a couple of, you know, cheeky, you know, tips and tricks that they have decided they are not going to reveal at this stage. And it's not, you know, people think that, you know, strats are some super profound, super complicated and, you know, set thing, and it's really, that's not the case. You know, even when Fnatic are playing serious, you know, matches worth, you know, $10,000, you know, $100,000, whatever, they are still playing very loosely. But it's more about these little tips and tricks that they're saving.
Yeah, we've seen so many, like, it's almost like a cheese, isn't it, to get yourself 1 or 2 kills that they'll bring out. And, you know, that's pretty much around there if you can find 2 kills for free. But, oh, this is some great angles. But Magnet, how do you land that shot? Bundy's head's ripped clean off. And, in fact, Rizraz is going to be able to dodge the C4. They've gotten control of Bathroom. And now they've also got an open hatch to work with.
Still, you can see Power Play is playing aggressive through these holes in the floor, and Mango is gathering some information as well. He still has that C4 to utilize. He knows one's peeking through these holes. He wants to go for this C4. He's likely to find the kill because of it. Magnet goes down. That's the Nomad. 3 versus 3 now. Power Play is still in a decent position.
Yeah, Power Players have definitely weathered this storm well so far, but there's still 50 seconds that they're going to have to try and survive. In fact, Muesli is going to get air jabbed on a flank, but no one's there to capitalize on it.
Might catch someone moving down from the stairs, but Virtue, in fact, catches him. Good information from Fnatic's part. 2 players left for Power Plays. Aces gets that main wall open. The support player, the lone man outside of the garage, he's drone for himself, and Mangos finds that kill through the floor. Mangos going huge this round so far. He's found that C4, and now he wins the first gunfight his team needs to claw back.
Yeah, Fnatic just 15 seconds on the clock. This hasn't been the greatest time management from them, has it? But they're going to have to make their way into the bomb site within the last 10 seconds. Here we go. One of those positions is called out. The second one, surely. But there's going to be Mangos with his third. Can he get the 4? Or is the time just going to run on out? Looks like this is a free kill for Mangos. In fact, Aces is going to deny it from him. Dev, I think we should just give it to him anyway.
Yeah. Mangos, you can have +1 kill. That was a great round from Mangos in particular. You know, an effective 4K. Mind you, Aces denied him that final one. You know, a decent round from Fnatic too. You know, I gotta say, you know, decent job of you know, taking map control, setting up their flank watch. Even though that Nomad didn't actually, you know, kill Muesli in the fact that, you know, he got back up and kept moving, but clearly Fnatic had the information on where Muesli was and relayed that to Virtue, who, you know, secured that kill. Just moving forward though, Fnatic got stunted out, and Power Plays had some good anchorage on that site to finish the job.
Yeah, well, Power Play is taking a lead. In fact, it is only 2-1, still early days.
And of course, Power Plays on defense. A lot of teams favor the defense. Still, I actually think that, you know, the way that Fnatic play, they try to, you know, that they're trying to, say, hide specific things. It's actually more easy to play freely on attack than on defense on this map. There are ways you can play freely on your defense, but you know, let's say you're top floor, right? You know, you have some pretty key positions that you kind of have to play.
Oh yeah.
So they'll have to play very stock standard when they do flip over to that side, or they'll have to show us something new, which I'd love to see. Not sure you will, but
Come on, Fnatic. We want to see it. What secrets are you hiding? Well, looks like we're going to see something pretty similar to what they did on their upstairs attack. Just take control of admin and work their way over.
yep, nice and simple. Worked once, didn't work the second time, but you know, all number of factors that contributed to that. Mangoes has switched over. Now he's playing Mozzie in this position. We've seen him play Smoke here. We've seen him play Mute here previous matches, and now he's bringing the Mozzie. So that's drone denial that then he can convert into drone for his own team.
Yeah, it's a good mixture there, isn't it, between a Mute and like an Echo or a Valkyrie almost.
I've also seen quite a few players utilize that super shotty as an actual lethal weapon in close range. It looks like that if he does get peaked in those close range encounters, Mangoes may do that as well.
Where did Magnet get so lit from?
May well have been Ocean Man peeking from the piano windows, but Lusty's the first one to draw blood. It's Muesli going down.
I think Mangoes might be discovered at the bottom of these stairs too, and Rezraz is in a position to capitalize, but I think he may have gotten across just in time. There's the ping, so now the hunt's going to be on.
Jackal certainly harassing Mozzie at this point. Oh, wow, perfect pre-fire through the wall. That causes Mangoes to stop for a second, but he gets away safely. And Fnatic continue to drone out this top floor.
Did Aces see that other player in the console office? It's like Fnatic are just spending a lot of time just trying to chase frags.
I think this roam clear, I mean, that's kind of what a roam clear is, right?
Yeah.
But I think it just needs to be a little bit more organized. Haven't actually had multiple people together to ensure that that rotation was completely cut.
Well, either way, 50 seconds and they are at the man advantage. They do have control of the projector room, so they should be going for a plant any moment now.
40 seconds, though. It's a risky position. Power Plays does have a decent amount of denial.
Oh,
But Ocean Man sacrifices all that by jumping outside. No more Maestros to deny that plant. The Evil Eyes will be set in stone. Bundy now has to capitalize on a flank, and Casper, the Doc, gets taken down swiftly by Rizraz. Mangoes and Bundy, the last two remaining in 15 seconds. Denying the plant is paramount in this position. Mangoes, if he has the information, this could be the C4 to save the round, but it misses, and Aces will secure the plant. Mango's the last man standing. It's a 1 versus 5 retake. What really can he do? Even if he gets into these engagements, he'll have to take them one at a time. Not a lot of rounds in this magazine. Can't pre-fire for too long. They know where he is, and they'll finish him off.
he's dead. So, Fnatic win another round. In fact, that one was a flawless. So they just discovered the positions of these defenders. They pinched them out and took the gunfights. And yeah, it wasn't really much more complicated than that, was it, Dev?
I gotta say, you know, Power Plays handed that to them in a couple of ways. That's that Maestro jumping out, that was not at all necessary. And as soon as you see the Maestro goes down, you're no longer worrying nearly as much about any of the Evil Eyes. And then the Doc as well, picking aggressively, was taken out. Relying on just 2 players left, both of whom were roaming. Fnatic would have had likely information that all the site players were dead, and they could move on in. That said, Power Plays still have those 2 rounds in their back pocket. And there's 2 more in the half.
But they are on defense. Like normally on a map like Consulate, you want to put up most of your rounds on defense. Like I think 4, at the least 3. So, you know, I think if Power Plays can get to 3 or hopefully 4 for them, you know, they might be in with a solid shot here.
I think it also comes down as well to, you know, what will we see from Power Players on the attack? Have they specifically brought strategies to counter what we usually see from Fnatic? For example, we often see Magnet play a smoke on the yellow stairs. If Power Players have strategies to counter those positions, then they could have a decent shot at racking up more rounds than you'd typically warrant for their attacking half.
What is Casper doing?
I think he's a bit uncertain about some of these armor panels. Wants to make some kind of adaptation because he knows that they're losing. You know, those castle barricades on the south-facing windows of meeting, they're getting destroyed. So he's not too keen on just putting those down again. I think he's actually a bit worried about placing that one up on the bathroom because it's the action phase now, and he may well get shot in the face.
Well, thanks to the magic of X-ray vision, we know that he should be pretty safe to do that. But he doesn't. It's a sneaky, cheeky spot for an edge up. In fact, Muesli's at the bottom of these stairs.
Oh, no!
He might find one. No! Virtue's going to trade him on back. Magnet has been down for all their troubles.
I can't believe that Fnatic managed to get away with that. Muesli was punished with his life, and Magnet didn't even lose his. A great job from Virtue to cover his teammate like that. Very quick reaction times and a swift shot onto Muesli. It's a great advantage to have early in the round for Fnatic, especially since, as you mentioned, really the onus is on power plays to start raking in these defense wins before they head on to their attacking half. Oh, that's a nice peek for Mangoes. Right as he hears the Claymore deployed, and Rizraz on the floor. Still, this smoke position inside of A is such an integral one, and any more unwarranted aggression from Mangoes, and he may lose that.
He's going to cover his retreat there with a smoke babe, of course. Trying to hold Lusty at bay, but Lusty knows about where he is.
Those smoke babes burned very early in an attempt to try and prevent this position on the window, but it doesn't seem to be working, and Lusty can still peek this freely.
So look how much Fnatic are just rotating around the map, trying to find the perfect position to push from. Lusty will find Mango, so that is that A bomb site opened up, but they still have to worry about the ACOG angle.
Yeah, with some smoke assistance, this could be a good entry into the bomb site. Ocean Man also healed up. That'll help a lot. 3 armor. Aces now droning out this position, discovering the remaining power players' anchors.
Fnatic are very like stop-start, aren't they, in the way they're pushing these bomb sites at the moment.
It's just not a lot going on all at once. Some key positions, but these smokes will hopefully cover Fnatic on the plant. Still haven't moved in just yet. Aces does get into that plant spot, but needs to lock this down soon. This smoke won't last forever, and power players are all just spraying on through. Casper may find the angle, but he doesn't get it down in time. Lusty doing some good cover, but Ocean Man steps up big. Aces eventually finishes him off, and it's just Casper left in a 1 versus 2. Can't even find the first one. Aces a great job with the Bearing 9. Getting that plant down, moving into the site, and finding the last 2 kills. Fnatic doing very good job on these attacks.
Good spray control there, or recoil control with the Bearing 9. That thing kicks like a mule. As we head into the final round of the half. As I said, power plays really want to put up a couple of rounds on their defense. 3 at the minimum. So, you know, in my mind, for them to have a chance, they need to win this round.
Yeah, at the start, this was looking fairly good for power players, but Fnatic, you know, every time they make a mistake in one round, next round that mistake is gone. That's a key point that I'm noticing about Fnatic week after week.
So you reckon they're like tuning an engine here?
It is. That's exactly what it is.
A well-oiled machine.
Yeah, it's not like they're, you know, making some big overarching change to their strategy, but it's just one tiny thing at a time, fixing them up.
Well, as I said, final round of the half. They're just bringing the same operators every round, aren't they? Like, they have changed out Aces for a Hibana occasionally, but other than that, everyone's sticking to their roles.
Yeah, I think that they've kind of just tuned this is a good amount of utility. They're all comfort picks for these players as well, and they know that they've got just enough utility to get the job done. No, that Jackal in particular is very versatile. We saw how much it was harassing the roamers on this downstairs and the lobby defense previously, and also how integral those smokes were upstairs.
Well, I must say, it's a bit of a surprise to see Virtue on the Thatcher. Like, that was something that they were really experimenting with Fnatic when they had Specker first join their roster. Like, fitting Specker onto a more fragging role and having Virtue on the Thatcher.
Interestingly, that's where Lusty sits at the moment, on that more fragging role of the Jackal, which is something, you know, Lusty was a support player on the team for a very long time. And
well, wouldn't normally Virtue be playing the Zofia, which Rizraz is on right now?
Yeah, well, you know, Rizraz has always been a Zofia player as well. That's the thing with Fnatic. They love rotating around their operators. Not so much their roles all the time, but definitely their operators. Though we have seen some role changes recently with Fnatic, as this is a bit of an experimentation period. We don't see everything that they try out, but we do get to have a taste.
Yeah, look at all this information that Mangoes is gathering. Surely they suspect that he's down there. In fact, he has been jackaled, so they're going to be well aware of his position. As he's probably going to slowly make his way back to garage where he'll be a bit safer. Maybe.
Yeah, just patient for power plays at the moment. That's really the way they need to play it. It's a bit of a risk either way, you know. On the one hand, you try to play more aggressively and you walk into Fnatic, who are ready to receive. Or you play more passively. You let Fnatic take every inch, set up their Nomad charges and their flank watches, and then, well, you can't really move from there. That said, power plays did have a good defense of this last time.
What an angle from Lusty, all the way from console office into the public bathroom. Dev, we said we wanted to see something new. Here we go.
I like this one. Don't see it every day. Oh, what? Rizraz pushes straight on in. Takes out Bundy, who was a bit distracted from that angle from above.
Who was watching through the floor for power plays? There was those holes made for that purpose, but no. Rizraz is able to make his way in there scot-free.
And we do have one last key component that Fnatic will have to contend with, and that is this mirror window on this main wall, and the Kaid of Ocean Man ready to hold on for dear life to this garage wall.
We saw some good stuff with them using impacts, didn't we, once the...
Yeah, and C4s, but they just dumped all their impacts onto yellow stairs, which was technically a bit silly, but...
Magnet, hello?
There
Nice
you
shot.
go. Good job. Shot to the shoulder will finish off Ocean Man, and if Lusty can find some prints through the floor, this job will be even easier. Good bit of vertical pressure there, and I believe that's also the main wall open. Wow, okay. That's a real harassment there, the Nomad charges, but there's not really any time left. Rizraz will have to make a desperate entry for Magnet as well from the back, and it's working. Just Muesli left. He has to deny the plant, and that's really it. Can he see it? Where is the plant?
Oh,
is he going to spot it? Muesli, no, between the cars. He's going to find it, and he finishes off the last player. Power plays just on the back of Muesli salvage that round.
Yeah, that was pretty close, wasn't it?
Wow. Man, imagine if Virtue had looked left instead of right.
Imagine.
That came down very, very close. I think Fnatic lost themselves a little bit in that that vertical game, trying to open up holes in the floor, and they're oh, okay, there's 15 seconds on the clock. We have to go.
Yeah.
And that plant started at about what 1 second on the clock. Plenty of time for Muesli.
Well, console office and meeting room is going to be the first port of call for Fnatic here.
Alibi is an interesting pick, it's not something we see every day. On consulate, at least. Yeah,
like it's a bit of a situational operator sometimes, and we are going to see the Muesli Zofia pick to Zofia, so big brain plays there.
Yeah, I don't even want to try to analyze that one.
Yeah, me either. I think it might just go over our tiny analyst minds.
That's right. Now for this Alibi, you know, Alibi is an operator to me a bit like Castle, where every time I see it picked, I want to know where those placements are. You know, it's particularly interesting. You know, there are specific strategies, and often we see new things. You know, we saw Castle barricades on the power players defense, which is a setup they're familiar with, where they place them, you know, around the connector, open up some rotate holes to compensate. And typically when we see Alibi used, we also see a similar amount of, you know, complexity and new things.
Yeah, well, you know, at least Alibi devices don't get in your way like castles do.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're not really very similar in the you know, function of the utility, more just in the fact that I find them interesting. Their placement.
Well, look at Ocean Man. He is up and at this window as early as he possibly can. He just wants to try and get an angle onto Fnatic while they're still setting up. Of course, there's always a potential for that to happen.
He's just playing patiently at the moment, which is a good move, but I don't know if Fnatic will bite. Well, usually doing a good job running out downstairs, just checking for anyone like a Pulse, Valkyrie. Someone who might potentially C4 late in the round.
Well, there's two of the Alibis here, Dev.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me personally. We got Magnet, who's going to be playing between this yellow stairs and the bathroom. The idea of the Alibi here is just to prevent anyone who's playing on this window from peeking too aggressively. Anyone who's trying to cover these positions of Magnet, if it accidentally shoots at the Alibi, as they have just done, they have to play passively for a few seconds.
Oh, look, this is a grenade from Casper coming. Oof, not far enough.
Oh, ooh. Nice. So close, just dancing and weaving. Magnet has all the gas he needs to prevent the push-up yellow stairs, but he can hear one is definitely there. He gets the cross. Not sure whether they communicated it. Flashbang going out. Power play is doing a very good job, but Magnet finds some damage. He doesn't finish the player. Eventually he does. Muesli goes down, but there's so much being thrown at him. Still alive, just hanging on.
Just a sliver of HP to try and contest with these stairs. He does have Rizraz down below to help him out, and I don't think Casper's got a drone in a perfect position. There we go. Rizraz is going to find Mangoes as the first engagement here. Looks like they've got Virtue and backup as well. This is that synergy, that communication, that teamwork that we see so often from Fnatic. Magnet's also found his second of the round, and this has fallen apart. Oh, Rizraz can't quite land those shots behind the vending machine, but Mangoes is very lit, and that's going to be cleaned up there by Fnatic. Boy, they were hungry, and they found all those kills. Flawless round for the boys.
We were worried that we wouldn't see anything new from Fnatic, and I'm so glad that we did. That alibi placement wasn't anything particularly complicated, but it really, you know, it shows. And also the way that Magnet played further back in bathroom instead of directly on the yellow stairs.
Yeah, quite nuanced, isn't it?
Yeah, it shows that Fnatic have, you know, they reiterate upon, you know, the same basic ideas, you know, Magnet playing between bathroom and yellow stairs, and they improve upon it bit by bit. You know, let's get an alibi. Might help me a little bit with this duel on the window. Let me play more in bathroom and I can throw the smokes over, you know, the long angle onto the yellow stairs. Let's have Rizraz roam below so that he can protect me from anyone pushing up.
Looks like Magnet's going to be taking the operator that was, of course, designed after him.
I'm assuming you're making a short person joke?
Yeah, something like that. And we're going to see Muesli on that gridlock as well. So both Aussie operators coming out in this one, Dev.
Love to see it. Some Aussie Siege and some Aussie operators as well. Now we'll see Fnatic downstairs as well for their first defense. Sorry, second defense after that top floor, of course.
You reckon Fnatic are going to just close it out from here, from on here?
No, I wouldn't say that just yet. You know, it depends. You know, Fnatic are known to play a bit risky sometimes, go for some risky roam strategies potentially, you know, double flank strategies, and the question is, are power players ready? They've got the Jackal, something good. They've got Gridlock as well, you know, to counter these flanks. Are they ready to punish any aggressive risks that Fnatic decide to take?
Well, first things first will be to open up this garage. No denial there, unless there was a mute jammer on that wall.
Yeah, but we do see upstairs the drone work being denied by Magnet's pests, which will now be cameras utilized for Fnatic to assist even more with that roam, or that re-roam if they decide to do that, as we've seen so commonly from them. Casper wants to get upstairs though, get into the thick of it and start clearing this out, cutting off that visa rotation by opening up that admin hatch. We also have these holes open on the main garage, and that's all the hard breach leverage for power plays in this round.
Yeah, well, that's all they're going to really need in their books. Ace is a bit of a late spaghetti placement there.
I had some late spaghetti tonight, actually. It was good, just before the broadcast.
Well, it looks like one of those track stingers going down on the flank. We saw that, you know, last week Fury were trying to force out the gridlock, and it really wasn't working for them, was it, Dev? And it's not great used as flank watch utility.
No, and we've seen a lot of successful Nomad play, particularly on this map. And I would have expected to see more of that instead of the gridlock. But you know, once again, the Pest doing some good work, and we still have a roamer inside of the bathroom. Lusty looking to get aggressive. He finds the 2 kills. That's a huge blow. Power players will have to recover from. Lusty doesn't have an escape route because the hatch has been reinforced, but he can impact grenade into either the Zulu hallway or into Piano. Ocean Man, though, in the bomb site, and he's really struggling.
Well, now a 4-on-2, Bundy and Ocean Man. Ace is going to find Bundy, so it is just Ocean Man now. This is not looking likely at all, Dev, and there we go. Lusty to peek from the exit stairs, and that's another for Fnatic up on the board.
So what can we say for Fnatic at the moment? Is there anything in particular that's really closing out these rounds? Because they are looking quite dominant.
I think it's more of just how, once they've got the information, how smoothly and as a team they respond to it. Right, like, and then of course some individual skill, like that Lusty double kill, just peeking into Piano. Yes, he had the information that there was 2 in Piano, but then he did win that just heads-up gunfight.
Let's lobby now for the third defense. They won it on their attack. See if they can do the same on the defense. A lot of similar operators that we're familiar with. The Mozzie once again brought. I do love that. We just have. I feel like Mozzie has really spiced up some of the kinds of intel gathering lineups we now see. You know, you don't just bring a mute because you want intel drone denial or a Valkyrie because you want intel gathering. You kind of, oh, well, we kind of need a bit of both. So let's go Mozzie.
Yeah, well, and he's also got that shotgun in his pocket for that remodeling work, so he has a very strong kit and nitro cell, so yeah, you know, I'm not really surprised that we're seeing a lot of him. Like, originally I didn't think he was too strong, but you know, now that we've seen him utilized by a lot of these pro players, I'm seeing his true potential.
Looks like a big roam top floor, maybe Rizraz playing this position in the bathroom with the ACOG looking towards the top visa stairs potentially, or down the long hallway. Taking a look at the scoreboard though, Magnet sitting at 10 kills. Sorry, Lusty sitting at 10 kills.
Yeah, Virtue having a, you know, sitting in the back of the pack there, just 7.
Quiet night.
Yeah. By his standards at least.
Yeah. 7 kills in 8 rounds isn't too bad. Especially when these have been so one-sided a lot of the time. You can see how expansive this roam is for Fnatic. But, you know, the utility that Power Plays has won't necessarily guarantee them kills onto these roamers. Jackal may be able to locate these roamers, but it won't flush out these key positions.
Yeah, I was going to say, both teams are really trying to leverage this Jackal, aren't they?
Yeah, well, looks like Magnet's going to roam all the way downstairs now. He's got that C4, as we saw Mangoes attempted to use on this bomb site previously. Oh!
Oops.
That was a bit of an oops for Mangoes. Oh well. Did the job.
Sounds like that Mozzie also grabbed himself another drone as well.
Crikey.
Crikey. Yeah, Magnet's right on it. Who can I entry for? Who can I drone for, boys?
I love this. So it looks like he might even just use it as a snipe drone. So there's already a Maestro device in there, but if that gets taken out, he does have that that Mozzie drone as a last resort.
Yeah, the thing is, right, as an attacker, it's not your instinct to shoot drones that you see.
Oh no, that was a terrible frag grenade. Trying to destroy that bulletproof. Here's a key position, but how does Virtue win that fight? He really shouldn't, but Bundy asleep at the wheel. Rizraz also stepping up. This top floor seems to be heavily contested. Ocean Man, though, gets into the bomb site, pulling out a goo mine. Does have the diffuser, but doesn't have any cover whatsoever.
I was going to say, surely there's going to be a C4 from below. Magnet's down there. Here's the Mozzie. Do they have the information? In fact, it looks like no, as Muesli's going to find Rizraz. This plant's going to be confirmed. No denial at all at all. Virtue not quite sure where to shoot, but Aces is going to pop up with his own double. Putting us in a 1-on-2. He knows where the last one is. Muesli all the way upstairs. He's trying to get in a position where he can deny this counter defuse. Looks like he's got himself a little hole, but half the time is gone. Is there going to be a flank coming on through Dev?
How much information does Fnatic have? They have that bulletproof. Oh, but Magnet takes a bit of damage, but he secures the kill nonetheless. And there we see the defuse coming out. A great round from Fnatic, a really great attempt from Power Plays, but that salvage worked out perfectly.
I really like the little trick that Magnet did at the end. Jumps off the guard railing while flicking his magazine into his other hand.
It's a nice trick, isn't it?
Little
love that reload.
Classic Magnet kind of move, though, isn't it?
You reckon? All right, we're on match point. This is, I guess, how a lot of people had expected.
Yeah.
You know, Power Play's got 3 rounds of defense, but their attack really struggling. Like, it's been close sometimes, but I feel like a lot of the times it's been close is because Power Plays try something desperate and then Fnatic recover.
Yeah, well, Fnatic, you know, can be happy that they've not going to get another loss, or finally get a loss in the Pro League. But yeah, Fnatic seem to, well, they seem to be losing the first man all the time and then recovering. Like, is that power plays overextending after finding that first pick, do you reckon, Dev?
Difficult to put your finger on that. I don't know. I think Fnatic are just, as a team, very good at recovering. They're all in sync. As soon as they have a setback, you know, as a team, they're all ready to react at the same time.
I suppose it just shows their experience. As soon as something happens, they are quick to respond, and you know, just showing that team chemistry there.
Well, it's top floor this time again. Saw a great round from Fnatic previously on this bomb site. Really revolved around this yellow stairs, of course, where Magnet was allowed to roam freely and supported from below as well by Rizraz, and in the end, Virtue. Power plays didn't have a solution for that problem.
Surely power plays are going to try and force out maybe a different angle. Maybe do what Fnatic were doing and taking the admin office, which is, you know, looking kind of likely considering how many people they've had spawn over on this half of the map.
Yeah, this is what we saw Fnatic do time and time again. And you know, power plays tried to go for that west side take previously, and Fnatic had perfectly set up to counter that. Power plays, if they had prepared to counter Fnatic's yellow stairs hold, then they would have definitely been surprised with Fnatic holding it differently. And they wouldn't have had practice on the exact way that Fnatic decided to hold it.
Yeah, you know, it looks like they have decided, well, it looks too hard for us, we'll just push from this angle instead. Looks like Bundy's running the Fnatic skin on his weapon there, bit of a, you know, killed with your own knife kind of thing, your own gun.
I think all of the ANZ teams support, you know, any APAC team that gets a an item in game, and Fnatic the only APAC team currently with the pilot program.
Oof.
But anyhow, I digress. It's the first pick goes the way of power plays, with Magnet going down, such a key position that Lusty will now have to fill. He doesn't have those gas babes, but he peeks outside aggressively, finds that one kill. Takes out Ocean Man. It's a good kill to start.
Ocean Man stepping up with a double before he's answered back there by Lusty. So once again, Fnatic losing the first member, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Fnatic fight back successfully from this deficit here. Sounds like...
Oh, that's so good. That's a perfect line of sight of alibis that, you know, Lusty is just another one of the alibi devices in there.
Plant's going down, in fact. In fact, Aces can deny it. Can he find the third kill? No, Bundy's going to find his own double. There's Virtue to put us into the 1v1. So Virtue versus Muesli. Plenty of time on the clock to play this, but information is on Fnatic's side.
Still so much time. Oof. And here you have, as you mentioned, the information, everything that Virtue needs. He goes for a pre-fire, relocates, gives himself that bit of versatility. He doesn't have the ACOG, but does he really need it? 416 is such a good weapon, even in long range. Playing the patient game. Don't know if he has the information. He'll make the cross into CEO, but he knows he doesn't have the rotate. He hears it pulling off the plant, or he has the information somewhere. Muesli has to bait it out again. He has so much time. Virtue getting into a better and better position. Still lit up now. He's just playing the bluff game.
Yeah, Muesli is the one that has to make the play here. Virtue's going to peek, in fact, and find Muesli. That's Fnatic taking the game.
It was a difficult road for power plays, and Fnatic, every step of the way, seemed to have an answer. And it came down, as always, to a 1 versus 1 clutch. And yeah, as Magnet says, Jake always wins those.
Yes, Jake does win those. Was there any doubt for our main man Virtue there, Dev?
I mean, he pulled off a 1 versus 4 post-plant clutch last week.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can ever doubt him. And look, 3 kills, 3 players over 10K. That's solid effort from Fnatic. Great job.
Yeah, solid effort from Fnatic. How do we describe this team? It's not like they're doing anything crazy strategically. Like, you know, they're just doing some simple stuff, but to great effect.
They just have more time than any other ANZ team to work on their chemistry, do team building exercises. You know, they've all met each other. I don't think power players have all ever attended an event or like even seen each other all in person.
I reckon they do that kind of backdrop into the full of trust.
Like, yeah, maybe. Like, you never know, right? I'm sure that there's like all kinds of like team building that Fnatic would do. They have the resources to do that. And we've seen, in sporting worldwide and esports, of course, that does net better results. Teams work better when they trust each other. And, Fnatic have had a lot of time. They've known each other for a long time, some of the players longer than others. And they have the resources to dedicate as much time to being the best individually and working the best possibly together.
Yeah, definitely. And they are putting up the results to show it.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
Yeah, so we've had one game between these two teams. It was pretty one-sided. What do you guys reckon for the next one? You can go and vote on our socials for how you reckon the next game's going to go, and we'll bring up those community vote results before the next one. I don't know. I'm still I'm starting to lean even more on Fnatic. I predicted Fnatic 2-0, but we always have that doubt in our mind. It's kind of gone for me.
Yeah, they did look pretty dominant there. They don't look like they're going to, trip up like they did last season in a few matches. I think, they've got this one.
There were a couple moments where I was a little bit worried for Fnatic. There was that one round, the last round that Power Players actually won when they were defending Garage.
The clutch.
The 1v3 for Muesli. And that came down to Fnatic not having enough time.
Yeah.
So a bit of an oversight, but you could see, they're as soon as something went wrong, Fnatic always had an answer for it in the following round.
Yeah, definitely very impressive to see.
Well, we're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be back for another match between Fnatic and Power Players very shortly. we are about to come to a close tonight. We have one last map for you guys between Fnatic and Power Plays. I'm just about ready. How you feeling, Monkey?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty keen to finish this off.
Yeah, so just the one map left. Obviously, we had a bit of a blowout on map number 1 between these two teams. Not, maybe the scoreline doesn't show that, but it felt like it. A lot of those rounds were really one-sided.
Yeah, well, if we wanted to round things out tonight with a bit of a mirror pattern, we started off with a 7-4, we hit a 7-3, then a 7-3. So if we follow that one, we're going to hit a 7-4, but to Power Plays.
I just love that perfect symmetry. So,
if that happens.
It's possible. Hey, who knows? We don't every day see a double best of 1 where, one team wins one and one team wins the other, but we already saw that today. And so it's still on the cards for later tonight. It's particularly exciting, I reckon. When we get to see a little bit of variety in the which team wins what.
Yeah, definitely. And, I think a lot of people at home might be thinking, all right, let's go the underdog. Let's go Power Plays.
That's exactly right. I think especially for a lot of our ANZ viewers, a lot of people just look for the familiar face. Fnatic, oh yeah, I've seen them play before. Let's go for them. But, Power Plays, they've actually been around for a really long time as well. This is the roster that every single season joins in the Pro League and then has a pretty big bit of struggle during the Pro League season, goes down to Challenger League, and everyone thinks, they're going down to Challenger League. That's the last we'll hear from them. And then they win Challenger League, come back next season the Pro League, and you see them once again.
Like a phoenix from the ashes.
That's right. Well, let's have a look at the map that we'll be playing. Got one more map. Consulate not going to be it because we obviously just played that. So, Villa also not going to be it. Give me your best shot.
I think we might actually touch bank.
Well, seems to be going... Oh,
nope.
Nope. Cafe out. Come on. Give me Cafe one of these days. Power Players, why are you going to do this to me? No, it's Clubhouse. So we saw a bit of Clubhouse earlier tonight from match number 1, MF and Oddity. So, I don't know. I reckon we'll see something a bit different here. I hope so.
Well, Clubhouse is one of those maps that Fnatic really like to force out. It's a map that, they've been beaten on and they've also won rather significantly on. At their last LAN event, they lost 7-0 in their final map on Clubhouse. So,
yeah. Well, it's hard to know because we've seen, one way polarized and the other way polarized.
Yeah.
What I want, Monkey, is your prediction of the community vote. How do you think this is going to fall?
I think it's going to be 95 to Fnatic at least.
95. I'm going to go 97 to Fnatic. Let's see. Roll up the community vote, guys. 95.
What am I with predicting things tonight? I don't know.
Yeah, you're really nailing it.
The weird things, though. It's
None for a draw as well. So I think that really goes to show kind of what you mentioned earlier. People either have faith in Fnatic or they want the underdog story. There's no one wants to see a draw out of these teams. Either you're going the obvious or you're going full upset.
Yeah, definitely. Were you putting on an American accent there? Because that's what I was okay.
No, I ate some really spicy food and now my mouth is dying. Yeah, no, 95 to 5.
Yeah, well, I was actually looking at some of the other apps earlier where, the voting was in, and it was at 98 point something for Fnatic. It was not nice.
The thing is, Fnatic always say whenever they go to international events, they love it because they are always underestimated. They're always the underdogs, and there's no expectation. And here we have the opposite. Power Plays, no expectation. The worst you can do is lose, so why don't you just give it your best shot? And I'm sure that they'll do their best. Let's have a look at Power Plays versus Fnatic here on Clubhouse.
Well, Dev, operators to ban out. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Capitao, another maybe Lion from Fnatic.
Yeah, Lion would allow them to roam a little bit better, or maybe the Jackal even. There you go, Capitao. No one likes Capitao in ANZ. I don't know if we've played a single game where Capitao hasn't been banned out.
There was one earlier today, and I'm pretty sure there was one last week as well.
Yeah, I wasn't being, literal.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry.
Well, if this is anything like the one we saw earlier today, it would be a Maverick, but who knows? Power Players took all their time. Could be... There you go, Maverick. There you go. Never mind. I'm not going to theory craft any more of that one. Just same as what we saw earlier today on Clubhouse.
Sometimes you'd think we know what we're talking about, hey, Dev.
Yeah, I know. You just stop overcomplicating things. So, Capitao and Maverick both very good on this map in particular.
Echo Mirror.
Oh, you want to predict them? All right, let's see. Echo Mirror. There you go. What do you want for the last one then?
Echo.
Get your bets in.
Yeah,
Echo.
let's put them both, yeah.
Echo. All right. So justifying the early bans then, talking about the Maverick. On this map, there's just so many good positions.
You know, people are
Can
probably
we go
thinking-
out after this and just buy? I'm going to get you to buy like 10 lottery tickets in my name. That's what we're doing later tonight. Thanks. So, you know, just for viewers who maybe not so sure about like some of these bans. So Maverick, his ability to hard breach and not be countered by, you know, your mute and bandits, such as how you might find the Thermite and Hibana struggle with.
You forgot Kaid.
Whatevs. You know, it's just something, you don't have to deal with that on the defense. You can really go and lean into those bandit tricks and such. And, you know, the Capital, the way that his fire propagates now, it takes up such a large area that it really is so devastating to these key positions on certain bomb sites, especially when you're trying to bandit trick or hide behind a certain wall or position.
Really like how we are seeing the buck picked up here by power plays. It's not something we were seeing earlier in the day, but you know, I really think a buck attacking this bomb site, especially if you're going to try and leverage control into like armory, can be so powerful.
Yeah, old school. That's what it is. Buck used to be a staple on this bomb site when the meta was always to just clear. You know, first step really, other than clearing out the roamers on the map,
If there was any.
Pardon?
If there was
If
any.
there was any, which there so rarely was,
Yeah.
was to open up that kitchen floor and flush out everyone inside of the armory. And that was Buck's role. And I think that, you know, sometimes the tried and tested is the one that's most successful.
Well, into the action phase, of course. Virtue's just setting up a couple of cheeky, sneaky holes.
Yeah,
So-
we've got the sweat holes, which is the one where he punches a little thing. He
Yeah.
sweatily aims between them. And then you've got the ultra sweat holes, where he shoots the bullet holes and shoots you through his own bullet holes.
Yeah, well, you know, Manic was calling them murder holes, which I think is a more apt name for them. But, you know, I'm still going to call them sweat holes.
Yeah,
It just makes me feel better about it when I go, oh, I died to a sweat hole.
exactly. Well, these sweaty Fnatic players playing in Pro League, how sweaty.
How dare they try? They should just be running around like it's casual.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
Yeah, well, you never know when it comes to the Pro League. Some days we've seen some serious upsets. We've seen some surprising things, not just locally, but internationally. You know, G2 are, what, 7th place in the EU Pro League at the
Yeah, I
moment?
saw that. It's 2 losses, 1 win.
Yeah, it's the Wild West out there in Europe at the moment, North America as well, but that's a pretty awesome kill there. I love that. The floor bang, using that that P12 pistol and that electronics detector, finding that that head of Lusty as he was using his cardiac sensor.
I like Casper's angle there as well, all the way from in logistics. It's not something that, you know, the opponents are going to really expect.
Yeah, so they're not going to hear the or see the person on the floor above and expect that angle, and also they're not going to be able to see for him through the floor.
Yes, indeed, but power plays are at a man advantage here early on, thanks to Lusty going down with his pulse skin in his hands.
That'll probably be one of the 2 C4s off the board for Fnatic, but there you go, there's the second one in all likelihood off the board. Another big kill. Everything's going the way of power plays as they're likely to open up this church wall. Just 2 players left, and
Oof.
Muesli finish shows off Virtue, just aces. He's a clutch god, but
No.
clearly not good enough. Flawless first round for power plays.
Yeah, beautiful round from the power plays, boys. They just access that bomb site, you know, with precision and aim.
And what a way to kick it off as well. You know, Fnatic, after such a dominant map on the first time, you know, power plays asserting their dominance, letting Fnatic know that they're not going to go down without a fight.
What's that, the first attack round that power plays have won?
That's exactly right. Period in this series. That's exactly right. And it looks like Fnatic will switch things up. And interesting, as you noted earlier today, Gym and Bedroom, the second choice bomb site for all of the teams that have played on this map today.
Yeah, well, we don't know if power plays
So far.
so maybe
on defense.
Defense, yeah. Sorry, that's just me being a little pedantic.
Yeah, you're a bit pedantic on that one. It's one of those cases of we just can't let Dev be right.
It's better to be technically right than let Dev be right.
Exactly. All right, so check it out. This Bedroom defense, the Cade, is something we have seen leveraged a lot. We saw earlier today, I believe it was Oddly who brought it. They played the Cade inside of Cash, Well, that's C4. We saw some pretty gnarly C4 kills as well over the top here.
Pretty gnarly.
Yeah, mate. I'm a surfer, dude.
But look, they're going to use 5 reinforcements over on this side of the map. This is pretty common, isn't it, Dev?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You want to really extend your hold out into cash when you're defending this bomb site. And what that allows you to do is keep control of that window in CCTV that peaks all the way out onto that south balcony, which prevents anyone, you know, aggressively using those south windows that lead into the bomb site. So you've got to hold control of cash so you can control that window, so you can control the balcony.
Yeah, well, sorry?
Oh, nothing?
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 You sound like you're in trouble. I was going to say, Bundy, seeing if anyone's going to be peeking from Dirt Tunnel. In fact, they really seem like they've got an inkling that might be the case.
Yeah, well, we do know that the Fnatic players were keen to go for some kind of aggressive peek from elsewhere. I believe we saw someone in Strip earlier. We saw drones in Strip. Maybe power players are just used to playing against teams more likely to go for those aggressive peaks from various places.
Yeah, well, power players have made the first step in their strategy. They've opened up Jacuzzi here. Is there no real contention for it? Like, I'm sure they maybe had a Kaid Electroclaw on it, but otherwise it's been opened up for free. And here we go, Magnet. He's just going to crouch walk all the way downstairs. He's finding the spot where he wants to jump out from.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't get taken out, oh wow, pardon me, Casper with a great grenade kill. Don't get to see those every day, and everything is collapsing. Fnatic falling under themselves. That said, Magnet's still in a great position downstairs to deny that plan. Ace is always on the bomb site, you know. He'll always hold on, and Magnet denies that jump in through that gym window. Now his position revealed, but things are essentially a 3 versus 3 with Mango's down on the floor, now finished. We have these Fnatic players holding solid on the bomb site.
Yeah, Magnet has been cut off at the bottom of the stairs, however, but looks like power plays could access the site. Depends on how much denial we're going to see Lusty get from Nectar.
Magnet finding that kill. That's a great pick, and he's being chased now, but he's just going to lead him on. Keep falling back. He still has that C4 if he wishes. He can deny the plant if he has information on the bomb site later. The other Fnatic players as well, holding site inside of logistic and construction, forfeiting the actual bomb site itself because they know they have ways to deny the plant if it does go down. Bundy, very cautious. He has the diffuser, but he's looking for a safe place to plant. He does find one. Not sure whether anyone's in a good position to deny. It's just a bait from Bundy at the moment, so the Fnatic players will relocate. Magnet uses his C4, but he gets spotted out. Almost kills Muesli, but he is eventually bested. And there you have it, eventually. Fnatic collapse, and, well, everything fell apart for power plays.
Yeah, that was some great stuff there from Fnatic. Oof, what an angle. What a shot. But you really felt like power plays just took way too long to decide how they wanted to play that 3v3. You know, they had access to the gym bomb site. They had the diffuser on board. They could have tried to go for a plant, and that's when we would have had to see Fnatic respond. Instead, they tried to bait out Fnatic, get them to make a play into their clutches, and, you know, the only one to do that was Magnet.
And the real problem was that, you know, power plays, when baiting that diffuser, they didn't have anyone ready to receive the bait. You know,
yeah.
Bundy, no, it wasn't Bundy, it was Muesli, was chasing down Magnet downstairs. So as the bait came out with the diffuser, the two site players, or near site players, just started to enclose very gradually on that gym. No one was going to contest them, except for the guy who meant to be planting it. He's taking a 1v2, so it's never going to work.
And here we go, it's the CCTV room. First time we're seeing this bomb site after 2 rounds.
I just want to note how much play we've seen where the smoke operator or the smoke player on the defense brings impact grenades. Once again, here, you know, we talked a little bit to Raven in our interview earlier with Oddity about how powerful those impact grenades can be and how versatile they are, you know, whether it's tricking walls or even killing players, you know, denying areas.
Denying plants.
Yeah.
It's not the craziest thing we've seen all day.
I wonder if Rizraz has a specific thing in mind for his impact grenades.
I think also impact grenades can sometimes be brought as that utility to just toss out when you're trying to finish someone off, or, you know, you've tagged them up and they're around a corner. Like, it's always a nice bit of utility to have in your back pocket, whether you want to go for a late flank or even do that.
That's right. All right. So, Fnatic defense this time around. What's Garage looking like? Garage typically is a heavy point of contention. We often see a defender, you know, holding steadfast on the catwalk, and in this round it's Aces doing that. Not an operator we would typically see in the mute. Usually a Meister, an Echo, a Doc, someone with an ACOG. But no, Aces should be able to do the job himself. He's got Magnet roaming downstairs to support, but is now very aware of this flank watch on the window.
Oh, how close is he?
Oh, what? Was that a read, or did he see him, or was that...
I think that was more of just a guess there from Magnet, as he is going to find the head of Bundy. Oof, that was dirty. Someone needs to go check his Moss files, I reckon.
Meanwhile, downstairs, Power Plays looking to counter this bandit trick by clearing out below. But it's a very dangerous position, looking upwards, trying to prevent that bandit trick. You also have to worry about people flanking you from these stairs or from elsewhere in Lounge. But looks like that's the end of the story, because a good grenade takes out Lusty. Ocean Man, meanwhile, finishes off that hazardous roamer of Magnet. Power Plays looking up again with the man advantage.
Yep, Rizraz, Aces, and Virtue. I wouldn't count them out while we still have Virtue up on the board here. Dev, the clutch master for Fnatic. There we go. He's going to start things off for himself. Onto Ocean Man, sending him to an early grave.
He's taken a lot of damage, but we've seen how much he can do, even when put in a pinch. Still a lot of time left for Power Plays, but not really a lot left else, because that's 2 players down. Rizraz doing some serious work with the smoke. Just the one left, and that's Casper for Power Plays.
He's just found proning down in the stock room. Not much he's going to be able to do from here. He knows Virtue is nearby. In fact, he could turn this into a 1v1. No, he can't.
Yeah, no.
He had 2 very low players to contest with. That's another for Fnatic putting themselves up to 2 rounds.
So they head around the world, gone to every bomb site, haven't quite won Church yet.
Well, they haven't gone to Bar yet. Oh, just look at that, dirty.
I guess that's true. Maybe I was using the phrase incorrectly. I more thought, you know, they've tried all the 3 bomb sites that they need to try.
Around the world for me is they've gone to every single bomb site.
Yeah, so it's more like you're going to every single place in the world that you need to go to. I don't know. They've gone to the survey, they've gone to the supermarket, and then they've come back home.
Yeah,
something like
down
that.
to the Coles or the Woolies.
Yeah, that's right. Anyhow, so the only round they've lost so far, that is Fnatic, was Church. And that's where they'll head this time. A few changes in operators, bringing the Mozzie. Rizraz this time, though, not Magnet, as we saw previously.
Look at the kill count. You wouldn't think that it's 2-1, would you?
No, we saw some close encounters, but we also saw a flawless round, didn't we?
You know, Ocean Man's score is 4-4-4.
You can't see this on stream right now, but Monkey just gave me some serious eyebrows. It's all right. This is ANZ. No shakos here.
Well, yes, it's an what's it? An omen. It's an omen.
It's an omen. Is it an omen for the wallbang, beautiful wallbang we saw from Magnet previously?
Yeah, I just want the X-Files theme to play in the background right now.
All right, so having a look at where these alibis are being placed, this is, you know, a gym-style hold on the Church bottom floor defense.
I feel like it's wasted being on all 3 of those. Like, I don't know. Like, are they really gonna spray through all 3 of those windows, and what are you gonna gain from it? Like,
maybe, I don't know. The key to this really for me is just the fact that Fnatic are putting so much stake upstairs and they're making that known. You know, they're not trying to hide upstairs. They're trying to bait Power Players into pushing them because they think they'll be successful in those exchanges.
well, you could just do what Muesli's doing and just head to site instead, you know. You can always fight where your opponent's not. Do what Mangoes is doing, pushing into dirt tunnel, make him use the smoke babe in the first 45 seconds, make that 2. Oh, but that's a bit ill-advised from Mangoes. And Lusty to find Ocean Man as well. Whatever happened to this roam clear, Dev? That's a free kill there for Casper. He's going to find the head of Rizraz. But there's Virtue to trade him on back, putting us in a 2-on-4.
Well, I was going to say good night to the hard breaches, but looks like most of Power Players has fallen asleep. Fnatic still have 4 players up. And they have good positions as well on the bomb site, which is the key position. Even with players lit up, they have the advantage outright.
Yeah, it looks like they're both going to try and force their way in through blue. Not really much going for them here. They're going to have to just win a heads-up duel.
Oh,
That's it.
C4!
Ooh.
Shoots it out on the floor. He also finishes off Magnet there. Muesli's done some good work. His Claymore does even more. Bundy turns us into a 2 versus 1. Completely clutchable for Lusty, but he has a bit of work ahead of him. Is Muesli covering? Is that impact enough to distract him? No, it's not. And Muesli finds 4 on the round, I believe. Lusty taken out, and power plays get us back in the game.
What the heck, Dev? That was a 2v4 to 2 on none.
Yeah, wow. Not a single player died there in that 2 players left for power plays. That's crazy. So, you know, Fnatic struggled twice now on that Church defense. And, you know, they were so convincing on the other bomb sites, but power players just seemed to have their number on that bottom floor. Even when Fnatic tried something different, power players were organized enough to ensure they came out on top. And I don't even know, it's not like strategically or team play that really won them that. It was just, you know,
Fnatic peaked.
Wait for 3 players to die, and then the 2 players, no, credit to the 2 players, they played really well. But one of the killers was free, it was a Claymore, and all the other ones were, as you said, Fnatic peaking.
Well, they've tried Church twice and they've lost it twice, Dev.
Well, they don't need to head back there for the rest of the game.
Well, they
other
have.
Other than this one, obviously. Wait, they wouldn't have to head back here. They could go to bedroom right now if they wanted.
Yeah.
That's weird. That is very odd. And they're bringing the Capcan.
Nice.
Yep.
Well, Capcan, as I say, one of those operators that the more you bring him out, the less effective he is. So if you only bring him out once in a blue moon, he's can be quite powerful if your opponent does not find that out.
Yeah, still no Legion. And, you know, power players bring in IQ, so in theory they'd spot out those Capcan traps. I don't know, like, Fnatic went for, you know, a more turtle hold, and then they went for a more roam heavy hold, and now they're doing a bit more of a roam, I guess. I don't know.
See, there's those alibis scanning people out, but what does that achieve?
The idea is to prevent people aggressively holding angles on those main windows. And I think that to that end, it seems to be succeeding. Maybe a bit too early to tell. There are so many rotations opened by Fnatic.
Go Mangoes has called for a Thatcher grenade to allow himself to thermite into bedroom. Mind you, this is a basement hold.
Yeah, nowhere near the bomb site at the moment. Ocean Man decides it's too dangerous up there with all those alibis, so he gets on downstairs. As he's pinged out by those alibis, he's completely vulnerable to any wallbangs from Cash. So he's very concerned about that, so he defaults back. Magnet, meanwhile, on site, just prepping up blue. And it looks like we may have some control upstairs by power players, but still some presence from Fnatic. Lusty, top of Cash stairs.
Lusty's done so well playing in positions where he's just made it very difficult for power players to come and deal with him.
Oh, and there you go. He may well find this kill. Casper goes down. Still, it's just 1, and I'm sure he wants more than that. Bite off a bit more as he moves on aggressively into CCTV. Loses his last impact grenade, but still alive. The rest of power players just trotting around, not trying to search him out. They'll try to hold the flanks, I suppose, as they start to execute.
Yeah, it really feels like power players are you know, lacking direction, lacking a solid plan here.
They've decided not to waste too much more time with the roamers. Start to execute onto the side, but we can see Thatcher perfectly catches it. A great EMP, completely not deliberate, but Bundy makes it work. Rizraz still in an aggressive position, though. He wants to take these gunfights.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. Power players are going to have to force their way into the bomb site here. But Rizraz wants to get aggressive. In fact, Magnet's going to find Mangoes with this C4.
And now Rizraz so aggressive. Takes down that 1 kill. Oh my god! No, Rizraz with 2! And it's now just a flurry. Only Ocean Man remaining.
Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock. Doesn't look likely he's going to have to pop up with a ton of kills here, Devin. Lusty from above and behind to shut him down as Fnatic finally win a Church defense.
Interesting again, as I mentioned, there was no necessity to head up back downstairs for that defense. They could have gone to bedroom, but they wanted to retry downstairs and do something a bit different. Now they can head to cash. They don't have to show bedroom again at all.
Yeah, CCTV room, cash room. You know, Fnatic just go on whichever bomb site they want, aren't they?
Yeah, it seems to be the way. Not sure if there's any, particular pattern. Maybe they just like cash. I don't know. Why would they go bedroom before cash if they don't want to play bedroom?
Of course they like cash. Everyone loves cash.
Yeah, cash money. Well, I don't know. What was it really that made the difference in that previous round on the roam?
The fact that they didn't die.
Wow, that's some insightful analysis right there, Monkey.
All right, well, it really seemed like they were not ready for Lusty to be up on their flank that late. And, that going back to that previous Church round, it was a 2-on-4. Like, let's not...
Yeah, I mean, I guess that power plays really shouldn't have won the last 2 rounds, either of the last 2 rounds, They were overall defeated on the previous Church defense, on Church attack that they made, but they just won the 2v4, as you mentioned. So I guess Fnatic just, retried the same kind of thing, and this time they didn't have, they didn't actually make as much progress. They didn't find as many kills early as they did in the previous time, but they just had a better job on site. C4's landing, etc.
Yeah, Fnatic really do make these late rounds exciting, don't they?
Yeah, they give us a good show for sure. So, cash this time. Ocean Man doesn't waste any time opening up this long angle.
Pretty common.
Yep. Gives you an angle onto that rotation window at the top of the catwalk. Looks like the menu for Lusty today is to go for this bandit trick. Of course, we don't have any Capitao to counter that. No Maverick either. Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Well, looks like that is going to be the first protocol here for power plays. Open up this this wall. This is pretty standard. Looks like a couple of those X-Kairos didn't go off.
New jammer, I think.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. Judging by the placement.
Yep, sounds about right. All right, so looks like power players are keen to take control of this construction side as well. So they are checking if they do wish to push that side, but they haven't actually opened up this main wall just yet. Obviously, Lusty is the main one to contend with, and we don't have a Zafir on the power play side to disrupt that bandit trick animation, as we saw primarily utilized by Oddity and Mindfreak. Grenades that have to do the job, or opening the floor from below, and I don't think that either of those things are really on power play's mind at the moment.
Yeah, once again, it seems like power plays don't know exactly how they want to make moves, although that's one way to do it. Ocean Man to find the head of Rizraz, and that's the smoke off the board, Dev.
Certainly an important operator to pick early, but Lusty gets aggressive and he'll find a pick of his own. That's Muesli going down.
Oh, he's lucky to be alive there, Lusty.
Fnatic still have so much control though. They haven't forfeited Garage. I don't know if they forfeited the main wall either. It's just this pressure coming in from Cash. I do believe the main wall is open. But it's just that wall on construction that's doing the most of this damage. Oh, great flank.
Flurry of frags coming out there. Bundy to trade out Lusty with a Claymore. So Mangoes and Bundy in a 2-on-3 right now, trying to fight back from behind once again. They've done it before, power plays, but can they do it again, attacking up here? 20 seconds on the clock, so they're going to have to make their way in any moment. In fact, Mangoes has done that, but he's very worried about trying to stick a plant.
Not sure where is the safest position. He denied some information on the bomb site. A C4 misses, but Virtue's bullets don't. And now it's just Bundy remaining. This half looks to be over. He's the last man standing. He doesn't have the diffuser, and he's got Virtue to contend with. Fnatic will win that round on time. And there you have the half going the way of Fnatic, a 4-2 to end it out.
Gee, that sounds familiar.
what, 4-2 score lines on the half.
Is that what we had last map? No, it was 3-3.
Yeah, it was actually on Consulate. So, you know, we would expect that the defense is going to be favored here. So this isn't the end of the story for power plays here coming out this. You know, they're only, you know, it's 2 rounds different, but they're essentially 1 round behind.
2 rounds different, but 1 round behind.
There's no way that they could be any closer than this, except for if it was a draw.
Okay.
It's like what I was saying earlier that made no sense. It's
Alright.
just something about my brain
Alright.
that makes sense, and no one else's brain can relate to that same way.
All right.
If you are the 1% who understands me, I
Follow him on
appreciate you.
Twitter.
You know, this is as close as we can get without it being even Stevens. So I
All
think
right, that's a good way to explain it.
power players can't beat themselves up too much for not coming out even or ahead on their attacking half, because as we know, defense is what we'd expect to be in the advantage, especially with Capitao and Maverick banned out.
Yeah, 100%. All right, taking a look across at these operators. We've got Ocean Man on the Mozzie. Once again, love to see him coming on out.
Always nice to see our Aussie.
Well, into the action phase. As for these attacking operators, Dev, anything in particular standing out to you there?
It's really stock standard. If anything, I just point out the buck because we talked about it earlier. But you know, really, I'm not sure if it's just a generic. You know,
Right.
Virtue's played a lot of buck recently. He's very comfortable on the operator. It's a versatile operator. Like if you don't actually use him specifically for vertical play, you really haven't lost much. You've got a good buck player who can use the gun well. Then, well, you've got a good gun and frags. You can't really complain there.
Well, Aces waiting for the right time to put this thermite charge on down. In fact, nope, that's not perfect. But it might allow those Habana charges to go off, yes. Beautiful timing there from the Fnatic squad.
Yeah, interesting that they didn't try to do the Zofia trick at all. They just, you know, brute force their Hibana pellets at the same time as the thermite charge. It's usually pretty difficult for the Bandit to get both. Still possible, but...
But no, the timing there is what made it impossible, I think.
It still would have been possible, right?
Well,
pretty
what
sure.
do you do? You get the thermite and then you go for the Habanas. We saw him get the thermite and he didn't have enough time for the Habanas.
Oh.
Oh, nice shot.
All right.
Or you take the Habanas and then the thermite's gone off. Like, I think it was impossible without timing. But
Maybe you're right. I don't know. I'll have to do the calculations.
bring out the calculator. That was a nice shot from Magnet.
It
there, wasn't
was. I know, a bit of delayed reaction there from us, but you know that's a smoke going down as well, which is a huge time delay operator that the defense would have on their arsenal.
Well, minute 20 on the clock. Where are Fnatic taking this one? I think I saw them in construction last. Still got possibility of Muesli on the flank. So yeah, once they've got the main wall opened up, they're going to start trying to force the other angle, making
This
it
thing
very...
gonna work, mate. You haven't.
Yes, it is.
What? Okay, my bad. I misjudged the timing.
Yeah.
I thought it was like, all right, no, good on him. Is he
no.
gonna get it again?
Habana charges have a very big window in which you can go for them. That's why, you know, you always take the thermite, then the Habana's down. But, oh, nice shot there from Ocean Man onto Lusty. Lusty just slow peeking that one. As Magnet's going to step up with his second this round.
And he wants to push up the cash stairs
Oof.
as well. A great shot from Virtue opening up the round. Just 2 players left for power players. We've seen them in clutch situations like these, but they're trapped like animals in the cage at the moment. They have some information. They have garage control, but I don't think that's quite enough with Fnatic encircling. A pre-fire doesn't catch what it needs to for Bundy, and Casper might find one, but he does trade with Aces, and that's the end of the round. Fnatic going up, getting 1 step closer to closing this out.
Yeah, they may need 1 more point to continue their undefeated record, Dev.
Undefeated in the ANZ Pro League since when? Since Season 8, when they lost to August in the grand final of Season 8, right?
That is correct, yes.
And that was what made them 2nd seed in Season 8. Maybe that's really when it clicked, you know?
Yeah.
2nd seed going into the APAC finals, and Fnatic said no, never again. And they haven't lost a match in the ANZ Pro League since.
They've drawn a heck of a lot, though.
They have. Too much last season. Far too much.
Well,
It's on the cards for today. 0% of the community predicted it.
yeah.
I don't predict it at this stage either. I think this is looking pretty cut and dried.
Well, it looks like power players don't want to give another attempt up in the CCTV. They want to try and force out Church. Looking at the kills here. Very evenly spread, Dev.
Yeah, it is. It all looks pretty reflective of the roles of these players. You know, we got Virtue, Lusty, Rizraz, all doing pretty well. Magnet as well. Like, you know, these guys, it's so hard to pick because, you know, these are just the fraggers. And Fnatic has plenty of fraggers. Power plays. You know, the Muesli is always going to step up a bit more. He's one of their key fraggers.
Same with Mangoes.
Yeah.
Well, tons of rotates coming on out, making sure that they can roam on this top floor here for power plays.
Something we saw from Fnatic a lot of as well. Really interesting to see the way that these teams play this map versus how Mindfreak and Oddity played this map earlier today. Quite a lot of distinctions, you know, the way that we see a lot of roaming here and maybe not so much previously.
Yeah, look, they've got that Jacuzzi wall reinforced on a basement defense as well here, power plays.
I wonder how much of this is off-the-cuff decisions from Mangoes as to the defensive strategies. He mentioned to me the other day that that was part of their when they were playing the other day on, what was it, Consulate? It was just off-the-cuff ideas. Not all pre-planned.
Really?
Yeah.
And why is that? Do they feel like they can be more effective if they try and adapt mid-game?
Not sure. I think it's sometimes comes down to maybe not having the preparation on a specific idea and then realizing in the moment that it's what you want to go with. But this is a close-in for Rizraz at the moment. Lots of players to contend with, but he finds that first kill. Mangoes goes down, that Legion Elite. But it looks like some of the other players from Power Players escaping. That C4 doesn't find the kill. Casper now just trying to find a way to make his escape.
I wonder if Fnatic expect there to be a third player up above. In fact, it looks like Casper might be getting flushed towards Virtue. Virtue's got a free kill here. In fact, it is going to be Rizraz to find it. Beautiful pinch work from the Fnatic boys. Seems like Magnet went down elsewhere on the map. I think I missed that one, Dev.
Yeah, but that's just one player down for Fnatic and not too essential, really. They still have all the utility they really need to tick all the boxes.
I just want to know, are they aware of that flank? Who is it up above? I think it's Muesli.
Hard to say at this stage. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but Fnatic, I think they're just... Wait. Oh, this could be the opportunity. There you go. Virtue goes down and Muesli's still upstairs. I don't think Fnatic will push this at this point. It's too late in the round. I'll just let it happen. And yes, that was what you saw, the M1014 on Bundy. That shotgun, we've seen him play the M1014 a lot on this bomb site recently. And he used it to great effect on the Pulse. Muesli and Bundy together clean up the finals. And as you mentioned, Muesli with this flank, doing everything that was needed.
He just got in behind them. Like, you know, we were judging Oddity's drones earlier, but the fact that Muesli was allowed to survive for so long upstairs without getting found out by Fnatic, a little bit sloppy by their standards.
Was there just no drones?
Well, we saw Rizraz cleared out 2 from upstairs. I think they just assumed, well, that's 2 upstairs, we're done.
I think you're right.
We are going to go back to CCTV cash room, however.
This was a rough one for Power Plays. Couldn't quite pull off the bandit trick. We'll see whether they can, we'll see whether they attempt the same thing. It looks like they might. Wasn't Mangoes playing the bandit before, was it though? Did they switch that over?
But was it Casper that was on it?
I think you're right. They've got the Cade as well. So, impact grenades as well on the Cade.
Running the holo on the shotgun as well, no ACOG.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting discussion there. It's so good and high damage that in close range gunfights, you really, you know, as a Cade, if you're playing in close range gunfights, you need something, right? You can't really resort to your pistol because that's got an ACOG on it as well. So you get the 1x on the shoddy. It's actually a very good loadout to run.
I don't like the idea of like a super high damage weapon in a game like Siege because you're going for headshots anyway, right? Like it's.
You don't have to. If you want, you can go for body shots.
When I play it, I feel like I'm just aiming for head, and you know, it's hard to miss on a one tap. You know, as semi-automatic weapon.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Just it's like using a shotgun in close range. You aim for center mass, and you know that if you land that shot, it's lethal.
Yeah.
Bit similar with the shotgun. You're firing a huge amount of lead down range, and if 2 of them land on the body, then that's a gone.
Looks like they might be trying to do this concussion trick as well.
Successful.
Yeah. Mango's completely denied there. No ADSs though, Dev, or was that captured by the EMP, you reckon?
Hard to tell, really. You'd have to really dissect that defense at the start of the round with the observer camera to be able to tell the exact placement of the ADSs. But yeah, to me, the thing that I think really cool about that Zofia strat, and more so a counter to it, is that if you barricade that wall, that doorway between that drone hole and the main wall, it prevents the Zofia charge from going off. At least that's what we saw, I believe, Team Empire do.
Thing is, it does shut down your rotation opportunities a small amount.
You could smack it a little bit.
Yeah.
Open it late. Just a cool idea.
Well, it looks like Rizraz has got the ping of one operator. Is very aware.
Rizraz wants to take this fight.
Oh,
he does,
he will.
in fact. Lands enough shots to find the kill. Ocean Man goes down. That's the Cage shotgun off the board. And a man advantage for Fnatic.
Well, minute 15 on the clock, and they're going to have to make their way in and plant at some point, but looks like Mangoes is in a position to stay over my dead body.
And Casper as well prepping the C4 for this eventual denial, but he doesn't really have a safe place for it. Mangoes, he doesn't disrupt any of those thermite charges, and in fact is taken out at the feet. Lusty, a great job to finish off Mangoes. Just 2 left for power plays, and we'll have to see a power play to make a difference here. Bundy.
Was that shot out of midair?
I think it was. Casper finds nothing with that C4. Bundy in a bit of a predictable position as well.
Yeah, 40 seconds, but it's a 2-on-5. We've seen them hold it down from a position like this before, power plays, but not with the plant going down and not with Fnatic winning the round. Flawless from the FNC boys as they move on to match point.
And that was a great round for Fnatic. Always so well organized. Everything clinical, perfectly timed, dismantling every single element, piece by piece. They're on match point now. 7-3 was the scoreline on map number 1. We're looking at 6-3 at the moment. Potentially going to close it out in a similar fashion.
Well, this is the first time we will be seeing the gym bomb site from power plays here.
That might be what they need. Bring in the castle and the Kaid. We may well see Kaid inside of the cash room to hard hold.
This is the first team that we've seen that hasn't had Jim as their second choice.
There you go. That's a good point.
Completely irrelevant.
But that just kind of ruins my thing about whole ANZ likes bedroom.
And yes, I get some pleasure from that, Dev. I just like ruining things for you.
I know you do. It's the most special part of our relationship.
Well. So we're going to see, of course, an extended hold over in cash room here, Dev. 5 reinforcements used. Do you think that's a lot of utility?
Yeah, but it's more really about the cost. My goodness, Muesli was a bit worried about that one. Bundy, come on, don't take his head off.
The real question is, where else would you use these reinforcements?
Exactly. So look, as long as you've got 2 on that main wall of the jacuzzi, as long as you've got 1 on the exterior construction wall, then you've got 10 to play with, right? So that's 3. You got 7 left. You can dedicate a whole bunch to construction if you want it.
Do you remember the old clubhouse, how perilous the wall used to be into gym? Sorry, into master bedroom? Yeah.
All these exterior, it's just basically just construction didn't exist.
Yeah.
You had these giant exterior walls. It was terrifying. I remember playing cash on that bomb site. But one thing I do remember about the old clubhouse was making that logistic to cash rotate.
Yeah.
So satisfying if you could pull that off without getting detected. Go for a big flank.
Getting a wall bang all the way from logistic to cash was nice too. But enough about the past and the history of Rainbow Six. What was that? Was that a
I'm not sure.
Thatcher?
Very hard to tell.
So we didn't hear the
No.
sound of all the electronics powering down.
No, I'm not sure. Oh well. So, Fnatic, well, more specifically Aces, waiting patiently. Fnatic know that they have to dismantle this castle hold. Get rid of that main castle barricade. There's another castle barricade as well between them and the bandit. Have to prevent the bandit from juggling.
Interesting to see Lusty running breach charges, but it was used effectively.
Yeah, he does have Hibana pellets to deploy on the second castle barricade if he thinks that'll work. Otherwise, they could use Rizraz's lifeline, but they'll have to waste any ADSs first, and they don't have the stun grenades on Hibana to do that, as you mentioned, because he's brought the breaching charges. Oh,
Yeah, there we go.
Someone's got to watch now. This bandit trick doesn't look too possible, and Bundy will have to sacrifice that wall. Eventually, Jacuzzi is opened. Ace has got some nice angles here on this upside-down rappel. But still, cash control hasn't been taken.
Yeah, Fnatic are taking this very slow. Once again, very one-dimensional. So they're going to have to make their way into the bomb site and try and go for a plant, of course, which, you know, they've been pretty successful in doing in the past.
It's what you call a budget take. Fnatic are trying to get the round without investing much at all. They're not trying to take cash, just trying to keep it, invest as little as possible.
Oh,
Wow, that's
nice shot.
unfortunate. Good wall bang, Rizraz out, but there's a good trade. Virtue's frags working out. Magnet on an entry as well. Aces needs to cover this rotation, and now Magnet's in the objective, but Lusty's the one with the diffuser. Has to take this initiative to plant 24 seconds. And Virtue is going to pinch.
Surely they get in there right now, right away. They need to go. Lusty. All right. Gonna start going for the planters. Magnet's gonna find Casper. 2-on-4. I think this might be all over Red Rover. 2-on-1. 4-on-1. Sorry.
Wow.
Magnet to finish things off. What was that? A 4K?
Yep. An excellent round from Magnet. So many final kills. We like to see both of them on the final kill cam. Fnatic with their victory here. 7-3, 7-3. Back in style and undefeated so far in the ANZ Pro League.
Yeah, and you know, that's also power players going 0-4. It's a rough position to be in for them. Muesli, oof, putting up numbers that game.
Yeah, it's been a tough 2 weeks for power plays. You know, Muesli, as you mentioned, playing really well, but you know, we've had what, 2 weeks of Pro League, and they've faced arguably the two best teams in the league in August and Fnatic.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you come in from the Challenger League, Dev. It's it can be a rough pill to swallow, but then, you know, once those games are out of the way, you've got the rest of the season to fight against some, you know, bit more closer competition.
Yeah, but we actually saw, you know, power players took 3 rounds per map here against Fnatic. Same last week against August, 3-7, 3-7. That's pretty formidable. You know, we've seen some more one-sided scorelines. We've seen our first 7-0 last week with Oddity Sinister. I think you got to give power players some credit.
Well, at least they are consistent, Dev.
Power players.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. You know, they have consistency going for them. And look, so far Fnatic does too.
7 rounds every week, yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you know, last season we were always harping on Fnatic, you know, can we really pick them as you know, their future performance based on these inconsistencies in the past? And so far, what we've seen from Fnatic has delivered.
Yeah, we really need to pick their brains, whoever they send up for the interview.
Yeah, you got some juicy stuff.
But what do you got?
You're gonna steal my stuff this
Yes.
time? So I stole your stuff last time. That's the deal.
It's revenge.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm keen to talk to both of these teams. Writing my notes down for both of these teams. Because, you know, on the flip side, obviously Fnatic, everyone knows these guys. We get to talk to them. It's great, beautiful opportunity. But power plays as well. You know, we don't get to see much of the spotlight on them, and we don't get to hear much from their perspective about where they are and how they're progressing. And that's something that I'm personally very much looking forward to.
Yeah, well, like, you know, I want to say, like, you know, you guys always seem to struggle in Pro League, but, you know, in the Ra League qualifiers and in also, you know, the Six Masters, you guys been doing all right. Like,
yeah.
Is there some kind of mental block, or what's the go?
Yeah, look, it's a hard pick. Guess we'll have to wait and ask them. I don't know, from this, you know, now we've had the whole day. We've seen Oddity, Mind Freak, Fnatic, and Power Plays. is there any expectation here that maybe wasn't met from you, or maybe an expectation that was exceeded?
I don't know. In this matchup, it went as I expected, really. Like, maybe getting 6 rounds for power plays was above and beyond my expectations.
It's funny, though, because I feel like in this week of ANZ Pro League, so far, we have seen more flawless rounds than I can count. And that's the funny thing. We see, these even rounds, but, individually, sometimes one team will just steal away with a round, and there's a schedule for you of today's results. Yeah, it's been a ride. I don't know, what is it that really makes some of these games even, but then rounds really flawless in either direction?
I really think it's got a lot to do with a snowball kind of effect, Dev. Like, you start off with 1 or 2 frags, and then it's easy to go on from there and finish things off. But I still feel like we've had, like, an abnormal amount of clutches as well.
Yeah. Some of them have been like predictable clutches, like say the Fnatic, the one where we had Muesli like 1v3 against Fnatic. Like that's just because Fnatic had no time. And we've had times like that. Let's have a look at the updated standings now. Fnatic, Oddity, and Mindfreak sitting at the top and doing pretty well. I don't believe that is fully complete though, because Fnatic have won 4 matches.
Yeah.
So they should be on 12. But other than that, it looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, well, Auglers have an opportunity to jump up next to Fnatic, and then that'll be at that point where it looks like that's how we're going to expect the table to end up, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. This is looking to be how it could potentially end up once Auglers joins Fnatic at the top. Because obviously we've seen some of these teams haven't played as many matches.
We are getting ahead of ourselves, though, yeah.
Yeah, you've got tomorrow night. So, it's funny because after week 1, things, we had half the teams who were on the same number of points, and then half the teams that were on 0. Half on 6, half on 0. So it didn't look very,
split.
Yeah. It was based on round difference that was really sorting out the orders of those. But now we've had a bit more of a chance, and we've seen a little bit of a divergence now that Oddity and Mindfreak have tied, so Fnatic can steal ahead of them. I think that it's I don't know. It's funny with the round robin format. Every single week there's an opportunity for an upset.
Yeah, and the thing about the round robin format is it's so important to stay consistent, right? Like you can lose 1 or 2 games here, but if your opponents aren't losing games, then you might be in a lot of trouble.
That's right. Well, speaking of consistency, let's have a look and talk to Fnatic. It is Rizraz who will be gracing us today. Hey Riz, fantastic to see you there in your Fnatic chair. How are you feeling after that performance tonight?
I'm feeling good. I think the team is also feeling quite good. It was good to get 6 total points after that. So, all around quite good.
All right, so coming into this one, Riz, you guys were obviously expecting a W, but, we were talking quite a lot as to how much as to strats you guys are hiding. Like, be honest with me. How much are you hiding?
A little bit. We hide strats, but we play to win. So when we see necessary, we show a little bit, but not everything.
So I guess something that I'm wondering is, you're talking about hiding strats for alternate tournaments. Obviously, Raleigh 6 Major is coming up, and then we've got Tokyo at the end of the year. But there's a lot kind of ongoing at the moment. You'll be preparing for those, be preparing for this league, and 6 Masters, which is ongoing. You had 2 matches on the weekend. What's it like having this volume of tournaments all at once, especially coming off the off-season where you had pretty much nothing outside of scrims?
It's good. I think competitive games give people a different feeling compared to scrims. People are a lot more confident in scrims compared to competitive games. So the more of them that there are, the more comfortable we get with them. And coming into some of the bigger ones like Raleigh, we're more confident and prepared for that type of style.
All right, thanks, Riz. So you guys are completely undefeated. Well, last season of Pro League and this season so far. How long can you keep this streak alive, you reckon?
The entire way, I reckon.
The entire way where?
I have to be confident.
To Japan? To the championship?
Yeah, to Japan. We'll stay undefeated. We'll do our best to do that.
Great to hear the confidence. So I'm interested to hear a little bit more nitty gritty stuff about the roster. Me and Monkey were talking today a little bit about some of the role changes, especially Virtue. On I believe it was map number 1, Consulate. We saw Virtue playing a lot of Thatcher, and we saw Lusty sometimes take more aggressive roles. I'm wondering, with the 6-player roster with Specker, and just in general with these role changes going on through the off season, are there any things that you guys have been working on, and anything that we've seen so far, and perhaps things we haven't seen yet?
Little things like the role changes you mentioned. Jake is versatile on all operators. He's extremely talented on pretty much everything. So that allows me to play stuff that I'm more talented on. I'm more comfortable on Sophia, Ash, Lusty, more comfortable comfortable on Jackal and Dockerby, so that allows him to play them. It was just small things like that. That's why you see Jake playing more Thatcher and whatnot.
Yeah, so he's taking a more supportive role in that fact, is he?
Yeah, he's a bit more supportive just because he's a lot more confident than, say, I am at those supportive roles. So he's taken that under his wing.
So I guess if you don't have anything else, I just wanted to ask, with Specker moving into the roster, I mean, that's been a really ongoing process. Is there any progress here? Are we going to see him for any of these Pro League games, maybe 6 Masters?
Hopefully. There is a little bit of progress with him, but there's still more work to go. So hopefully I'd like to see him play, but nothing right now.
All right, well, obviously the Rainbow Six Pro League for ANZ has debuted on the main channel, which obviously for you guys means that you're reaching a lot more of the fans, which, have been following you all through your international success. Before we close tonight, is there anything that you'd like to say to those guys and, of course, the fans back home?
As always, we appreciate all the support from the global fans. Again, a lot of them stayed up till AMs to watch our game, even later than last time. And it's always appreciated. Like, it never goes unnoticed from us.
All right, thanks for your time, Rizraz, and good luck on the weekend and next week.
Thank you.
That was nice.
At least he was honest with me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the answer I had expected. Yes, we're saving some stuff, but we're still playing to win.
Yeah,
and that's the key for me. They are definitely playing to win. I feel like sometimes people use the term saving strats as a, this is an excuse for why we lost or performed badly. Whereas, we show Fnatic performed well because they were determined to win.
Yeah, but even then, you can clearly tell that they are hiding stuff and trying to play by the seat of their pants rather than by, the word of Dizzle.
Yeah, I mean, play more loosely, play around, entries, frags, play around. If one person has an idea of a play they want to make, then, be more daring and make that play and take another player with you to refrag. And I think that relates to what Rizraz was saying about how getting more experience at the moment with so many matches on. In officials, it helps you build that confidence so that you can make those plays that you maybe doubt a bit more usually.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, is there anything else that we want to touch on for Fnatic? Or we kind of... I feel like we're pretty set for Fnatic.
Yeah, well, I think they gave us a lot of opportunities to talk. As I said, like early in concert, they were playing very stop-start kind of Rainbow Six, weren't they? They weren't, waiting for the moment go and then just going 100 miles an hour from there.
Fair enough. So let's touch on power players before we have a chat to them. I guess from our point of view, we've seen power plays for quite some time, lots of roster changes.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about our expectations going into tonight. Anything changed for the future of the league now?
Kind of what we expected. As we said, top two best teams in the ANZ region, team coming through from Challenger League. You can't really expect it to go flawlessly for them.
Well, let's see what they reckon. We have Muesli from Power Plays up and ready. G'day, Ryan. Nice to see you. And well played today, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, man. No worries.
So we had a couple things we wanted to chat about. First up, I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit about you, from you with these matches coming into this season. Obviously it's been a rocky road in the long-term history of the team, going into the Pro League and get relegated into the Challenge League, coming back into the Pro League and kind of rinse and repeat several times. So what's it like, making that transition, maybe playing against different teams and then coming back and playing in the big leagues?
It's certainly different. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Especially coming back from Challenger League where to verse the two top dogs. Woolworths and Fnatic. So that's not easy.
Yeah, well, at least you guys get it out of the way early, and then the rest of the season you can build your points back, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, you guys have been having a tough time in Pro League, whereas I feel like in Ra League qualifiers you've done very well, and also in the Six Masters. Like anything that you think's allowing you to do a lot better in those competitions rather than Pro League, or is it just the way the games are going?
It's probably just the way the games are going. The rounds have been a lot closer and don't really reflect the scores, I feel. But, yeah, I'm not really too sure. It's just small things we need to work on.
Yeah, I guess talking about that progress, you know, and your expectations, I think it's pretty standard every time a new Pro League season starts. Everyone expects that it'll look, in terms of standings, pretty similar to the old Pro League season. Challenger League promoted teams will stay at the bottom, but I think you guys really have made an impact, you know, defeating Mindfreak in the Raleigh qualifiers. How do you personally feel going into the rest of the season? Where is your confidence at? And as a team, you know, where are your next goals? Where do you have your sights set?
Well, for the rest of the season, we are feeling pretty confident. We've been playing really well lately. And I guess we're just going to have to focus on the rest of the season and Six Masters.
I guess one thing that I was keen to touch on is we heard just then from Rizraz talking about comparing scrims and official matches, and he mentioned that playing a lot of official matches really helps build confidence. And I was wondering, especially for players such as yourself, who play, you know, very aggressive roles and often, you know, very confidence-based roles, how much does it really differ playing from scrims and playing from official matches? And can you maybe elaborate a little bit on what that's like?
Well, it's a pretty big difference, I guess. It's just nerves, really.
You're feeling
Compared to
nervous?
scrims.
Were you feeling nervous tonight in the matches? Is it because you were playing Fnatic, or is it something else? Or?
Not really tonight.
Yeah.
It's more excited.
Yeah.
So, do you find you get nerves at the start and then it fades away once you get into the game, or is it if you're feeling nervous whole night?
Too much. Been playing Pro League for a while now.
Yeah.
And stuff, so don't really get that nervous.
Fantastic. Well, I think for a lot of people, obviously Fnatic was the favorite team coming into this, but we saw on the community votes that you guys did have a lot of support. So you have your fans out there, and I was wondering, as we close, is there anything you want to say to all the guys out there supporting your team?
Just cheers, supporting us, and we're getting there.
Certainly
The
are.
grind is real.
Certainly are. All right. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck on the weekend and next week in your matches.
See you, boys.
See you, Muesli.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, I love that. So was he's like, hey,
How Aussie can you be?
cheers, mate. That was nice. He was a bit quiet tonight, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that just like
Bit of stage fright, maybe.
Yeah, I was wondering, is it, you know, being related to being on the camera? Is it related to just having played for 2 hours against the top team in APAC?
Is it related to talking to your idols?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Bit of starstruck. Oh, all right. Shh.
I don't know. That was. I feel like it's a bit of an insight, really. You know, Rizraz in contrast, right? Had he's quite a lot of experience now in doing these interviews and that kind of thing, and
Yeah.
he was quite forthright. You know, Rizraz never been like an overt character. You know, not like Magnet, who just bouncing around and bubbly, right? But Rizraz, really was very talkative as well. But Muesli maybe a bit lacking that experience, and I just wonder how much that translates into the game itself.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty hard question. I think it would depend person to person more than anything, Dev.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's see where we are at currently in the Pro League with the standings. As you can see, everything is correct. Fnatic sitting nice and happy up in the top upper echelon. And look at those round differences down the side as well.
Yeah, Fnatic leading the charge, plus 17. Oddity close behind them, and of course followed by Mindfreak. Interesting to see that Oddity managed to go in front of Mindfreak, even though they lost the first match to him tonight. But the rest, as we were talking earlier, Dev, the Pro League is looking to shape up as we'd kind of really expect. But I do want to see some of the boys down the bottom, like Fury and Power Players, getting points up there.
That's right. I mean, even Zealous and Sinister, I think that's the big question for me, is all these 4 teams at the moment, currently 0 points. And once we start seeing them play each other, especially when we see some maybe draws to some top teams, maybe even some upsets over top teams. You know, last season Sinister defeated Auglis on a map. I think we'll start to see some disparity there. And before we close, I just want to hear like anything in particular that you think is really going to drastically change from what we're seeing right now.
I suppose Auglis' position, I'm expecting to shoot up at least 2 or 3 ranks.
I personally feel like we're going to see power plays as well. Look, obviously today wasn't a great example of their, results because they were playing against the best team in the region. Last week, same kind of thing against Auglis. But I do think that power players, demonstrated in the Raleigh qualifiers, they are on the up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them, topping up. It's going to be a real dogfight between Zealous, Fury, power players. I think especially those 3 in the bottom of the league currently.
It just goes to show that how close the ANZ region is becoming to each other in terms of skill.
That's right. Well, that closes us for tonight with the ANZ Pro League. But don't forget, in just a couple hours, 3.5 to be exact, the Latin American Pro League will start on this very channel. So go and do some washing, go have some lunch, whatever time it is there, grab some food, and then tune back in here very shortly. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you just in the next one.